The Adventures of Mayana. Falling Off the Edge of the Earth, by David Perry. If you like this book, be sure to listen to Book 2, The Adventures of Mayana, The Quest to Save Humanity, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Introduction. The Adventures of Mayana is a richly imaginative science fantasy novel that blends Belizean culture with philosophical musings, science education, and spiritual allegory. Its greatest strengths lie in its uniqueness and personal passion infused into the narrative. It's the story of a 17-year-old Belizean girl named Mayana who finds herself on an adventure in a fantasy land of magic, monsters, and intrigue. She crosses over from her homeland of Belize to an alternate reality where the laws of nature and science are very different from what she learned. While she attempts to find her way back to Belize, she befriends a young man named Shifu who mysteriously appears, who speaks only in parables and who helps her to use her newfound magic powers to fight monsters and witches and to attempt to find her way home. Shifu also helps her to discover the meaning of life, how to understand why people are the way they are, and most of all, how to understand herself. All during her journey, Mayana relies on the recollections of conversations that she had over the years with her skeptical father who taught her that magic, miracles, gods and supernaturalism are all just hocus pocus. She has to reconcile the teachings of her father with what she is experiencing in this new land where everything she learned is wrong. Chapter 1. Sylvio. As the Belize sun began to beat down hard, Mayana began to feel its effects. She was walking home from school with her younger sister Yasmin. Their school, Sacred Heart College, was about a mile from home and they made the walk every day. It was a Catholic school in San Ignacio, Belize, which is often called Cayo by the locals. Mayana had been attending Sacred Heart since infant one and she was now in 4th form. Yasmin was in 1st form. The two of them always stuck together on such walks. As they hiked along Joseph Andrews Drive, the main thoroughfare in that part of town, they often passed by neighbors who would greet them and who would bid hello to their mother and father. If they were lucky, they would run across a street vendor selling popsicles that were called ideals. A popsicle was always a treat in the heat of Belize. This was their lucky day and they saw Marco pushing his ice cream cart down the street toward them. He looked up with friendly eyes from afar that expressed familiarity. He was also happy because he knew a sale was coming. Since Mayana was the older of the two, she was normally the one who made such purchases. Their parents were always sure to give them enough money to buy this treat on the way home from school. Mayana handed him $1 for 2 laters, which were the Mexican popsicles that were commonly sold in Belize. There was never much conversation with Marco, just the normal pleasantries that you would expect, which were please and thank you. The walk home was always uneventful, but the arrival, not so much. The two sisters would often take their time going home in the afternoon, attempting to avoid the misery that was to follow. But they couldn't delay their arrival too much, as that would bring the hammer down even harder. Their parents were both teachers who were still at school when they arrived home, and they were always greeted by their Aunt Zelda, who was not the most pleasant of people. Their mother and father both worked at Sacred Heart College and they never got home until around 5 o'clock. Her father was a science teacher and her mother was a language arts teacher. Their Aunt Zelda was asked to babysit every day from around 3:30 until their parents got home at around 5 o'clock. This was the only time of day that the girls dreaded. Aunt Zelda was not too fond of children and she preferred to scream and yell and curse to get their cooperation. She figured that she would get better results by yelling, screaming, and cursing, and that's what she did. Normally, Mayana and Yasmin would go right home after school as they were required to do so by their parents. But every once in a while, there'd be a bit of a distraction along the way, and as long as they weren't too late getting home, it was usually okay. Normally, it was innocent, just hanging out with friends and the such. Today was one of those days. As they marched home down Joseph Andrews Drive, they spied 2 boys up ahead. They were classmates and Mayana knew that they weren't very pleasant. One of the 2 boys ahead was a student whose name was Sylvio. He didn't like Mayana because it just so happened that she got really good grades at school and he always trailed her. He was always just a little behind her in academic achievement and that really irked him. There's a lot of competition in the Belizean schools and a lot of notoriety for the high achievers. Mayana got that notoriety, which inevitably leads to envy. For some reason, Sylvio felt that he was more deserving of the top spot that Mayana held, and he harbored a deep resentment of her. Mayana was a bit mystified by his bitterness since she had never done anything directly to him. She just went to school and did her best, but apparently, that's all it took for him to hold this resentment. As Mayana and Yasmin got closer and closer, she hoped that he would leave her alone. But as they passed him, he muttered just loud enough to hear, "Your father buys your grades." This was a reference to the fact that some teachers in Belize can be bribed in order to artificially raise the grades of the students. Although this practice is not usual, it does happen. It was common knowledge that it sometimes takes place, and a huge shame to either be discovered doing it or just to be accused of it. Mayana had heard about this rumor being spread about her before, but she never knew who had initiated it. Now she had a pretty good idea of who it was. She chose to ignore the comment and to report the incident to her parents. But as they continued to walk away, Sylvio repeated in a louder voice, "Your father buys your grades." As the girls continued to walk away, Sylvio repeated the same words again and again, each time a little bit louder. By the time they were about 50 feet away, Sylvio was shouting at the top of his lungs for the whole neighborhood to hear. Mayana felt horribly violated for being treated that way while having done nothing wrong. It took an awful lot to get her mad, and she was definitely not a fighter. But her father did teach her that sometimes you have to stand up for yourself and there's just no other way to do it. She knew in her heart that this was one of those moments. Sylvio was not expecting her to do anything since he had never seen her respond violently before, and most kids in Belize have known each other since infant one. But after being taunted and violated in such a horrible way, with Sylvio making such an accusation for all the neighbors to hear, she swung around abruptly and she started to walk directly toward her tormentor. Both Yasmin and Sylvio looked wide-eyed at her, not knowing what to expect and both being in disbelief. Sylvio held his ground, and he wasn't about to back down since he held such a grudge. Mayana's mind raced wildly as she found herself in a new kind of situation, and she wasn't even sure what she was going to do as she was marching toward Sylvio. Then, without even thinking and just reacting, she saw a rock on the ground. She picked it up, and before anyone had time to react, she threw it at Sylvio's head. The rock was big enough, and Mayana threw it hard enough that it knocked him right down to the ground where he lay bleeding. He was still conscious, but he was in no condition to stand up and to attempt to pursue Mayana. Although it all happened in the blink of an eye, there were a few neighbors who had heard the yelling and who had witnessed the whole event. Such behavior by Sylvio was nothing new to those who knew him, and in fact, he had the reputation of being a bully. With that, those who had witnessed the event began to clap and cheer, saying, "You go, Mayana." More neighbors came out to see what had happened, and soon, everyone knew about it. Sylvio was the one left in shame. Being in such a new kind of a situation, Mayana didn't know how to react. She knew that she was going to be in trouble for throwing a rock at somebody's head, and yet the neighbors' cheers and her own sense of pride in standing up for herself told her that she had done a good thing. All she could do was to continue to march away and to take herself out of the spotlight. As the two of them got closer to home and they were away from those who had witnessed the event, Mayana started to wonder if going there now was the right thing to do. She knew that word would spread and that her Aunt Zelda and her parents would find out what happened, and that's when all bloody hell would break loose. She didn't know where to go. She knew that if she went to a friend's house, the friend's parents would already have heard what happened and they would call her mother and father. The only place that she could think of to go was her own backyard, which was basically a huge jungle on a 3-acre plot of land. Her backyard was big enough for her to get lost in and to hide out until things cooled down. She shared her idea with Yasmin, who was all too happy to accompany her and who actually felt a little excited, as if they had just committed a crime, just that she couldn't get in trouble because she wasn't the one who had done it. It was Mayana who would have to pay the price when they got home. Since their backyard actually connected to the Belize jungle, it was easy enough to get to their own property without having to pass near the house. There were plenty of paths, and one of them led to her yard. They followed it and they ended up on familiar ground where they had come out to play dozens and dozens of times. The two of them began to walk farther away from the house and toward the jungle. They got a good 50 yards away where they knew Aunt Zelda and their parents would never come. They approached their favorite tree that was just at the border of where their property ended. It was a huge ceiba. It was the biggest tree that they knew of, and they loved to climb it as best they could. The roots were what they actually climbed onto, since the branches were far too high to reach. With the heat of the sun, the children typically did their best to stay among the patches of shade that the jungle trees produced. Mayana sometimes came to this same spot just to be alone. It was a wonderful place for solace when the whole world seemed to be a bother. The shade, along with the breeze, made it a refreshing spot to be. Their entire yard was surrounded by a fence to keep them safe from wild animals, and the yard contained numerous huge trees and a beautiful flower garden that her mother had created. Mayana absolutely loved to play among the beautiful plant life, and she all too often had to resist the temptation to pick the flowers. What helped her to remember not to do so was what her father had told her so many times. "Once you pick the flower, it's dead," he explained. "But it doesn't look dead," said Mayana to her father. "Give it a few days and then you'll see that it's dead," he continued. While Mayana wished she could pick the flowers and make a bouquet, she just hated the idea of killing them. Yasmin, who was 3 years younger, didn't quite have the self-discipline to resist picking them. Neither did Mayana's classmates. Mayana would always scold them, complaining, "You just killed those flowers." "So, they'll grow back," was the usual response. That was true. In the jungle, plant life grows in abundance. You could pick flowers all day long and it wouldn't make a bit of difference. And yet, Mayana just felt in her heart that picking flowers and killing them was wrong. She remembered her father's words. "We live in a throwaway society," he would say. "Let a tree grow for 5 years, cut it down, use it for 2 weeks at Christmas time and then throw it away. What a waste. In 100 years, people are going to look back at us and wonder how we couldn't have seen that we were destroying the planet." Mayana loved to hear her father explain such things, even though it was disappointing to learn that you can't pick flowers without killing them. At the same time, the knowledge empowered her. Her father always expressed his ideas with her, and she was a good listener. She sometimes felt special because she knew things that her classmates didn't know. Mayana was both amazed and terrified of the saber tree in their yard. It was the biggest tree that she had ever seen in her life, not that she was so old or had been around so much that she was likely to have seen a bigger one than that. When she was little, all she could do was to look at it from afar in amazement, and something about it prevented her from going close to it. Its size was incredible and she felt like an aunt next to it. As she got older and she had friends over to play, she got braver and she and her friends would climb up the exterior roots of the tree that stood a good 12 feet above the ground at their peak. They would scream with glee when they were able to climb high enough to reach the trunk of the tree, which was no easy feat. Mayana was feeling especially brave that day and she began to wind her way around to the back of the tree, which was the side that faced the jungle, with Yasmin in tow. She felt a bit of trepidation, as you can never know what kind of animal might be hiding under a rock or in a hole in Belize. She knew well enough about poisonous snakes to be aware of every step that she took. And as she rounded the curve and she began having second thoughts about being on the side of the tree that faced the jungle, she also remembered the alternative. Go inside the house and face Aunt Zelda. What else would a teenager do given those options? As Yasmin and she found themselves on the backside of the tree, she saw a feature that she had never paid much attention to before. There was a hole in the tree that was rather large. It was certainly big enough for an animal to enter and to make a home. With dangerous animals in Belize, most children learn to keep away from such holes. But today was a different day and she wondered if there was indeed an animal in there that might have made a home. Or, it could be a secret hiding place where no one would find her and Yasmin. She thought to herself, "I wonder if there might be a stick somewhere close by that would allow me to poke around in there to see if it's safe." Well, being that she lived right next to the jungle, finding sticks was not exactly hard to do. She easily found one that she could use to see if there might be a dangerous animal or any animal at all in there. As she put it through the hole, she pushed it downwards to feel the floor inside. She held on to Yasmin's hand to help balance herself. "What's in there?" asked Yasmin. "I don't know yet. Hold on tight and give me a minute," replied Mayana. As she tapped the stick on the floor to feel around, She pushed it deeper and deeper into the hole, expecting to meet the rear wall of the tree. But to her surprise, the stick kept going back farther and farther into the hole. She couldn't feel anything except the hard floor. She was relieved that she didn't feel anything soft, which most likely would be the nest of some wild animal. She also didn't hear anything, which was a very good sign that there was nothing alive in there. "Oh dear," sighed Mayana. "I fear I'm going to need a longer stick." But before she could even pull it out to begin a search for a new one, she felt a strange tug, as if there were someone on the other end pulling. "Now that is really strange," she thought. But instead of dropping the stick as you might think someone would do, she grabbed it more tightly, as she had learned to do playing tug-of-war. And with that, the next tug was so strong and Mayana was holding on so tightly, that it pulled her right into the tree. Yasmin screamed and she immediately poked her head into the hole to check on her. "Are you okay?" asked Yasmin. Mayana had been pulled so hard that she had done a somersault and she ended up on her back. She said in a strained voice, "I think so, but I could use some help." Yasmin quickly climbed into the hole and they found themselves completely inside the tree. Chapter 2. The Portal to an Alternate Reality. Mayana was surprised that she could see quite fine inside the tree as the light from outside shone in. But what surprised her even more was that there seemed to be a hallway inside the tree. Now she understood why she couldn't feel a back wall with her stick. She didn't know much about how big things should be, but she did think that even a big tree couldn't have a long hallway in it that seemed to go back a good 30 or 40 feet. She thought for a moment and she said, "I think this tree has at most a 15-foot diameter, and yet this hallway looks to be a good deal longer than that. How is that possible?" If she didn't know, Yasmin knew even less so. She stood for a few moments considering what to do. Yasmin's face showed confusion. She was too young to know better to be afraid, since there was nothing there to frighten them, so she just looked at her older sister as if to say, "What do we do now?" They could leave the tree or follow the hallway. As they stood and waited for a while, they heard no noise at all. There didn't seem to be any danger, and Mayana's curiosity overwhelmed her better judgment. "Curiosity killed the cat," she muttered to herself. "Curiosity killed the cat." She continued to repeat the phrase as if she were trying to convince herself to turn around and to go home. "Papa's always right," she said as she remembered where she had learned the phrase. But the lack of apparent danger and her own curiosity told her to continue exploring. As they walked down the hallway, they began to see more than just the inside of a tree. They saw lights on the ceiling and pictures on the wall. Mayana wondered how they could never have known about this before. They had played at the tree on dozens of occasions and they had looked in the hole many times. She figured that she just must not have noticed it previously. She had never been tempted to explore it before, thinking there could be an animal living inside the tree. As they began to walk down the hallway, they saw doors along the way on both sides. Mayana attempted to open them as they walked along, but she found them all locked. "Let me see, how many doors are there?" she asked herself. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, she counted. There were 2 doors on each side of the hallway that faced each other, and the 5th door seemed to be the last one, and it stood perpendicular to the others at the end of the hallway. She was still wondering how this could all possibly be inside a tree. Mayana said to Yasmin, "Surely we must be well beyond the perimeter of the tree by now. We've walked a good 25 feet or more after all." The 5th door which faced them had a sign on it that they saw from afar, but they couldn't make out what it said until they got quite close. The sign said, "Do not enter." Well, they had tried to open the other doors and they were all locked, so this door surely must be locked as well. But to her surprise, it was not. "Of all the crazy things," said Mayana. "What is this, opposite day?" She opened the door in spite of the sign telling her not to. She was taught to be obedient and to obey signs, but then again, she was a curious little girl. "Curiosity killed the cat," she whispered to Yasmin as she opened the door, hoping that by saying it that they would somehow be protected from danger. While opening the door, she suddenly heard a loud voice coming from the other side. "Curiosity killed the cat," they heard in a loud mocking tone. "What a horribly stupid thing to be saying as you're coming through the doorway." Mayana practically jumped out of her skin upon hearing the loud voice, and she was angry at the same time for being called stupid. "Don't you know how to read?" said the voice. As Mayana managed to open the door completely, Yasmin and she were surprised to see a very small man that was no more than 3 feet tall. He stood facing them with a large hat covering his head. But the next words that this man said were quite confusing. "Who are you?" he asked. But as he spoke, they could not see his mouth moving and it almost sounded as if he were facing the other direction. But they could clearly see his feet facing toward them, so they were sure that he was looking at them. Suddenly, he spun around and he repeated in a loud voice, "Who are you?" Mayana and Yasmin were again ready to jump out of their skin as they saw the small man's face but also saw his feet facing the other direction. They looked with the biggest eyes that you could imagine in absolute disbelief of what they were seeing. They both shook in their shoes and they couldn't find the words to talk. But as the small man merely stood there and he didn't seem to be dangerous in any way, and in any case, they had no reason to be afraid of a 3-foot-tall person, they began to regain their composure. "My name is Mayana," said Mayana, obviously mystified by what she was seeing. "And my name is Yasmin," said Yasmin, equally mystified. "We live in San Ignacio," said Mayana. "What's a San Ignacio?" asked the small man. "Ah, San Ignacio isn't a what, it's a where," said Mayana. "It's where we live. Don't you even know that we're in San Ignacio now?" On hearing that, the short man let out a horrible mocking laugh and he said in a mocking sing-song voice, "San Ignacio, Ignacio. She thinks we're in San Ignacio." He danced around as he said those words and he laughed mockingly again. He then said, "You must be lost, little girl. We're nowhere near San Ignacio. This is the land of Tata Duende." Mayana didn't know whether to be more shocked by the mocking or by the idea that they weren't in San Ignacio. "Where is Tata Duende exactly?" she asked, desperately wanting to know where they were if not in San Ignacio. This short man again laughed mockingly and he said in the same mocking sing-song voice while dancing, "Where is Tata Duende? Where is Tata Duende?" He then said, "Tata Duende isn't a where, it's a what, and it's me. I am Tata Duende, but you can just call me Tata." Mayana started to think that Yasmin and she may be in trouble if they weren't in San Ignacio and they'd have to find their way home. She thought about entering the tree and following the hallway back home, but when she turned to look for it, the door and the tree were gone. "What happened to the tree?" asked Mayana, pointing to where she thought it should be. "What tree?" responded Tata. Mayana said frantically, "Why, the tree that was just there, the tree that we came out of when we first saw you." "And they say that I'm crazy," muttered Tata. "Come see the mutants," he cried in his loudest voice and he waved his hand as if to call others. Mayana was now starting to put things together. Yasmin and she had walked through a tunnel in the tree that was quite long and that should have taken them well into the jungle. But she knew that the tree wasn't that long to take them so far. And now they're meeting a small man with backwards feet who's never heard of San Ignacio before. Could it be that they weren't in San Ignacio at all but had ended up somewhere else, and how could that be? She'd seen this kind of thing happen on science fiction shows that her father loved to watch, but this wasn't TV. She imagined the portals that she would see in the movies that would take you to some different world or a parallel universe or an alternate reality, and then everybody in your own universe would have to figure out how to bring you back to your own reality. Or maybe she was having a total recall experience where this adventure was programmed into her mind and she was really sitting in somebody's office in San Ignacio. Or maybe she existed in the Matrix where anything is possible. She wasn't sure if watching those science fiction movies with her father had caused her to imagine absolute impossibilities or if they were helping her to have a better idea of what had happened to her. She'd have to wait to find the answer. After a moment, a crowd of small people came out from behind the bushes. They were all the same in that they were all about 3 feet tall and they all had backwards feet. They gathered around the two girls and Mayana wasn't sure if she should feel afraid or not. On the one hand, they had them surrounded. But they seemed uninterested in doing them any harm. Just to be sure, she hugged Yasmin tight at her side and Yasmin squeezed back in discomfort. One of them pointed at Mayana and Yasmin and shouted, "Look at their feet, they're backwards." "They're giants," shouted another one. "They're mutants," one of them commented. There was a loud roar of voices as the duendes continued to talk about them and to make uncomplimentary comments about their feet and their size. Mayana was quite taken aback being called a mutant. She had always considered herself to be quite normal and she had never thought of herself as being so odd as to ever cause such a commotion. She just didn't know what to make of what was happening and feeling a bit desperate, she blurted out, "Can someone please help us to get home?" One of the duendes then said, "Oh, so you want to go home, do you? Well, I'm not sure that we can help you with that. You see, there are only 4 roads that leave our village and they all lead to the edge of the earth." "That's right," said another. "Any road you go down will take you to the edge of the earth. You might as well stay here with us. You don't want to fall off the earth, you know." Mayana looked at them quite perplexed. She looked down at Yasmin, who was even more confused. She wasn't sure if she should take what they were saying as a joke or not. They spoke to her with such straight faces that she had to consider that they really believed what they were saying. "But the earth is a sphere, isn't it?" she thought to herself. Then she asked the duendes, "Fall off the edge of the earth? Whatever do you mean?" One of the duendes then said to another in a rather loud voice, "This one's not too bright, is she?" Said Mayana rather abrasively, and she beamed at the one who had said that. "I am standing right here listening to what you're saying, as if the duendes should know better than to be so rude. In any case, the earth is round and you can't fall off of it." Now the entire group of duendes laughed mockingly, and they said in a mocking sing-song voice together while dancing, "Can't fall off the earth. She thinks the earth is round." Tata said to her, "Why, I've never heard of anything so stupid in all my life. What makes you believe that you can't fall off the earth?" Mayana desperately tried to remember the science classes and talks that she had had with her father, who was a science teacher. "Well, everyone knows that the earth is a sphere," she said. Tata said in a harsh, demeaning tone, "I suppose somebody told you the earth is a sphere and you just believed it." Mayana tried to think fast, but all she could say was, "There is no such thing as the edge of the earth. That is fiction." Tata then said, "And what makes you think it's fiction? Have you ever been to the edge of the earth to know that it doesn't exist?" Mayana knew that that was not sound reasoning. How could she have gone to a place that doesn't exist after all? But she felt backed into a corner. She protested, saying, "Well, all the science books and scientists tell us that the earth is a sphere." She felt a kind of desperation to win this argument since, if she was wrong, she not only would lose the argument but she would have no way to get home. "Scientists tell lies. Scientists tell lies," the duendes chanted and danced. "Do you believe everything you read?" asked Tata in his now all too common demeaning tone, as if to say that she was very stupid. Mayana was now so desperate to convince the duendes and herself that she was correct that she thought very hard of the examples that her father had given to her when discussing this topic. "I remember," she blurted out. "If the earth were flat, we could see the sun at night. I don't know about you, but I have never seen the sun at night." Mayana had the very picture in her mind that her father had shown her. "See the sun at night," said Tata. "What a stupid thing to say. If we could see the sun at night, it wouldn't be night. Oh, why is it that these simpletons always wander into our village? And if you've never been to the edge of the earth to see it, you can't know that it doesn't exist." A thought flashed into her head about these others who Tata called simpletons, who had been to the village and what had happened to them, but she thought to leave that inquiry for later. Mayana then asked, "Well, have you ever been to the edge of the earth to see it?" Tata looked at her like she had just said the craziest thing that could ever be spoken, and he said to her, "Are you nuts? You may not value your life, but I value mine. That is asking to die. What if you got too close to the edge and a gust of wind came along and blew you over? Sorry, but I'm too smart to ever do such a thing." Mayana wasn't sure how to proceed with these duendes. She knew that their logic was bad, but she didn't think that it was worth it to continue, and she did need their help. She so desperately wanted to find the way home that she decided to move on to her next inquiry. "Please, if you will, tell me about the others who also wandered into your village. What became of them?" asked Mayana. "They all fell off the edge of the earth," said Tata with a kind of terrified look on his face. "We advised them not to go, but they ignored our warnings. Now they're dead." By now, Mayana was catching on to the thinking of the duendes, and she was sure that she already knew the answer to her own next question. "How do you know they fell off the edge of the earth?" she asked. "Because they went down that road and they never came back," said Tata, pointing at one of the 4 roads. She now knew better than to get into a discussion about that. She figured that her father was right and the earth was a sphere and that nobody had fallen off the edge of the earth, rather they more likely had found their way home by traveling down the roads that leave the village, and that's why they never came back. She could see that the duendes were going to be of no help getting home, so she decided that Yasmin and she would venture off down the same road that Tata had pointed to, hoping that it was the correct road to take her home. She thought for a while of how to best leave the village. Should they tell the duendes of their plan only to then hear their taunts of how stupid they are, or could they somehow avoid all of that by sneaking away? She didn't think that Yasmin and she could manage to leave the village secretly, since the duendes seemed intent on staying all around them. But neither were the duendes likely to just let them go for fear of them falling off the edge of the earth. She considered things for a moment, and she remembered the old days when she was a small child and she would play hide-and-go-seek with her father. Back then she called the game hide. And of course, as a small child, you can imagine how she played the game without the least bit of self-discipline to hide and stay hidden. She remembered that the favorite part of the game was to be found, and she would always give away her hiding place by standing up and shouting out, "Here I am." Her father always eagerly played along, shouting, "I found you," and both would laugh with glee. After remembering her childhood, which seemed to take away some of the tension that she was feeling, she then remembered her predicament and she thought, maybe we can distract them with a game of hide-and-go-seek. She hoped that the Tata Duendes did not play the game the way she used to play it. Before she said anything, she thought whether Yasmin and she should be the ones to hide or if the duendes should be. She decided that she would ask the duendes to hide their eyes and to count up to 50, and they would make their escape while they had their eyes covered. Mayana said to the duendes, "Well, if we can't leave your village, at least let's play a game." The duendes looked at her and they asked, "What's a game?" My goodness, thought Mayana. We really are in a bit of trouble. How are we ever going to get out of this village? She had never met anyone who didn't know what a game was, and this really left her baffled. How could they find their way home when their only help was people who believed you could fall off the edge of the earth and who didn't know what a game was? She changed the plan quickly. "Do you mind if we explore your village a bit?" she asked. "We'd like to take a walk around." "Well, I don't know," responded Tata. "Where were you thinking of going?" "Well, that looks like a very nice road to explore," and she pointed to one of the 4 roads. "I don't think that's a good idea. It's going to be dark before too long, and Ishtabai comes out at night on that road," replied Tata. "What's an Ishtabai?" asked Mayana. All the duendes said together in their mocking sing-song voice, "What's an Ishtabai? What's an Ishtabai?" As mystified as Mayana was that the duendes believed you could fall off the earth and that they didn't know what a game was, the duendes were equally mystified that she didn't know what Ishtabai was. Ishtabai isn't a what, it's a who. Ishtabai is Llorona, the weeping woman. She comes out at night and she carries you down to the river where she drowns you, said Tata in an almost evil-sounding voice. We sometimes hear her crying at night. Mayana had heard of Llorona, she just didn't know it by Ishtabai, which sounded like a Maya Indian word. She remembered the stories that her father used to tell her about Llorona, the boogeyman, monsters, and aliens. It all terrified her when she was little, but she was old enough now to know that it was all just made-up fiction. "Who of you has ever heard Llorona crying?" she asked. All of them raised their hands. "And who of you has ever seen Llorona?" she asked. She heard an instant rumble among the crowd that did not sound at all pleasant. She immediately knew that she had said the wrong thing. "Who has seen Llorona?" cried Tata. "Who has seen Llorona? My goodness dear, why do you ask such foolish questions? Everybody knows that just the sight of her will hypnotize you and cause you to follow her down to the river where she will drown you." "And who has that ever happened to?" inquired Mayana, already having an idea of what the answer would be. "No one," said Tata. "At least no one from this village. That's because there's no one here who's foolish enough to go out at night and be trapped by her." Mayana inquired further, "Then how do you know that that is what will happen if it's never happened to anyone before?" She again sensed that she was being taken down the rabbit hole and that she wasn't going to be able to argue her way out of this one. But her father had taught her too well to ask the questions. Tata quickly jumped up onto a tall stump, putting himself above Mayana. He felt that he had to look down on her since she kept asking such foolish questions. "Ever since I was a small child, I've heard about people who went out at night, who saw Llorona and who were never seen alive again," said Tata in a demeaning tone, as if to say that Mayana was a very stupid person just for asking the question. Mayana was about to say, "Well, if they didn't come back alive, how can you possibly know it was Llorona?" But she really wanted to get home and she thought she'd better just move on. In any case, she also learned from her father that there's no point in using reason and logic with people who don't even understand reason and logic. Mayana said, "Well, in any case, we can't stay in this village forever. We really do need to get home." Maybe we could wait until the morning and leave then. Llorona doesn't come out during the day, does she? The duendes mumbled among themselves considering her idea, and Tata said, well, I suppose that would be okay, but you'll have to get to where you're going by nightfall or you'll be having a meeting with Llorona. She responded that Yasmin and she would hurry along in the morning to make sure that they found shelter by the next nightfall. Tata motioned with his hand for her and Yasmin to follow him, and they complied, thinking that he would take them somewhere to sleep for the night. She was a bit worried, not knowing what Yasmin and she were getting themselves into as they followed him along, but she knew that they really didn't have a choice since they surely weren't going to sleep in the jungle for the night. Mayana saw that it was just starting to get dark, but there was still enough light to see all of the houses as they walked along. She noticed that they were quite a bit smaller than what she was used to, but she figured that that made sense since the biggest of these duendes was no more than 3 feet tall. The houses are so small, whispered Yasmin to Mayana. Yes, they are, she replied. But we'd better not say such things. We don't want Tata to get angry with us. As they followed along, they reached a house where Tata turned to enter the yard. Mayana noticed a fence that seemed to go all the way around the house. Tata opened the gate that entered the yard, and there was immediately a barking sound and then a female voice that said quite harshly, Tata, it's about time you got home. Do you know how late it is? Mayana couldn't see where the voice was coming from, but she figured that Tata had a wife. She looked around out of fear since she had lots of experiences with biting dogs. In Belize, you'd better always have a handful of rocks or a stick with you as you walk down the street, or you may find yourself being chased down and bitten. Few people in Belize keep their pets behind a fence or tied up. It's kind of funny though, few of the dogs in Belize are very brave. You need only throw a few rocks their way, hold up a stick in a threatening manner, or run towards them, and they run away every time. The mistake never to make is to run in the opposite direction. They will then chase you down and bite the back of your leg. Mayana had learned that lesson the hard way, and she wouldn't let it happen again. But she didn't see one. Where's the dog? asked Mayana. She's in the house, responded Tata. And your wife? she continued. My wife, he responded with a confused look on his face. I don't have a wife. Well, Mayana was now truly puzzled. Tata didn't explain who had spoken a moment earlier. She supposed it could be his daughter. Upon entering the house, ducking down since the ceiling was low, after all it was a house for little people, she saw a small dog that looked like a pug lying in front of the fireplace, which had a small fire burning in it. It lifted its head, but it did not stand up. Mayana relaxed when she saw that, and she looked around to see who had spoken. She saw no one else, and she thought that maybe the person was in another room. Tata said, I'm late because I met these young women in the forest. They're lost and they want to get home. They'll be spending the night with us. Mayana abruptly and without even thinking burst out saying, who on earth are you talking to? She was going to have to learn quickly that she wasn't in San Ignacio anymore and that things were different there. Tata gave her the same look that he had given her before, that look that she learned that was saying how stupid she was. He responded equally abruptly and harshly, why do you insist on asking such foolish questions? Can't you see that I'm talking to the dog? Mayana thought to herself, talking to the dog. And with that, the dog stood up and she said to Mayana and Yasmin, how do you do? My name is Calypso. Mayana knew that things were different there, but a talking dog was quite a bit more than she had ever expected. She tried her best to hide her bewilderment, but she must not have done a very good job. What's wrong with this one? asked Calypso. She looks like she saw Llorona. Tata responded, she would have if she had gotten her way. Lucky for her we talked her out of it. Mayana stood there dumbfounded and she didn't know what to say. After a moment or two she uttered, I beg your pardon, but I've never seen a talking dog before. Yasmin squeezed Mayana tightly around the waist. You've never seen a talking dog? exclaimed Calypso. My goodness, where do you come from? Mayana said, we come from San Ignacio, Belize. We don't have talking dogs there. Good Lord, exclaimed Calypso. I hope to never have to go to, what did you call it, San Ignatius? San Ignacio, corrected Mayana. It's in Belize. Calypso said, well, whatever you call it, I hope to never go there. No talking dogs indeed. What do the dogs do there, only bark? Yes ma'am, responded Mayana politely. And they growl, but they don't talk at all, at least not the way people do. Tata stated incredulously, what a strange place you come from. I think I would like to visit it if only for a day or two, just to see it, you know. Hearing that, Mayana immediately thought, oh, it would be so pleasant to have company on our trip back to Belize. Traveling and not knowing where you're going is not very fun after all and not very safe. And we don't have a clue how to get home. We can't go the way we came after all. Mayana then brought herself back to thoughts of spending the night away from home and what her mum must be thinking. She must be worried sick, thought Mayana. And where exactly are we going to sleep? She had looked around the house and she didn't see many options. And she could just barely stand up straight in this house intended for little people, although Yasmin was able to stand up nice and tall. I suppose we could use the couch as our pillow and sleep on the floor, she thought. Yasmin touched the ceiling with her hand and she said very quietly but gleefully, look Mayana. I can touch the ceiling. Yasmin was only 14 years old and she was quite a bit shorter than Mayana. She usually felt small. It was quite a treat for her to feel so big for a change. Just then, Tata appeared from one of the back rooms where he had disappeared to a few moments before. He emerged with arms full of blankets and pillows. Here you go, my dears, said Tata. We little people use little pillows and little blankets, he said apologetically. I guess it's better than nothing. We'll be retiring to bed now. Make yourself at home. So between the blankets and the pillows that Tata had given them, and a few rather small-sized cushions from the couch, Mayana and Yasmin attempted to make themselves as comfortable as they could on the floor. Mayana had a feeling that between their makeshift bed and worrying about getting home, that it was going to be a long night. She spent the next several hours thinking about this fantasy world that they had found themselves in. Her father had always taught her that such things were make-believe. But she now found herself among what seemed to be incredible beings that she had never seen in her life. Could I be dreaming, she thought. She found herself not being able to believe that she wasn't dreaming and yet feeling as if she were fully awake and coherent. Finally, after reliving her day in this land of fantasy, she drifted off into a sound and pleasant sleep. Chapter 3. Day 2. Tata's home. In the morning, Mayana woke to the clatter of dishes coming from the kitchen as Calypso prepared breakfast. She didn't know whether to be grateful to be awoken to begin the day or to be annoyed for having her joyful sleep disturbed. In any case, she was awake and she got up out of bed. She gave Yasmin a little shove to wake her up. She noticed it was daybreak and she could hear roosters crowing and dogs barking. That was a normal sound for her in San Ignacio, but she wondered if all of these roosters and dogs could talk just like Calypso. Fried jack eggs and beans coming up, cried Calypso for everyone to hear. Fried jack, thought Mayana. That was a dish that she knew well and she was a bit surprised to find out that this most strange family actually shared something in common with her. Calypso set 4 plates at the table. Since there were 4 of them in the house, she gathered that 2 of the plates were for her and Yasmin. Tata appeared from the bedroom and he said, come along then, Missy 1 and Missy 2. It's time to eat. He motioned for the girls to join them at the table. Oh, thank you so much for your kindness, said Mayana in her most polite voice. They hadn't eaten since yesterday and they were ever so hungry. Yasmin repeated Mayana's words, yes, thank you so much for your kindness. Mayana was so full of emotions that she could barely contain herself. She was hungry, frightened, excited, and intrigued all at the same time. At that moment, she was thankful that she was not usually an outwardly expressive person since she was still apprehensive about her hosts. While they seemed very welcoming, they were also unpredictable. Merely sharing that she had never heard of a talking dog before seemed utterly unbelievable to them, and they almost seemed to hold it against her and Yasmin as if they could be suspect of something unsound. She was good at concealing her feelings and Yasmin was always shy around people and usually only spoke to Mayana. For good or for bad, she had learned to not always verbalize her thoughts and feelings, as doing so can be used against you. The memories of the teasing that had so affected her had taught her that sometimes it's better to keep quiet than to face the torment of your classmates. And the way that Tata and the other villagers had taunted her yesterday made her feel a little too uneasy. At the same time, she really needed help and she felt that she had no choice but to trust them. They finished eating and Tata then shouted, let's get moving. I'll walk you as far as the roads that leave the village, but that's as far as I will go. You'll be on your own after that as you get to the land with no talking dogs. And everyone there is my size or bigger, added Yasmin with emotion. Well, everyone except everyone who's smaller, that's to say. And that's only people who are younger than I am, mostly. She tried hard to think of someone she knew who was older but smaller, but she couldn't think of anyone, so she left it at that. The Land of the Giants, said Tata with wide open eyes, as if he were making an announcement for a movie with the same title. Spooky stuff, he added. They don't bite, do they? Mayana looked at him with a puzzled look, not sure if he was asking a serious question or if he was joking. He said it with such a straight face that she thought that she'd better assume he was asking a genuine question. After all, she wasn't in Kansas anymore. No, they don't bite, she responded. But they do stare, and they do like to talk a lot when they see things they consider to be odd. Good thing I wouldn't need to worry about that if I ever went to Belize, said Tata in a relieved voice, not realizing the utter irony of what he had just said. He added, I'll at least send you off prepared. You'll need food and water to get you through the day, and maybe more. Calypso prepared a kind of bread called Johnny cakes for the journey and bottled water. She filled up several duende-sized cloth bags. Since Mayana and Yasmin had come directly from school, they still had their own backpacks which they used to store the Johnny cakes and water. Our bags are small for people your size, said Tata. I'll have to give you 3 bags each so that you'll have enough food and water for 3 or 4 days. You'll surely be home by then. When Mayana smelled and then saw the Johnny cakes, she was absolutely delighted. That looks just like the Johnny cakes that my mother prepares, she shouted with glee. Calypso carefully prepared each one with butter and she wrapped them in aluminum foil as was the custom in their village. Calypso then prepared 6 bags of them, 3 for each girl. Do you know the story behind Johnny cakes? Asked Mayana, hoping to be able to share her knowledge. Yes, everyone knows the story behind Johnny cakes, responded Tata in a snippy voice. A long time ago, a man named Johnny Cake came to our village selling bread. It was different and there was no name for it. The cart that he pushed around had his name in big letters, Johnny Cake. People mistakenly thought that he was selling a bread called Johnny Cake and that's what they called it. And the name stuck. Mayana thought to herself. Oh, how odd. Yasmin looked at her with a wide open mouth as if to say, what? They both knew that that wasn't the correct story at all. Or at least, it wasn't the story that they had heard all of their lives, which was that the bread was so dense that it was perfect for taking on journeys, and it was called Journey Cake, which eventually got changed to Johnny Cake. As far as they knew, it was unknown when or why the name got changed from Journey to Johnny. Journey Cake was the perfect name for it after all, since it was used for long journeys and it was so dense that it was both filling and it couldn't get smooshed down the way light bread would inside a backpack. In any case, Mayana had already learned to keep such ideas to herself. She dared not share her version of the story only to hear Tata scream and complain. And she so needed him to help her and Yasmin to get home. What are you going to do about Llorona? Asked Calypso to Tata. No one has ever returned after leaving the village. That's a good question, responded Tata. What are we going to do about Llorona indeed? It's not likely they will get to San Ignacio by nightfall. They may be spending the night in the jungle, you know. They won't survive if she comes their way. Chapter 4. The Witch Doctor. Calypso suggested, why don't you stop by to see the witch doctor? He could cast a spell to keep Llorona away. He could also protect them from falling off the edge of the earth and from the evil witches. That's a good idea, responded Tata. I've heard tell that the witch doctor can help with such things. I think it would be a good idea to stop by his house to request a spell. Tata gave a sharp look at Mayana and he said, you okay with that? Mayana had lots of knowledge of witch doctors back in San Ignacio. She knew where they lived and she had heard all of the stories of how they were used to cast spells on people. Mayana's father always told her that the witch doctors know a lot about local medicinal herbs which really do work to heal different ailments, but that the part about casting spells was just hocus pocus. She recalled the story of 2 women in Belize who hired witch doctors to cast spells on each other because they were competing for the same man. They each paid the witch doctors, who began a series of love spells to get the man to fall in love with one woman or the other. The spells involved potions, herbs, talismans, candles and hoodoo practices. Both women subjected this man to their spells without the man even knowing. In the end, the woman who won the prize bragged all over the village about how she won her man by using a witch doctor and that they really do work. The woman who lost kept going back to the witch doctor requesting stronger magic and, of course, giving more money to the witch doctor. Mayana asked her father why they didn't mention the fact that the woman who won probably would have won him anyway, and that the witch doctor whose spell didn't work shows that they don't work and that they were wasting their money. He said that the village people would only have said that one witch doctor had stronger magic than the other, so it didn't make sense to try to explain to them that such things aren't real. You can't convince people based on the evidence he would tell her because they have too deep-rooted a need to believe in such things to even consider it. She was happy that she didn't believe in such hocus-pocus. When the girls were alone, Yasmin asked Mayana, "Why are we going to visit a witch doctor? You know that Papa says it's all just hocus-pocus." Mayana replied, "Yes, I know that, but we need Tata's help and it won't do any harm." Yasmin responded, "But Papa says it does do harm. He always says that you can't be your best if you believe in fairy tales and that people who believe in such things are more likely to deny things that are real. Papa says that the whole act of sedition on January 6th and the attempt to overthrow the government was because of people who were taught to believe in fairy tales and hocus-pocus, and that prevented them from telling the difference between truth and lies." Mayana replied, "Yes, I know. And Papa's right. But right now we don't have a choice. We need Tata's help. We just need to keep quiet about those things and let him do what he thinks is best." Those words reassured Yasmin, and that helped to alleviate some of the fear that she was feeling, at least for the moment. They then left the house to begin their journey, which they so hoped would take them home. Calypso said to Tata, "Well, if you're only going as far as the road, I may as well go with you. But that's as far as I go, mind you. I'll not be a victim to Llorona, to the evil witches, or to falling off the edge of the earth." She said it with such fear in her voice. Mayana wondered how such things that weren't true could cause people such stress and apprehension. The girls followed Tata as he led them to the witch doctor's home, which was on the outskirts of the village on the other side. They passed through the center of town and they noticed quite a few people staring at them and whispering to each other as they passed by. It was so disconcerting to Mayana to be stared at by people as if Yasmin and she were horribly strange. But of course they were indeed horribly strange in this land of little people with backwards feet. Mayana didn't quite remember ever feeling that way before. She had walked through the center of San Ignacio so many times and she had been ignored by most people that this was truly a new experience for her and Yasmin. It made her wonder if she had done the same thing to people who looked a little odd. She remembered a classmate who had cleft palate and who looked strange indeed, or at least she thought she did at the time. She remembered staring at her quite a bit. Did she feel the same way that I do right now, thought Mayana. Oh dear, she certainly must have. And she felt a bit of shame for having done the same thing to someone else that others were doing to her at that very moment. I really didn't mean any harm, she thought. In fact, it was more out of curiosity that I stared. Knowing that the villagers were just curious about her didn't reduce her anxiety any. It wasn't pleasant to be stared at no matter the reason. Her father had always taught her that you can't really learn how to treat others well until you've been mistreated yourself. He would tell her, watching people do things wrong is the best way to learn how to do things right. But knowing that her father was correct didn't really help to diminish the apprehension any. They continued through the village following the walkway. She could see inside the homes along the way, with most of them being thatch roof houses. Some of the walls had crooked sticks that created openings that allowed you to see inside if the light was just right. As they passed by one of them, she heard a noise from inside that sounded like a television. She looked carefully and she noticed an antenna on top of the roof and a car battery just outside the front door. Even Mayana was not too young to see the irony in 21st century technology combined with Stone Age living quarters. Although thatch-roofed houses seemed a bit primitive, they are known to be the coolest houses in existence. And in a hot country like Belize, that is a really good thing. The stick walls allow the breeze to enter and unlike cement houses, they don't absorb the heat. Mayana remembered her best friend from San Ignacio who lived in a cement house. It would heat up like an oven at midday and it would be hotter inside than outside even with the shade inside. And it wasn't until well into the evening before it would finally cool down. Mayana lived in a nice wooden house in Belize, so that wasn't a problem for her. After about a 15-minute walk, they arrived to the witch doctor's home. As they approached, they could see smoke coming out through the roof and they could hear voices inside. Mayana could smell the smoke and she could tell that it wasn't firewood that was being burned, but it was perhaps some kind of incense or herbs. She supposed that the witch doctor was in the middle of casting a spell. She could hear the words quite clearly as they got close to the house. Iguana tail and tongue of snake will make a witch doctor's potion. Mix it well and mix it fast to make a nice thick lotion. Foot of mouse and fur of dog and scale of fish and tooth of hog. Mix it well and mix it fast to make it cast a fog. Spread it on all over yourself, be careful not to fumble. The words you say, speak them clear and never ever mumble. Tata was careful to wait outside and to not interrupt what the witch doctor was doing. Mayana was happy that she got the opportunity to hear this chant. Although she had heard all about witch doctors in Belize, she had never gotten to visit one before. This was her chance. The spell continued, king by day, witch doctor by night, that is my doomful plight, but casting spells is what I do to make all families right. You ask the favor you want from me and I will see you get it, you need only bid your favor once, my spell will ensure you win it. With that, there was silence. Mayana thought that the spell must have been complete. She was intrigued by the whole casting a spell thing, but at the same time, it all seemed a little silly to her, making rhymes and expecting things to happen just by words and an odd mixture of animal parts, spices, and herbs to make a soup. And yet her excitement about such things made her want it to be true. But then she remembered her father's words, belief in supernaturalism is based on faith. And the problem with faith is that it allows you to believe whatever you want to believe and to even make up the answers because you're not expected to demonstrate that what you believe is true. Faith allows you to believe things simply because you want them to be true. That's why there are thousands of gods, thousands of religions, and thousands of Christian denominations that people believe in. With so many gods, so many religions, and so many Christian denominations, it's more than apparent that not only are people perfectly capable of making up gods and religions, but that they are in fact inclined to do so. With that, we have no reason to believe that any god or any religion is real. Take the realm that some people call outside of time, space, and matter. That's where they say the supernatural realm lies. But such a place is absolutely and completely made up. We know that because no one can point to the person who made the discovery that such a realm exists, how the discovery was made, nor can the discovery be replicated. It's the perfect example of people making things up and believing merely what they want to be true. Science adjusts its views based on what's observed. Faith is the denial of observation so that belief can be preserved. The suppression of uncomfortable ideas is so common in religion, but it is not the path to knowledge and there is no place for it in the field of science. Following the evidence and not caring where it takes you is the surest way to find the truth, while faith will always lead to chaos and confusion. The moment you accept magic or miracles as the answer to any question is the moment you abandon reality in favor of fantasy. Oh, whatever should I do, thought Mayana. I so want to believe in spells and incantations and the such. But Papa says it's all just hocus pocus. Perhaps I should just wait and see. She sometimes found herself having mixed feelings regarding the supernatural. Some days she was a proud skeptic just like her father, while other days she wanted such things to be true. It sometimes depended on what was happening in her life, and this was one of those moments when she wanted magic to be real since it would help her to get home. She understood all too well that if you are unwilling to question your beliefs, you will never know if you are following truth or lies. But she decided that she really didn't have to make up her mind at that moment, so she just let it go and she chose to focus on what was happening with the witch doctor. Just then, a man the same size as Tata opened the door and he came out. He had a huge smile on his face as if something wonderful had just happened. Tata returned the smile and the look on his face said that the two men knew each other. "Good morning, brother Cadmail," said Tata. "What a pleasure to see you here." "Oh, the pleasure's all mine," said Cadmail. "I've just had a visit with WD and I know that today is going to be a day of luck and fortune." WD was a kind of a nickname and it meant witch doctor. "I know it will," responded Tata. "WD's spells never fail. Do you remember my visit to WD before my fishing trip and I came back with a cart full of fish?" "Oh, indeed I do," responded Cadmail. "And do you remember the time I came to WD before my hunting trip and I came back with a deer?" "Oh, indeed I do," responded Tata. "But today I have much more serious issues to address. I need a spell to keep away Llorona." "Llorona," gasped Cadmail with a look of horror on his face. "Oh my, that is truly serious. What have you gotten yourself into?" Tata jumped up onto a tree stump that Mayana was standing next to that put him a few inches above her. "Well, this is Mayana and her sister Yasmin. He introduced them while standing behind Mayana with his hands on her shoulders. "They're taking a trip to, what's that place you're from again?" he asked Mayana while half turning her around so he could see her face. "San Ignacio," replied Mayana. "San Ignacio," said Cadmail, practically shouting. "Why in Lord's name are they going to San Ignacio?" Tata replied, "Well, you see, Mayana and Yasmin are lost and they need to get home to their family that lives in San Ignacio. The spell is for them. They're going to be leaving the village and they may still be on the road at nightfall. They need protection from Llorona, from the evil witches, and from falling off the edge of the earth. Spell or no spell, the roads that leave the village will take them to the edge of the earth and they'll fall off," said Cadmail in a voice about as stern as it could get. Mayana had almost forgotten that these duendes believe that the world is flat. Cadmail continued, "And if that doesn't happen, Llorona or the evil witches will surely get them." Now Cadmail, said Tata. "I have plenty of faith in WD. We're here to request a safe journey and I know that he will see them through." There was that word faith again. Mayana had to wonder if WD's spells caused them to catch more fish and to kill the deer, or if it was because these men were so experienced at what they did that they were bound to be successful. She wished that she could conduct an experiment the way her father had taught her. Have the duendes go fishing first with a spell and then without a spell and see if there's a difference. She suspected that there wouldn't be any difference at all, but of course, this was not the time or the place for that. "Well, I hope so," quipped Cadmail. "You're going with them, are you? You'll be sorely missed at our weekly poker talk game. We won't be able to play if you've fallen off the earth or end up in the river because of Llorona, not to mention all of the commotion that you'll create among all of the other duendes because you're missing. You wouldn't want to cause that, would you?" Mayana wasn't sure if Cadmail was asking a serious question out of concern for Tata, or if he was merely trying to convince him not to go because he didn't want his game plans to be disrupted with Tata gone on a trip. "No, Cadmail," said Tata. "Calypso and I are only going to see them as far as the road that leaves the village. They'll be on their own after that." "Well, that's a relief," replied Cadmail. He didn't seem too concerned about the welfare of Mayana and Yasmin though. "And just where will they be spending the nights?" asked Cadmail. Tata gave a kind of confused look on his face that also expressed annoyance for having been asked a question that he didn't have an answer to. Well, I don't know if they've figured that out quite yet," he responded. "They may just have to take their own shelter with them." What a grand idea, thought Mayana. She remembered all of the camping trips that her father took her and Yasmin on. They would pitch a tent for the night and sleep among the stars. She also remembered how afraid of monsters she was while camping when she was little. She was always afraid that one would come out of the jungle and would get into the tent. Her father would always have to make sure that the door and windows of the tent were zipped all the way up so that the monsters couldn't get in. That always comforted her. She did the same thing at home. Every night she would insist that her father close every door in the house to keep the monsters inside the other bedrooms and out of hers. Well, she was now too old to be afraid of monsters. Her father always taught her that it isn't monsters, ghosts, or devils that we had to be afraid of, rather it was really bad people who were the problem. People are the cause of so much misery all over the world, he would say, not spooks, goblins or devils. Well, now that the subject of where to sleep came up, Mayana started to wonder about it too. Since they were taking a different route home, she had no idea how long it would take them to get to San Ignacio. She almost felt like they were going around the world in the opposite direction. Or at least she believed that they were going to be taking a very roundabout way of getting home. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Tata," said Mayana ever so politely as she was about to ask for help again. "But even if we are protected from Llorona, from the evil witches and from falling off the edge of the earth, I hate to think that we may have to sleep in the jungle." Tata remained silent for a moment as he thought about this new dilemma. After a few moments he said, "Well, I've got a tent at home and blankets and pillows. The tent is for a whole family, so it should be big enough even for you giants. But it will cost you. I'm not just going to give it away, you know." Mayana got terribly concerned on hearing that because she had no money with her. She only had enough to buy the ice cream and she had none left over. But then she also considered whether they would even take her money in the land of Tata Duende. Whenever she crossed the border into Melchor, Guatemala or Chetumal, Mexico, they had to exchange their Belize money for Guatemalan quetzal less or Mexican pesos. She looked at Yasmin and she asked her the question already knowing the answer, Do you have any money with you? No, I don't, said Yasmin in a sad voice, knowing that they were in trouble. I'm really sorry, Mr. Tata, said Mayana. But we don't have any money with us. We can't pay you for the tent. What's money? asked Tata with a confused look. Mayana again had to think for a moment to decide if he was joking or not. She'd never in her life met someone who hadn't heard of money, but before she gave away her confusion, she remembered that he had never told any jokes up until then, so it was far more likely that he was not joking. Well, money is what you use to buy things with, she responded. She was truly at a loss for words, as she had never had to explain to anyone what money was before. And without having any with her to show as an example, she just couldn't think of what else to say. Tata said, and what does it mean to buy things? But he suddenly interrupted himself, saying, oh, never mind. You all do some really crazy things that I've never heard of in my life. Yeah, you and me both, brother, whispered Mayana to Yasmin. Tata then asked, what's that you have around your neck? It looks interesting. Mayana had on a nice silver necklace that her father had given her for her 16th birthday. She had totally forgotten that she even had it on. It said Papa loves you on one side and Mayana on the other. She said, that's a necklace that my father gave to me on my 16th birthday. Tata said, well, I don't know what money is or what it means to buy things, but I do know what trading is. I'd be willing to do a trade if you are. Mayana gathered that to mean that Tata wanted to trade his tent for her necklace. Her first thought was, absolutely not. She was quite a papa's girl and that necklace was really special to her. She looked at Yasmin and she asked quietly, what do you think? Yasmin didn't quite know what to say. She wasn't used to Mayana asking her what to do. Being the younger one, she was the one always being told what to do. I don't know, she responded. Mayana was really confused because she didn't want to give up her necklace, but she knew that she had to. She hoped that by some miracle, Yasmin would think of something to prevent her from having to give it away. Finally, Mayana knew that she didn't have a choice. At least with a tent, some blankets and pillows, they would have shelter at night and it wouldn't be so cold. Once the sun goes down, it can get really chilly even when the days are blistering hot. Okay, said Mayana. I'll trade you my necklace for the tent. She looked down at the ground with a sad face, regretting what she was about to do. But Tata was as happy as could be and he gave her the biggest smile ever. He had never seen such a thing as a necklace before and he was absolutely beside himself with pride to have it. Oh, won't everyone be envious of me, said Tata with his face beaming with delight. Calypso, who had been silent the entire time and who was just observing the conversation, said, envious, my foot. Looks like a piece of trash. What's it good for? She looked directly at Mayana, who had to react to both the question and to a talking dog which she would likely never get used to. Well, it's not really good for anything, answered Mayana. It's just an ornament that you wear. It's awfully pretty, don't you think? And look, it has my name on it. Mayana passed the necklace to Calypso and only then was she able to see that she had opposable thumbs just like people. She really hadn't thought about it before, since Calypso was usually down on all fours. And although she had prepared the food, Mayana hadn't actually seen her hands before. She thought that she would never get used to that either. You're getting robbed by that little girl, said Calypso to Tata. What are you gonna do with it? Tata thought for a moment. He really didn't want it so that he could do anything with it. He just liked it. It was shiny and silvery and most of all, it was unique. He'd be the talk of the town and that really appealed to him. He did like to be the center of attention. Calypso, on the other hand, thought of such things as nonsense and she was too practical-minded to find value in something that had no purpose. Well, I don't know what I'll do with it, said Tata. But I do want it. He looked at Mayana and he said, we've got a deal. They smiled at each other. Calypso said in a cranky voice, throwing away a good tent. While Mayana was horribly disappointed to lose her necklace, she was happy to be getting a tent, blankets, and pillows. She also figured that her father would get her a new one after hearing her story and understanding why she had to give it away. Tata said that they could stop back home to get the supplies for the trip. Cadmail was right and Tata was grateful that he had mentioned the issue of where to sleep at night. That reminded Mayana of the time her father and she went to the Maya city called Coracal in Belize. They went there on motorcycle, but about 3/4 of the way in, they couldn't travel any farther because the roads were too muddy. Anyone who's ridden on a motorcycle on a muddy road knows how impossible it is. The area between the tires and the fenders gets so full of mud that you have to stop, scrape off the mud and continue on your way, only for the same thing to happen again within just a few minutes on the road. After some time, Mayana's father chose to hide the motorcycle in the jungle and to complete the journey by foot. He thought that they were close enough to arrive to Karakol by nightfall, but that didn't happen. It was much farther away than they had thought. When night broke, they still hadn't arrived and they ended up sleeping along the side of the road with no shelter. And just as you could guess, it rained most of the night. They brought only one umbrella and no extra clothes. In the morning, they had to decide to continue forward on their journey or to return home. They figured that they were closer to Karakol than to the motorcycle and they knew there'd be people who could help them, so they continued forward in their drenched clothing. The good thing was that it had stopped raining and the hot sun quickly dried them up. They reached their destination later that day and they got to explore the temples. She then brought her focus back to the present moment. Tata and she had settled the issue of where to spend the night and it was time to visit the witch doctor. They had waited quite a while, but it was now their turn. Tata, Calypso, Mayana and Yasmin all climbed up the stairs to the witch doctor's house and they entered through the door. It was a thatch roof house on stilts, similar to all of the other ones in the village. Many of the houses in San Ignacio were similar, built on stilts to prevent rainwater from getting in and to discourage animals from venturing in search of food. Upon entering, Mayana noticed a curious smell and dozens of bottles on a shelf toward the back wall. She knew enough about witch doctors to know that the bottles were full of herbs, spices, plants, chemical powders and animal parts. She didn't need to ask where the unusual smell was coming from. WD greeted them saying, "Welcome my friends. And what brings you to the house of the magic man?" Mayana had never heard a witch doctor referred to as a magic man before, but when she thought about it for a while, it made sense since witch doctors are said to do magic. Tata explained their situation to WD and Mayana saw his face turn white. The few people who had left the village were never seen again. Everyone believed that they had fallen off the edge of the earth, had been taken prisoner by the evil witches or had been carried away by Llorona. At first, WD just stared at Tata with a look of disbelief and he didn't say a word. All of them stared back, trying to read his face as best they could. By then, Mayana had gathered that leaving the village was so unusual that it had left WD utterly speechless and unsure of what to say. After what seemed like an eternity, he began to speak. He looked at Mayana and Yasmin and he stuttered, You are going to what? Now look here. My magic is strong, but I can't promise that it will help you outside the village, if that's what you wanted." Tata tried to look and sound appeasing since he knew that Mayana and Yasmin truly needed help. "Well, yes," said Tata. "They're going to leave the village and they need your help. They want protection from Llorona, from the evil witches and from falling off the edge of the earth. They may take several days to get home and they will likely have to spend the nights along the road in my tent. Can you cast a spell to protect them?" WD replied, "Well yes, but casting a spell to cover them while that far away and for that many days will cost extra." Mayana noticed that he went from saying that his magic may not work outside the village to, "It will work but it will cost you extra." It reminded her of the street vendors in Belize and Mexico who would adjust their prices depending on who the customer was. Her father was from the United States and even though he lived in Belize, the vendors would always raise their rates for him thinking that he was a rich tourist. Her mother, who was Belizean, would always have to be the one to inquire about the cost of things. They even went to the extreme of making her father hide while mother would inquire about the price of things and then letting him come out once the price was settled. Mayana had a vivid memory of her father hiding behind a tree while her mother went to haggle over the price of a taxi. Father was always good-natured about it, even though some people would be humiliated to do such a thing. He calls it racial profiling. Anyway, Tata looked at Mayana. The issue of a price hadn't come up before they went there and Mayana hadn't even thought about it. She now knew better than to even bring up the idea of money. And since a necklace was used before to make a trade, her mind immediately went to what else she may have on her body to use as currency. Fortunately, she was a bit of a girly girl and she did like jewelry and the such. She had a ring on her finger that she could offer to trade. The ring was also special to her. It was a present from her mother and it had an inscription on the inside that read "Mama loves you." She had gotten it as an end of the school year celebration. She again didn't want to give it up, and this time much less, since she didn't think she was really going to get anything in return other than a hocus-pocus spell. She started to cover it with her other hand to hide it, but Tata had already seen it. "You've got that shiny thing on your finger that you could trade," he said to Mayana. "What's it called?" Mayana said, "It's called a ring, and I really don't want to give it up." Tata looked at her with a confused look and he said, "But you have to, my dear. You need this spell to have a safe journey. You won't make it alive without it." Mayana knew better than to insult them by saying that she didn't believe in magic, but she also didn't want to lose something so special and to get nothing in return. This was one of those moments when being a skeptic seemed more advantageous because she wanted to keep her ring, and she took that position. She said, "You know, I think maybe Yasmin and I will just be on our way with no spell. We'll just take our chances with Llorona, the evil witches, and the edge of the earth." Calypso interrupted abruptly, saying, "You see, Tata, I knew that there was something wrong with this one." Then she looked at Mayana and she said sternly, "You are a foolish little girl. Leaving the village without the protection of a spell from the witch doctor is absolutely irresponsible. I've never heard of something so crazy in all of my life." Then it was Tata's turn. "She's right, you know. You won't get home alive without WD's protection. I really think you need to give up your ring and accept his help." "No, I'm going to pass," said Mayana firmly. Tata then motioned to WD and Calypso to come close to him. They formed a circle and they began talking in a low voice, and neither Mayana nor Yasmin could make out what they were saying. After a minute or so, the three of them came out of their circle and they faced the girls. Tata's demeanor changed quite a bit as he spoke. "Now look," he said in a pleasant, almost pleading voice. "I've seen too many people leave this village and never come back. And every time it happens, we're all left with a hole in our hearts knowing that they died and that no one did anything to prevent it. I just don't want to see that happen again, especially to such nice girls as you. Calypso and I will accompany you down the road for a while. I can't promise how long we'll stay with you, but it will be at least for the first day. But we'll only do this with WD's protection. We need to know that we are protected from Llorona, from the evil witches, and from falling off the edge of the earth. And in any case, I've always wanted to leave the village and to see what's out there. I wouldn't mind even visiting that strange land that you're from, if only for a short while." Mayana thought for a moment. While she didn't want to give up her ring just for a hocus-pocus spell, she did like the idea of being accompanied on their trip. It wasn't safe traveling alone, and having Tata and Calypso with them would bring quite a bit of peace of mind. She turned toward Yasmin and it was their turn to have a conference. "I think we should take their offer," she said. "So do I," said Yasmin. "I'm afraid to travel in the jungle alone." Mayana turned toward WD, Tata and Calypso and she said, "We have a trade." Everyone then smiled as they all believed that they were getting a good deal. Tata was actually excited to be able to leave the village and to feel secure that he was protected. Mayana then took off her ring and she passed it to WD. Tata already had Mayana's necklace and he held it tight in his hands. They both stared and stared at their new possessions as if it were the first time seeing such things. And of course, it was indeed the first time they were seeing such things. "Mine is all silvery and shiny," bragged Tata. "Mine is all goldish and shiny," bragged WD. They had the biggest smile and a look of pride on their faces. They both felt that they had gotten the better deal. Chapter 5. The Magic Spell. "Let's begin," suggested WD. He went over to the shelf that had all the bottles and he began to look from left to right, slowly moving his head as he read the labels. On the third time moving his head back and forth he shouted, "Ah, there you are, you little thief." And he grabbed one of the bottles. Mayana wondered why he would call a bottle a thief. She could only suppose he meant it as if the bottle had the ability to steal its contents and that he was saying it in jest. He then grabbed 3 other small bottles. He put the 4 containers down on a small table that stood right next to the fire. Mayana looked carefully to read the wording on each bottle. They read, "Spider fangs, bat wings, scorpion poison and black powder." "Come on over here," he said to the 4 of them. "Let's begin the spell." They walked over to the center of the room where WD was standing next to a circular fireplace that stood in the center of the room. It had a metal chimney that extended to the ceiling where it exited. He first opened the bottle with the title black powder and he poured out small particles onto his hand that Mayana couldn't identify. He sprinkled it onto the fire where it sizzled and crackled as it burned. WD then closed his eyes and he began to chant, "We love to go a-wandering at night in the pastures green, the rivers and the meadows and the valleys in between. To gather up the witch doctor's treats that grow in plenty there, and weave them into my crown to twine around my hair. We mix our potions and whatever we decide, when we ask WD to keep us safe, let us think of it with pride. Never a day will pass before us when we have not tried our best, keep our potions bubbling nicely, cast our spells with zest. Fearless witch doctors never flinching through the dark and dismal night, Llorona, 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 go and run away in fright. I am the witch doctor with skills in spells, I'm quite a sight to see. Llorona, Llorona, you will see that I will make you flee. We witch doctors young and healthy create the shape of things to be. Look forward to the future with great expectancy. And though our eyes we firmly set tomorrow's bright new day, the Tata Duende will not forget the witch doctor who paved the way. Our Tata Abuela who stirs our brew, great-grandmother thrice removed, our much-esteemed Abuela Tina, you leave us humbly moved." He paused for a moment with his eyes closed and he continued to sprinkle black powder on the flame which crackled and sparkled. He then continued, "We know about 3 witches that are evil as can be, but we will fear them not, we will flick them like a flea. They have a magic wand and the power to inflict a wound, get the right spell to fight them or you all indeed are doomed. Witches are said to take you prisoner in a cell, to keep you there forever or until they cast a spell. Beware my friend beware, if that day should arrive, you'll find yourself inside their soup, mixed in with lots of chive. Trust WD and trust him strong for he will keep you well, but only if you trust in him especially his spell." He again paused for a moment with his eyes closed and he continued to sprinkle black powder on the flame which crackled and sparkled. He then continued, "The edge of the earth from you we keep away, near there one thing's for sure, we will never play. We can't be sure a gust of wind will never blow us over, we'll find some plants along the way, the famous 4-leaf clover. We'll find the leaf no matter what, we really need protection, and once we have found the plant, we will find the right direction. The edge of the earth we keep away and never venture near, we now can travel strong and bold without a bit of fear. The edge of the earth and La Llorona are both to be eluded, everyone must be cast a spell or forever be excluded." All the while that WD recited his chant, he would throw pinches of the black powder from the bottle onto the fire. Once in a while, he'd throw a lot of it and it would explode rather than to crackle. Mayana and Yasmin were amazed by the show as they had never actually been to a witch doctor to see how they cast their spells. Mayana learned later that the contents of the bottle that was labeled black powder were gunpowder and that's what created the crackling noise and the mini explosions. WD would also pick up the other bottles and throw a pinch of their contents onto the fire in a random fashion. The ingredients of the other bottles burned and created a rather unique odor that was quite strong and at times, a bit putrid. When WD got to the end of the chant, he motioned to them all with his hand as if to say to recite an incantation with him. He stood up and he began to circle around the fire in a kind of dancing movement. Mayana watched carefully so she could imitate him as he circled around the fire. The others also attempted to imitate him circling the fire and stumbling through the chant the best they could, not having memorized it after only hearing it once. He seemed more concerned that they were circling and dancing and to not mind that they couldn't quite keep up with the words of the chant. Mayana found herself more humming along since she really couldn't remember the lines very well. Upon completing the chant, WD stopped circling the fire. He then picked up a stick and a mushroom and he looked up to the ceiling. He began to pray, "Llorona, Llorona, hear my words. Let these poor souls wander through your woods and leave them in peace. They mean you no harm, they are only passing through. Mayana and Yasmin need to get home to their parents. With these words, I command you to grant them safe passage through your woods." And with that, he threw more black powder on the fire and it erupted in a huge explosion. It seemed that he was working hard indeed to get Llorona's attention. As the explosion died down, WD lowered his hands over the flames and he stared intently at them. He now looked as if he were in a trance as he waved his hands above the fire in a circular motion. After a few moments, he moved away backwards, never losing sight of the flames. He backed up until he reached a table that was behind him. On the table laid a ribbon that had a bow in the middle and 5 arms that stretched out about 5 feet each. Without looking, he picked it up, he walked back to the center of the room and he handed each of them one arm of the ribbon and he held onto the remaining one. He motioned for them to encircle the fire, keeping the bow just high enough above the flames that it didn't ignite. WD began to walk in a circular motion around the fire and everyone followed. He began to chant again, "Llorona, Llorona, beautiful you may be. I have 4 friends here who I know that you can see. Leave them be, leave them free, leave them to their own, don't interfere with them at all, please leave them all to roam. The pretty girls they seek their parents, they need to find their home, they're lost and want to find their way, they must be left alone. Llorona, Llorona, you we surely dread, stay at home in your tomb and in your riverbed. Be gone and stay away, we'll never see you here, be gone and keep away, you, will never endear. All the witches have lots of stitches all upon their face, we know the way they live their lives, a word they shun is grace. I have 4 friends here with me, leave them to their own, don't interfere with them at all, now leave them all to roam. The pretty girls they seek their parents, they need to find their home, they're lost and want to find their way, they must be left alone. Witches, witches, stay away and look what I just wrote, stay at home in your castle, do not cross your moat. Be gone and stay away, we'll never see you here, be gone and keep away, you, will never endear. The edge of the earth is just a place, it's not a thing of danger, unless you get too very close and that will be a changer. Stay far away and don't get near and don't you take a chance, the last thing you will want to do is get up for a dance. Mark my words, O spirits true, oh mark them very well, please guide my friends beyond the edge, please listen to my spell. They need protection and your guidance, get them through the worst, let them pass beyond the edge, and let them not be cursed. As he concluded his chant, his voice got softer and softer and his walk became slower and slower. When he got to the last word, he stopped walking and he stared silently at the fire again like he was in a trance. The 4 of them continued to imitate him and they stared at the fire in absolute silence. After all the chanting that they did, Mayana almost expected something big to happen. She didn't know what it would be, but ideas raced through her mind like an angry Llorona appearing before them to show her displeasure with such a bold command for her to stay away. But only silence ensued. WD then lifted his head and he looked at the 4 of them. He said, "The spell has been cast. You are safe from Llorona, the evil witches and the edge of the earth." Tata had an extremely relieved look on his face which soon turned to boldness and excitement as he now believed that he could leave the village and stay safe. He could hardly contain his emotions and he waved to the others to come along. He was now ready to leave his homeland for the first time in his life. Calypso was a bit more stoic and with mixed feelings about leaving. She was the practical one after all and she wasn't sure that leaving home was the best idea, although she trusted WD's spells and she was no longer afraid. Tata excitedly thanked WD for guaranteeing them a safe journey. As they were leaving, WD shouted at them, "Good luck and don't take unnecessary risks. My spells don't work against stupidity, you know." Those words weren't far off from the words she often heard her father say, which were, "Common sense isn't common." Tata had already thought about what WD warned against and he had decided that he would just have to keep an eye out for the edge of the earth and to try to avoid it if he could and to not travel at night to avoid Llorona. The evil witches were said to live in a castle and that would be easy to evade. He kind of figured that if Mayana and Yasmin had gotten to his village without falling off the edge of the earth and without meeting Llorona or the 3 evil witches, there must be a safe way back to San Ignacio. He shared those thoughts with Mayana, who was astounded by his change in attitude after visiting WD and the idea that they could now avoid falling off the edge of the earth when just yesterday he was sure that it couldn't be averted. The power of belief, as her father always said. It can allow you to walk through walls if you believe it strongly enough. She thought that that was some degree of progress anyway, even though she knew there was no such thing as the edge of the earth and she doubted that there was really such a thing as Llorona or evil witches either. One thing puzzled her though. WD, Tata, Calypso, Yasmin, and she made 5 people and the ribbon that laid on WD's table had 5 arms. How could it be that it had just the right number of arms, she wondered. She had no answer to that question. They began to head back to Tata's house to pick up the equipment that they would need for the journey since it was pretty sure that they would be spending the nights along the road. They arrived home, they picked up the tent, blankets, pillows, a flashlight and lots of Johnny cake for Tata and Calypso, enough for at least 3 or 4 days. They also took a few water bottles which they could always fill along the way at a stream or a well. And they were off. Chapter 6. Leaving the village. The 4 of them set off and they soon noticed the villagers coming out of their houses and standing along the side of the road. Mayana remembered how fast word spreads in a small town. She recalled getting into trouble one day at Sacred Heart Primary School. The word of her misbehavior beat her home and her mother was waiting at the door with a look on her face that told her that she already knew what had happened. Her mom would often say, "Word spreads like lightning." As the villagers gathered along the road, Mayana didn't know if they were there to see them off or to tell them what fools they were for leaving. She figured it was probably both. And indeed it was. Some of the villagers waved and cheered as the 4 of them walked down the road. Others of them booed. Some of them were jumping up and down, happy. Others of them were jumping up and down, angry. On one side of the road Mayana heard someone shout, "Have a good visit to San Ignacio. Get those girls home," while on the other side she heard another person shout, "See you never. Have a good trip as you fall off the edge of the earth." How rude, thought Mayana when she heard that. Her father had always taught her that we don't have to agree with everybody else's decisions and that we should respect their right to do things that we ourselves would never do as long as what they do doesn't hurt anybody. Show 2 people the same evidence, her father would say, and they may arrive to 2 entirely different conclusions. That's just the way the human brain works. Her father would always bring up the way the political parties in Belize, the PUP and the UDP, could never get along and the way the Republicans and the Democrats in the United States could never get along either. Her father would say, "Imagine a business being run the way politics is run. Imagine people in the same business undermining and sabotaging each other's work. Imagine some employees obstructing the efforts of other employees. How long would such a business last?" "Not long," he would say with strong emotions. "Not long at all. And yet that's what we have running our country." Mayana always took her father's words to heart and she tried to remember that the diversity among people should be seen as a strength, not a weakness, including a diversity of opinions. And yet, when you have someone practically happy that you're going to fall off the edge of the earth, it isn't always easy. She stared down the villager who had said that with the meanest look she could make. As they got farther away, she could no longer hear his words but she could see him yelling and shaking his fist. It really made her blood boil but she just continued to march ahead and she soon forgot about it. Tata and Calypso were greatly saddened by these taunts. They were their own people after all. In just one day, Tata went from being someone who was taunting poor Mayana and Yasmin for having different ideas and beliefs, to feeling great exhilaration as he was leaving his village for the first time in his life. From her own experiences, she again recalled that sometimes you have to be the victim of such horrid behavior in order to learn to never do it to others. She hoped that Tata had learned that lesson. Soon after, they reached the point where there were 4 roads leaving the village. The villagers were too afraid to follow them there, so at least they didn't have to listen to their taunts anymore. Now they really were at a crossroads. There was no indication of where each road led or that one road was any better than another. They had to make a decision but they had nothing to help them to make it. Tata looked at each of the 4 roads. He walked to each one to see if there was anything at all that would help him to decide which of them was the best. He climbed up onto a boulder to try to look above the trees but even standing up high, all he could see were the trees of the jungle. Said Tata. "This is going to be some decision. I don't know how we're going to know which road to choose." "Choose, choose, choose till you choose crap," mumbled Mayana too low for Tata and Calypso to hear. "Choose, choose, choose till you choose crap," she repeated. She had heard her mother say that to her so many times when she couldn't make up her mind. "Choose quickly," her mother would say, "or all the good choices will be taken by others and you'll be left with crap." Well, what her mother said wasn't exactly helpful that day since there was no one else there to choose any of the roads. But she always remembered those words when there was a choice to be made. Tata looked at Mayana and he said, "Well, there are 4 roads and we can't know which one to take to get us to San Ignacio. We're going to have to rely on intelligence, science and logic to make the decision." He took off his backpack and he laid it on the ground. He opened it up and he reached inside. He grabbed hold of something and he removed it to show Mayana and Yasmin what he had. On his hand lay 2 dice. They were just two ordinary dice. When Tata said that he was going to use intelligence, science, and logic, Mayana was expecting him to pull out a compass or a map, or to say that he had prior knowledge of where the roads lead to, or something else that was indeed intelligence, science, and logic. But dice. How on earth could dice help them to get home? The thought crossed her mind that they would be better off without Tata and Calypso. But then she started to think of wild animals and bad people who they could encounter along the path, and she decided that having the two duendes with them was more important. Mayana asked a bit frantically, "You're going to use dice to choose the road that we follow?" Dice? How in the world will they help us to get home? Tata heard the desperation in her voice, and because of that, he didn't give his usual "what a stupid question to ask" reply that she was now used to. Without even thinking about it, she was relieved that he answered with a much softer tone this time. Tata said, Now my dear. These aren't just any ordinary dice. They are magic dice, and they will help to guide us along the journey anytime there's a decision to be made." Mayana was still not convinced that magic was real or that it could help them. But at the same time, she knew enough about probability to know that one road was as good as the next, and that choosing with dice was no worse than choosing randomly. Tata put his hands together and he began to shake the dice, and he began to chant, "Eensy meensy mindsy mice, time for me to throw the dice. If I roll snake eyes appear, woe is me my dear my dear. But if my fortune is quite good and a 6 I do roll, I can expect the greatest fix granted by the troll. Life is good and life is fine, there can never be a greater sign than dice that tell you how to choose, that help you out, provide you clues. Shake them once, shake them twice, oh the happy lucky dice." And with that, Tata threw the dice onto the ground. They came up as a 3 and a 5. He held his hand to his chin and he looked with a blank stare on his face. Mayana didn't know how to interpret it, so she asked, "Well, what do the dice tell us?" "Quiet," said Tata in a harsh tone, and he abruptly moved his hand from left to right. "I'm thinking." After a moment, he looked up to the sky and he responded, "Well, it's not the best roll in the world." Then he looked at Mayana and he said, "But then neither is it the worst. At least we didn't get snake eyes. I was really hoping for double sixes." Wanting to know which road they would follow, Mayana asked anxiously, "Well, what do a 3 and a 5 tell us?" "Hold on a minute," he replied. "I need to do some calculations. Let's see now, 3 times 5 equals 15. And 5 minus 3 equals 2. That gives us a 15 and a 2. 15 times 2 equals 30. Now if we then take the original 3 and 5 and divide, we get 30 divided by 5 divided by 3 equals 2. "I got it," yelled Tata. "We're going to take road 2. "Road 2, repeated Mayana. "Are you sure that's the correct road to take us home?" Tata looked at her with an extremely angry face, as if she had just insulted him, and she had, albeit unintentionally. "Am I sure it's the correct road?" quipped Tata in his now all too familiar voice that tells you how stupid you are just for asking the question. "How old are you, my dear?" "I'm 17, she responded. "Well, I'm 173 years old," he yelled, shaking his finger at her. "Do you know how many times I've been around the block in those 173 years?" No. Not really," she responded. She noticed that the village didn't even have blocks, so she wasn't sure why he would ask such a thing. Tata then said, "I've been around the block, well, I've been around the block so many times that I don't even know how many times it's been, but it's a lot more than you, that's for sure." Mayana was gathering that he was venting more than anything else and that she shouldn't take his harsh tone too seriously. But she understood him to mean that by mere token of being older, he knew more than she did. She always respected her elders, and she did understand very well the idea that the older you get the more you know. But she also had a father who didn't always trust common beliefs and who has concluded that common sense isn't common. "Do you know how many idiot geniuses there are out there?" he would ask me. "Lots," he would say. "There's a famous neurosurgeon and politician in the United States who believes the Earth was created in 6 days and is 6,000 years old, for goodness sake. This shows how compartmentalized the human brain is. You can be absolute genius in one part of your brain and totally retarded in another. Just look at the people running our country." He was referring to the United States. People who would rather obstruct, undermine, and sabotage each other rather than to learn to work together for the good of the country. They're all a bunch of idiots who haven't learned to overcome their primitive jungle instincts. I'm glad I don't live there anymore. Her father called it tribalism, meaning that people are more loyal to their tribe than to doing the right thing or to following the truth. If you live in the jungle, tribalism is important and it can mean the difference between life and death. But we don't live in the jungle anymore. Mayana wanted to believe that Tata was right and that Road 2 was the correct choice to take her home. But she just didn't trust his method of choosing the road. She thought, what if he had rolled double sixes that he wanted? She did a quick calculation in her head. 6 times 6 equals 36 and 6 minus 6 equals 0 and 36 times 0 equals 0. Double sixes would have resulted in a 0. She tried to bring it to Tata saying, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think that double sixes would have resulted in a 2. Not resulted in a 2, he repeated in his usual harsh tone. Why, of course it would have, because Road 2 is the correct road to take. Have you never heard that there are different ways to get the same answer? Don't you know that 1 plus 1 equals 2 and 2 plus 0 equals 2? Yes, but... Tata interrupted her before she could say that double sixes would not have given them the same answer. He said, if you keep asking such dense questions, we're never going to get you home. Now why don't you just be quiet and let me do all the brain work? With that, Mayana stopped talking, and that gave her time to recall how old Tata said that he was. 173 years old, she thought. Is that possible? She didn't know how old the oldest person on Earth was, but she knew it wasn't 173 years. Well, I know that small dogs live to be older than big dogs, so could it be that small people live to be older too? She wasn't quite sure what to think, and she couldn't decide if Tata was lying, mistaken, had some other way of counting the years, or if he really was 173 years old. Maybe in this strange land there are only 6 months in a year. That would make him 86.5 years old in Belize years. Yes, that must be it. They count the years differently here, and he isn't really 173 years old. That reminded her of the Bible stories that she read as a young child, in which the characters lived to be as old as 950 years. She asked her mom about that, who told her that people lived to be much older back in those days. Her father had a much different take on it. They had to make the Bible characters bigger than life, he told her. Everyday life is boring and routine. Exaggeration is how you keep an audience. But isn't that a lie? Asked Mayana to her father. Well, not if you're not expecting people to believe it, he responded. The people who wrote the Bible probably didn't think that anyone would actually take their stories as literal fact. Just like fiction today, the author doesn't expect people to believe it. They were just writing stories back then to try to explain the world around them in the best way that they could. These were people who didn't know where the sun went at night and who believed the earth was flat after all. They didn't know much back then, and they did the best that they could to explain things with the limited tools and knowledge of the world around them that they had. They didn't get very close to the correct answers, but they set the path for others that followed in a search for the truth, and we know a lot more today than they did back then. Mayana came out of her little flashback and she regained her focus on what was happening at the moment. She thought that if she were the one to choose the road, it would be totally random, and that made Road 2 as good a choice as any other. She wondered what would have happened if she had a reason to choose differently, and if she insisted that they take a different path. I don't think that would be pretty, she thought to herself. Tata doesn't just think that he's right all the time, he knows that he's right. She silently hoped things would never come to such a disagreement. They then set out down Road 2, and they were finally on their way, with no more need to visit the witch doctor or to return to Tata's house to get more supplies or to figure out which road to take. They could now just march along with no more distractions. Or not. Chapter 7. How to Purify Water. The road they walked down was just like any typical road that you'd see anywhere in that part of the world. It was unpaved and full of sand, pebbles, and rocks. It hadn't rained for a while, so it was as dry as could be, which meant lots of dust would get stirred up as they walked along. That reminded Mayana of her father, who loved to share his stories of his first days in Belize. He was a Peace Corps volunteer who worked as a teacher trainer. During his first few weeks, he lived with a local family, and he went to training every day to prepare him to work in the schools of Belize. He would get picked up in an army truck covered in canvas to go to his training every day. It was not actually a truck owned by the army, rather it was owned by the Ministry of Education. Teachers would wait along the highway and the truck would pick them up along the way. They would pile in and sit on the benches for the passengers that ran from side to side. The canvas that covered it could be lifted up, which would create the most wonderful breeze as they drove along. But there are two things that most Belizeans hate: dust and rain. They would drive along, but as soon as the passengers spotted another vehicle coming from the other direction, they would quickly bring the canvas down to prevent the dust from the other vehicle from getting into the truck. And if it rained, the passengers would not only put the canvas down, but they would tuck it in tightly so no water could get in and get them wet. Of course, if no water or dust could get in, no air could either. And with the hot sun beating down, the inside of the truck would quickly become an oven. Belizeans prefer the heat over the dust or the rain, but her poor father. He had not grown up in a hot climate and the heat was really hard to bear. He was a Minnesota boy who grew up playing ice hockey, cross-country skiing and figure skating. Well, walking down Road 4 wasn't quite as horrible as being inside an army truck in the hot sun with the canvas tucked in, but it was indeed quite hot. While Mayana was born and raised in Belize and she was used to the hot weather, she was not at all used to long walks in the hot sun. Neither was Yasmin. Fortunately, they had their water bottles and staying hydrated helped a lot. There was also some reprieve from the sun when the trees provided shade. The roads were not well maintained and that allowed the plant life to grow all the way up to the edge of the road. Many of the trees had such huge canopies that their limbs on both sides of the road would meet at the top and create a nice pleasant tunnel to provide respite from the hot shining sun. As they walked along, Mayana would occasionally look directly into the jungle. The Central American rainforest can be extremely dense. Sometimes she would look into the trees and not be able to see more than about a foot. After walking for a couple of hours and with the path along the way being quite uneventful, the four of them decided to sit for a rest, for a drink of water and for a bite to eat. Tata reminded the others, "Be sure to keep your eyes open for water along the way. We'll need to be refilling our water bottles often." Mayana didn't need to be reminded about that, nor did she need to be taught how to find water in the jungle. Streams could be easily found and it was usually clean enough to drink, although a few drops of bleach was always a good idea to kill any bacteria that may be present. Mayana had learned from her father that bleach will kill any kind of parasites. She remembered a neighbor in San Ignacio who used a shirt to filter their tank water. It did a good job of filtering out large debris but not parasites. The family was always getting sick and they couldn't figure out why. Her father once had her do an experiment where she filtered stream water using a coffee filter and she then examined it under a microscope. She first looked at it with just her eyes and it appeared as clean as could be. But when she looked at it under the microscope, she was absolutely amazed to see that it was full of microscopic life. This was the first time that she saw such animal life and she was positively astounded to see another whole world that was too small to be seen with the eyes alone. She saw the little animals swimming around as if she were looking at fish in an aquarium. She would move away from the microscope and look with just her eyes, but she could see nothing. She could hardly believe that such a wonderful little world could exist that was just as real as the world in which she lived. It made her wonder if we aren't just small animals inside a drop of water that are being looked at by some kind of being who needed a microscope to see us. As she was looking at this wonderful small world of little animals, her father added a drop of bleach to the slide. He asked her to take a look again. She was totally amazed to see absolutely nothing. She looked and looked while moving the slide all around the table of the microscope. The bleach had destroyed all the life that was there. While she appreciated the lesson, she was horribly disappointed that those poor little creatures had been killed. Her father could see the effect that it had on her, and that was his intention. Sometimes the most emotional experiences are the ones we remember the best, and he wanted her to understand how to kill microscopic life. He said that it could be a matter of life or death. He wiped off the slide, he put a new drop of water on it and he put it under the microscope. He asked her to go ahead and look. The new slide had the same kind of life on it as the first one. She was a bit consoled that she got another chance to look at such life again. Her father always had a way of helping her to learn her lessons, sometimes the hard way, but then trying to ease the pain afterwards. He told her that about 6 drops of bleach in a gallon of water would kill any bacteria and that you could then drink it safely. "But isn't bleach poisonous?" asked Mayana to her father. "Everything is poisonous if you have too much of it," he responded. "Believe it or not, even drinking too much water can kill you. Apple seeds can kill you too if you eat too many of them. 6 drops of bleach in a gallon of water is not poisonous. And as fine as a coffee filter is, it won't filter out microscopic life. Mayana then remembered where she was at the moment and she considered that she had no bleach to put in the water. She was afraid to ask Tata if he had thought to bring any because if he hadn't, he would take offense to it and start his screaming and yelling. She thought that she would probably just have to drink the stream water as it was and take her chances. Dysentery, here I come, she joked to herself. They found a log along the side of the road that made a perfect spot for a rest. They sat down, being sure to look for snakes and other animals that might have had the same idea of using the log to take a break. With no animals anywhere to be seen, they sat down. They each opened up their backpack and they took out their water and 1 Johnny cake each. As Mayana took a drink and got a bite to eat, she looked around. It was the same kind of jungle that she had grown up with and she didn't see anything unusual. But when she looked down at the ground a few feet away, she saw something that didn't look like a normal part of the jungle. It was partially covered by grass. It looked white and smooth and it kind of resembled a cylinder. She moved closer to it to see what it was, but she wasn't quite ready to touch it, fearing that it could be something harmful. When she got within about a foot of it, she saw that it resembled the clear plastic vials that her father often had for holding chemicals. She gently moved the grass away to see what it was and she noticed that it was indeed a clear vial. It looked safe enough to pick up and she did. She continued to look at it carefully and cautiously since she didn't know what it was. She saw writing on it. There was 1 large word across it that read, bleach. Below that, in smaller letters it read, add 6 drops to a gallon of water to make it safe to drink. Mayana was absolutely perplexed. How could it be that she had found exactly what she needed and what she was just thinking of? Where did it come from? Had someone else dropped it there by mistake? She had only thought about needing bleach. How could it have the same instructions on it that her father had always told her about bleach in water? Was somebody reading her mind? As she held the vial in her hand and with such a shocked look on her face, Tata began to notice. What did you find there, Mayana? She responded, It's a vial of bleach. She said it as if it was an incredible find, and it was to her. But Tata merely said, a vial of bleach. The look on your face made me think you had found gold or something. Mayana thought that what she found was far more valuable than gold. Bleach in the jungle could be a lifesaver. She just couldn't figure out how such a thing could have happened. Could miracles be true after all? Her father had always taught her that miracles were just unexplained phenomena and that things that were considered miracles hundreds of years ago can now be explained. There will always be things that we don't understand, he would say. But it's not a good idea to make up the answers to unanswered questions and to call them miracles. Calling unexplained phenomena miracles is a sure way to never find the answer, since you won't look for the answer if you believe that you have already found it. Sometimes the only honest answer is nobody knows, or in other words, unexplained phenomena. But it was too much for her to believe that this could just be unexplained phenomena. It was beyond what could be a mere coincidence. She started to question her father's wisdom. She held the bottle tightly in her hand and she looked at Yasmin, who was a little too young to appreciate the value of a bottle that reminded her of bubbles. She took Tata's side, not seeing any value in it. Mayana then took off the cap of the vial and she smelled it to make sure that it was indeed bleach. The familiar odor confirmed to her that it was. She wasn't sure what else to say to the others, since she was always being pooh-poohed by Tata and Calypso and now even by Yasmin. She put the vial in her dress pocket and she didn't say anything further. The others saw it as inconsequential and they didn't say anything more either. Mayana decided to save it for the right moment when it would be needed. That's when everyone would appreciate her discovery. After a few more moments of resting, drinking water and eating Johnny cake, Tata said, well, let's get a move on. We've got a long way to go and we should try to make as much distance as we can before nightfall. Chapter 8. Shifu. The 4 of them stood up and they continued their journey down the road. Mayana briefly wondered how many hours a day they would have to walk. Yasmin had the same thought, and being a bit younger, she was going to have a much harder time of it. She whispered so that Tata and Calypso couldn't hear her, how long do we have to walk? Mayana didn't really know the answer to the question and she was afraid to ask Tata. She assured her that they would take breaks often. As they continued their journey, they would all be scoping out the road ahead, and every time they'd come around a bend, there was a little bit of anticipation and hope as they would look to see what was there. So far all they saw was more road and more jungle. After a while, the disappointment of not seeing anything different caused Mayana to lose her focus, and she began to do what she often did best, which was to daydream. When she would get bored at school or at church or just about anywhere, she would often find herself in a dream world. She would remember events in her life and relive them. She now found herself recalling her younger self who loved to play with her father. Every day when he would get home from work, she would hide from him somewhere in the house, and he knew the routine: find Mayana. Every day she would hide in a different place and he would search for her. He usually had to pretend to not see her or the game would be over too fast. And since Mayana loved to be found, she often didn't do the best job of hiding herself. She also remembered her father laying on the ground and holding her up with his feet on her hips and flipping her over. She remembered bouncing on the trampoline with him and laughing like nothing could be better. And she remembered being read to every day. She was rather fortunate to have had a very pleasant childhood. And she was able to appreciate it because she knew a lot of children who weren't so lucky. Belize is a poor country and poverty brings with it lots of baggage, including child maltreatment. She always felt so sorry for those children and she wished that she could take them home with her. There was mostly silence among the four as they continued their journey, and that allowed Mayana to continue her dreamy distraction. But the silence was suddenly broken when Tata said abruptly, "What's that?" They looked ahead about 50 yards and they saw something by the side of the road. They were too far away to see it clearly, but they could tell that it was not a normal part of the jungle. The object was motionless. They all continued walking forward slowly and in silence. They peered sharply at the object in an attempt to identify what it was. As they got closer and closer, they started to think that it may be a person. When they got to about 25 yards away from it, they began to make out that it was indeed a person who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his hands on his lap and his head bowed down. It was a man. He remained motionless. As they continued to approach and they began to talk more, commenting on how it looked like a person, they were expecting him to notice them and to look up, but he did not, rather he remained in the same position. He had very short hair, he wore a robe and he had sandals on his feet. He was slender and he looked to be middle-aged. Tata thought that they'd better call to him, thinking that he may be sleeping. He didn't want them to frighten the poor man after all. "Hello," shouted Tata. "Hello." The man remained motionless. They finally got within about 20 feet of him and they could see that he was not asleep. His eyes were looking down at the ground where he just stared. "Are you okay?" asked Tata. "Maybe you can help us. We're trying to get these two girls home to their parents. Do you know the way to San Ignacio?" Finally, the man slowly raised his head. He looked at the four of them with a very stoic appearance that didn't allow anyone to read his state of mind. He gave no indication that he was going to answer the question. Tata started to get a little frustrated for being ignored. He got close to the fellow and he began to yell, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?" The fellow did not respond to this verbal assault, but he continued to look stoically at the four of them. Tata asked for help again. "Can you help us, sir? And anyway, what are you doing here?" The fellow finally appeared to be ready to speak. He looked at them all gently and he said in a soft voice, "Here is everywhere you are." The four of them froze in confusion as they didn't quite understand the answer. They looked at each other as if to say, "Don't look at me. I got nothing." As there was no further response, Tata prompted him again, "We're trying to get to San Ignacio. Do you happen to know the path?" He responded, "Many paths lead to the Great Kingdom, but only those who are willing will find their way." Calypso, who was the least trusting among them, said, "What on earth is he telling us? Is he crazy loco?" Mayana didn't know any better than the others what to make of these strange answers. She thought that she'd give it a try, saying politely, "Excuse me if you please. I'm trying to find my way home to San Ignacio. Would you be able to assist us?" The fellow responded, "Lightning flashes, sparks shower. In the time that a heart beats you have missed seeing it." "Missed seeing it?" asked Mayana. "But what did we miss? There's just this one road that we've been on for hours." He replied, "If you know the candlelight is fire, the house is already heated. By now, everyone was thoroughly confused and no one knew what to do. Here was someone who could help them but who spoke in such an encrypted manner that it was virtually unintelligible. Should they keep asking and hope that he could help them, or should they just move along? Mayana was well aware that Tata didn't know the route, so she was inclined to persist and to keep asking questions. Tata thought that this fellow was too loony to be of any help. Mayana decided to try a different tactic. "My name is Mayana, this is my sister Yasmin. And this is Tata and Calypso. Could I ask what your name is?" He answered, "Names cannot express meaning, words cannot convey the spirit, swayed by names and words, one is lost." Mayana continued, "But everyone must have a name, what can we call you?" He did not respond. Mayana was feeling a little desperate. In such a situation she would normally just move on, but she needed help. "If you won't tell us your name, can we call you Shifu?" It was a name that she had once heard on a television program and she thought it fit him. She chose to call him that for lack of his actual name. Shifu reminded Mayana of a Buddhist monk, although she didn't think that most of them spoke in such a puzzling manner. "I only know that a snowflake cannot exist in a ring of fire," continued Shifu. Mayana ignored this cryptic response and she continued, "We're on a journey, sir. We're trying to find my home." "Your journey is only just beginning," continued Shifu. Mayana inquired further, "Do you know what is up ahead on this road?" Shifu said, "All roads lead to the same destination. But only those who are willing will make the journey." Tata jumped up and he knocked on Shifu's head with his knuckles as if it were a door and he said, "Hello? Anybody home? What kind of nonsense is that? Not all roads lead to the same destination. And we are on our journey. We are willing." Shifu moved slightly when Tata knocked on his head, but otherwise, he did not move or respond. Mayana got the feeling that this kind of coercion was not going to work with Shifu, especially after seeing him not respond to Tata's rough treatment. Shifu looked sternly at Tata but said in a kind voice, "He who blames others has a long way to go on his journey. He who blames himself is halfway there. He who blames no one has arrived." Mayana looked at Tata and she said, "I think this is gonna take a while." Tata responded abrasively, "Ya think?" Mayana continued with her gentler approach. She offered Shifu a johnny cake and water, which he accepted with no words exchanged. The soft, gentle look on Shifu's face told her a lot. She thought that she may have to find ways to communicate with him that were less verbal. Sharing her food was a good start and a good gesture. There's no better way to gain a friend than by sharing your food. As Shifu ate his johnny cake, Mayana began to notice his robe, which was colorful and silky. She motioned to Yasmin to join her and they approached slowly and a little reluctantly since they weren't quite sure if they could trust him or not. They took the bold step to touch his robe and as he didn't react, they continued. "Your robe is so silky and smooth," said Yasmin. They both smiled at Shifu and at each other. In spite of the difficulties with communication, they had a good feeling about him and they felt like they had made a friend. Now if they could just get him to help. Tata and Calypso were less patient with the difficulties in communication and they wanted to just get back on the road without Shifu's help. "Let's just get on the road," said Tata. "We don't have all day. We've got a long journey ahead of us." Shifu looked directly at Tata and he said, "Put no barriers between you and where you are. The road remains the road." "That's what I'm talking about," shouted Tata. "It's total nonsense." Up until then, Mayana hadn't felt ashamed of the way Tata spoke, rather she just took it as the way he was. But now she was witnessing his behavior in front of another person and she was considering Shifu's feelings, who was now the victim of this abusive treatment. She felt ashamed of Tata, but she also wanted to be respectful to him. She felt a need to protect Shifu from Tata's harsh treatment and she said, "Don't mind him." She gave him a big smile and she stroked his robe as if to appease him. Shifu seemed like he was full of insight even though he spoke in a way that was difficult to understand, and Mayana thought that they should invite him to join them on their journey. She said, "Would you care to join us on our search for San Ignacio? We could really use all the help we can get to find our way home. And Tata and Calypso would love it if you can help to protect us against Llorona." Shifu responded, "She goes into the lake without making a ripple, she goes into the forest without disturbing a blade of grass, but within her is a heart that knows only darkness. Mayana considered his words for a moment. On hearing, "heart that knows only darkness," she gathered that Shifu also had some knowledge of Llorona. She wondered if what he knew was all just hearsay, as was the case with Tata, or if he had some actual experiences with her. She chose to wait to find out the answer. She recalled her father once telling her that people are sometimes like a jigsaw puzzle. You get little bits of information with each interaction, and with time, you have enough details to create a big picture of the person. Some people take more time than others to gather the clues. Mayana inquired further, "So is that a yes or a no? We could use some guidance on our journey." Shifu slowly stood up and he replied, "I cannot teach what you already know. I can only guide you to it." By now Mayana understood that she wasn't going to get any direct answers and that she needed to rely on body language as much as words to understand him. She took him standing up as an indication that he would join them. Mayana and Yasmin each gently held Shifu's hands and they led him onto the road in the direction of their journey. He followed along silently. Tata mumbled under his breath, "Finally. Thought we'd never get on the road. I hope he doesn't end up being a burden. He's nothing more than a talking calculator." He looked at Calypso as he said it and she gave him a look of confirmation. Mayana again questioned whether Yasmin and she would be better off with or without Tata and Calypso. Shifu was a man of few words unless he was spoken to, and as long as everyone else was silent, so was he. Occasionally the four original members of the group exchanged words to comment on the heat or the terrain or the sound of an animal in the jungle, but mostly they were silent. Walking in the heat was not easy, and although they had a moderate pace, long walks in the hot sun are not fun. Mayana had so many questions that she wanted to ask, but she figured that she'd better save it for really important ones since questions are more likely to lead to more questions than answers with this unusual man they called Shifu. Chapter 9. La Llorona. After walking for a few more uneventful hours, Shifu suddenly stopped. The other four didn't notice it at first and they kept going. But once they saw that he was no longer walking, they all stopped and they turned around to see what he was doing. He was facing the jungle and looking and listening. The others looked in the same direction and they listened as well, but they neither saw nor heard anything other than what was normal in the rainforest. "Shifu, what do you see?" asked Mayana. He said nothing, but he continued to look and listen. Tata said, "Nothing there. I thought maybe there was a wild animal or something. Let's get back on the road." But Shifu remained in place and he would not proceed. It was apparent that he wasn't going to follow even if everyone else left. Mayana knew that there was going to be a problem again with Tata wanting to keep moving. She didn't want to lose either Tata or Shifu. She said gently, "He may have found something important. Let's just wait a little bit and see." Tata gave an irritated look on his face and he said grumpily, "Oh, okay." He went over to Calypso to check on her and Mayana returned to Shifu where Yasmin was already standing. Yasmin said, "I heard a noise when you were talking to Tata." Mayana asked, "What kind of noise?" She responded, "A kind of rustling noise. But I didn't see anything." Mayana asked again, "Shifu, what do you see?" He responded, "A tree falls in the forest, people hear it not. Lightning flashes in the sky, people see it not." Mayana and Yasmin looked at each other in confusion. After thinking a while, Mayana said, "I think he's saying that there's something there but we're not seeing it or hearing it. I think he means that we need to take our time and try to see it and hear it." Shifu continued, "She moves through the jungle without disturbing a leaf, she moves among the trees without an insect taking notice. But within her is a heart that knows only darkness." All four of them remembered those words from before and they all gave a look of horror on their faces. "Have you found Llorona?" gasped Tata. They all began a chatter of fear. Calypso hid behind Tata, who hid behind Yasmin, who hid behind Mayana. Shifu held both hands up as if to ask for silence. Without having even noticed, dusk was upon them and that meant that Llorona could soon come out to haunt them. As Mayana had not seen or heard anything, she was still a bit skeptical. She remembered her father saying that he wished he could see ghosts and such things so that he could believe that they were real. He always said that if he ever saw one, he would go towards it and not run away from it because he would want to know that it was real and running away from it wouldn't help him to do that. But until that day, he would not believe that they existed. Mayana decided to take her father's words to heart. She wouldn't be afraid of a ghost even if it were real. She stood tall and brave next to Shifu with the other three behind. Everyone was so scared that they were silent and there was nowhere to run to, so they just stayed behind Mayana and Shifu as they faced the jungle. The silence allowed them all to continue to listen. They all understood that being dusk, they couldn't continue their journey and it was time to camp for the night. Everyone hoped that this was a false alarm and that they could just set up the tent and go to sleep. But Shifu had his arms outstretched stiff to his sides at a 45-degree angle with palms to the rear as if to say, "Stay where you are." Mayana remembered that she could understand Shifu's body language very well if not his verbal interactions. As they looked into the jungle, they noticed that darkness was falling quickly and they saw a haze appearing in the distance that seemed to be moving and coming closer. Mayana had seen such haze before, but it usually appeared in the morning when it was cool and she had never seen it move. It made it hard to see and the jungle was mostly obscured beyond about 25 yards. While they could not see anything else that appeared to be unusual, they began to hear an uneven rustling noise that sounded like someone walking through the leaves and dragging one leg. Calypso and Tata remained petrified with fear as they heard this sound. Mayana grabbed Yasmin's hands behind her and she held them tight. Her instincts told her to run, but she resisted the temptation knowing that she was safer with the group. As they continued to stare into the jungle, they began to hear a new noise. It sounded like a woman's voice. It began as a very soft moan that reminded Mayana of someone just beginning to cry. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She never accepted the existence of ghosts in her life, but she was now faced with the possibility of their existence. As the seconds ticked forward, the rustling sound and the soft moan seemed to get louder and closer. Everyone wondered why Shifu stayed frozen. Tata finally gained the courage to speak and he changed his demeanor quite a bit, saying politely, "Excuse me, Mr. Shifu, sir. Are we not going to do anything to protect ourselves against Llorona?" Shifu responded calmly, "If the instrument is broken, the music will be sour." Mayana interpreted that to mean that the right tool is required for the right job. In other words, let Shifu take care of it. The sound they were hearing was clearly a woman crying, and it went from a low moan to a loud wail. And it went from every few seconds to a constant scream that got louder as it got closer. Even Mayana was petrified with fear with the wailing noise that she was hearing, as if the woman was in absolute agony. And now the sound was so loud that it appeared to be right upon them. Through the haze, they began to distinguish the silhouette of a woman. She was perhaps 20 yards away and she was walking slowly toward them, still dragging one leg behind. As she got closer, they could make out the details of her appearance more and more. It was clearly a woman with long hair and she was dressed in a long white gown. Between the haze and the darkness, they could not make her out well, but they could see movement in her face as she wailed and wept. Tata remembered the spell that had been cast by WD and he said to Calypso in a terrified voice, "So much for the spell that was supposed to protect us from Llorona. We're goners." Calypso grabbed Tata's hand and she squeezed it tightly as he said those words, knowing in her heart that he was right. They didn't see any hope at all. Even Mayana was beginning to wonder if there was hope, although she was still unsure that Llorona could actually hurt them. Shifu had placed himself between Llorona and the four others, with even Mayana behind him. He continued to hold his arms out stiff to the sides with palms facing behind at a 45-degree angle. Llorona continued to walk closer and closer, and the screams she made were absolutely petrifying. Her face became somewhat clear, but in the dark, it was still hard to see. It looked almost formless with no apparent eyes, nose, or mouth. Her long hair covered the sides of her head and it prevented her ears from being seen. Up until then, she had her arms down at her sides, but as she got close, she held them up as if to grab her first victim. By now, she was within just a few feet of the group and the five of them huddled in as close together as they could, with Shifu always in the front facing her. When she got almost close enough to Shifu to touch him, a strange light suddenly emanated from his body. It glowed as bright as the sun and it made the nearby trees light up as if it were daytime. Mayana looked aghast at what she was witnessing. Shifu seemed to be in flux between some kind of energy being and a normal being made out of matter. She could see his body and yet she could also see through it. The light that emanated from him totally enveloped the five of them, creating a protective energy barrier. Llorona reached out to grab them, but when her hand touched the energy barrier, They heard a loud noise that sounded like electricity, causing Llorona to scream in agony, and she quickly pulled her hand away. She made several more attempts to grab them, and each time she was prevented from touching them by the energy barrier, and she would let out a scream like no other they had ever heard. The four others now began to relax a little, believing that they were being protected and were no longer in danger. Shifu maintained his position with the energy barrier around them, and it seemed that he would be able to maintain it as long as he needed to. Llorona began to circle around to the back to try to get through a different way. This really freaked out Tata and Calypso, who now had Llorona on their side of the energy barrier. Whatever fear they had lost, it quickly returned. They screamed in absolute terror as Llorona attempted to reach out to them, but she was blocked by the energy barrier every time. Being smaller, they were able to get to the other side of the circle and place themselves behind Shifu. It didn't seem that Llorona was being injured by the energy barrier, even though she screamed in pain with each touch. Mayana wasn't even sure if such a being was capable of being injured. This went on for several minutes, with Llorona attempting to get through the energy barrier and continually circling around but not being able to get through. With each attempt to penetrate it, Llorona's face could clearly be seen just before she touched it. Mayana noticed a dichotomy of absolute agony and absolute evil on her face. She'd have to leave consideration of that for later. After a good 10 attempts to break through, Llorona suddenly started to retreat. Everyone wondered if she was giving up, but they soon found out otherwise. She was backing up to get a better running start in her attempt to break down the energy barrier. She charged, starting from a good 25 feet back. When she made contact, there was an explosion and the 5 of them were knocked down like bowling pins. They were scattered around the ground, and none of the 4 were behind Shifu's energy barrier. The closest one to Llorona at that time was Calypso. Llorona ran over to her and she picked her up in her hands, with both of them screaming. Without even thinking, Tata, Mayana and Yasmin rushed over to rescue Calypso, but their bodies passed through Llorona and there was no effect. Llorona began to proceed back into the jungle, carrying off poor Calypso, who screamed in terror the whole while. They continued to try to tackle her as they really didn't know what else to do, but it was to no avail. Shifu then began to move forward. He signaled with his hands for everyone to move back, which they did. He raised his right hand with his palm out and he froze in that position for a few seconds. Suddenly a light emanated from him just like before, but this time it was only his arm that was illuminated. Then, a bolt of lightning was released from the palm of his hand and it traveled to Llorona's feet. When it hit her, there was an explosion that threw both Llorona and Calypso into the air. Calypso flew right toward Mayana, who was able to jump up and catch her in her arms. With that, everyone quickly ran back over to Shifu, who again covered them with his protective energy shield. Llorona was still a good distance from the group, and it appeared that she was going to attempt the same strategy. But this time Shifu was ready for the attack. Llorona began to charge the group, and when she was within about 5 feet of them, he let out another energy bolt, but this time it landed right in her abdomen and it knocked her backwards and she fell down on her back. She immediately got up and she got ready to attack again. It seemed that she could only be held back but not destroyed. She attacked 3 more times using the same strategy and she got knocked down every time by Shifu's energy bolts. She then returned to her original attacking strategy from short distance. She continued with her barrage of attacks as she had before, but she was unable to penetrate the energy barrier. Shifu continued to maintain his position and they noticed that the attacks were lessening. It seemed that she was giving up. After another minute, the attacks ended completely and they saw Llorona retreating back into the jungle. She moved away backwards and that allowed them to still see her hideous face that continued to scream, weep and wail. Everyone prepared for another attack from afar, but it never came. As she continued to retreat, they noticed the haze retreating with her. The sky was black, but with the moon and the stars, they were able to see some parts of the jungle that were visible as the haze moved away. After a few more moments, Llorona and the haze were gone entirely and the jungle returned to its natural state. Shifu brought his hands down, the energy barrier dissipated and he said calmly to everyone, "The darkness is now gone." He then faced the 4 others who were still absolutely petrified with fear, including Mayana, who was having trouble believing what she had just seen. Tata said, "If I had not seen it with my own eyes I would never have believed such a thing." "Me neither," echoed Calypso. "I want to go home," cried Yasmin. Mayana hugged her and she assured her, "We'll get there, little sister, we'll get there." Tata, who had already believed in Llorona, then went on a tirade about how he would have a wonderful story to tell when he got back home. He seemed to be almost beyond fear after being protected by Shifu, and he now understood what a blessing it was that they had found him. He approached him and he said, "You're our savior, Mr. Shifu. I apologize for my impatience and my lack of trust. I never even considered that WD's spell could include finding you along the road. But it all makes sense now." Tata now considered Shifu to have been sent to protect them due to WD's spell. After some time giving kudos and talking about what an incredible experience it was, they realized that they still had to set up camp for the night. As the discussion continued, Yasmin said in a still terrified voice, "What if Llorona comes back?" The others were too relieved by seeing her leave them in peace to have considered that question. Everyone looked at Shifu to see if they could get some kind of an answer. Would he protect them while they slept? Could Llorona come back while Shifu was sleeping and not give him time to get up his energy barrier? Should they take turns sleeping and have one person stand guard? "Shifu, how can we stay safe all night?" asked Mayana. "Will you be able to protect us while we're asleep?" He said nothing, but it looked like he was thinking. After a moment his reply was, a beautiful smile, a tortured face. "We drag a stone behind us, it never gives us peace." With desperation in her voice, Mayana asked, "Shifu, what does that mean?" His response was, "A tall man cannot hide in the short grass." Mayana said, "Oh, I wish he could speak in normal English. I don't know what he's talking about." She faced the other three who were equally confused. But Calypso suddenly said, "I wonder if the stone he referred to is Llorona and the tall man is also Llorona. He's saying that she cannot hide from him and he will continue to protect us and that we should all relax and find peace in knowing that." Yes, 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 said Tata, who had developed a new perspective and appreciation for Shifu. "I think you're right, Calypso. He's saying that he will continue to protect us. I am confident that WD's spell has done its job and that we have nothing to fear. Let's set up camp." Seeing that Tata and Calypso were now at ease went a long way, especially with Yasmin. When the adults are calm, the children are calm. They set up camp, which was quite easy. Tata's tent was made of plastic sheeting and rope. And of course the rest was just blankets and pillows. The tent was just big enough for 4 people. 5 people was going to be a bit crowded, but they had to invite Shifu to sleep with them. He had just saved their lives after all. They motioned for him to join them. "Come," said Tata to Shifu. "We can share our blankets and pillows with you." By then he had sat down on a nearby log where he stared ahead. He didn't look like he was going to join them in the tent. Tata prompted him again, "It may rain and you'll get wet." Shifu said, "When walking the great path, the mind is enlightened, the spirit is freed, and the body matters not." Tata looked at the others and he said, "I'll take that as he won't be joining us." Mayana was worried about him spending the night with no shelter. But then she figured that he'd spent enough time in the jungle to know what he was doing. With that, she had a long pleasant sleep for the night. Chapter 10. Day 3, Shifu's Prophecy. When Mayana awoke the next morning, she quickly peeked out of the tent to check on Shifu. She was the first one to wake up and she noticed that he was still sitting on the log where they had left him the night before. He was staring downward and he was motionless, just as when they had found him for the first time the previous day. She saw that the grass and leaves around them were wet with dew. It looked like it may even have rained a little. But then she noticed that Shifu was totally dry, even his feet. How could he be completely dry when everything around him is wet, she wondered. Did he have his energy barrier turned on all night to keep himself dry and warm? She would get no answer to her questions, and this was another strange mystery that she now had to consider among all the others. Everything that she had learned about ghosts, supernatural occurrences, and magical powers was falling apart and she didn't know what to believe. She again considered that maybe it wasn't that she was wrong before, but rather it might be that she had crossed over into some parallel universe where the laws of nature were different. Perhaps she was living out a virtual reality in the Matrix or Total Recall. Maybe she was in a coma and was having a hallucination. Or maybe she was still in her own realm and was wrong about the supernatural being untrue. She longed to be able to talk to her father about it all, and she knew that he would be able to help her to figure it all out. He didn't believe in anything beyond the natural world, and he had lots of ideas about people who claim to have seen things that are supernatural. But she didn't know how he would explain the last 2 days that she had experienced. She stood up and she left the tent. She tried to be quiet since the others were still sleeping. She grabbed her backpack and she went and sat next to Shifu on the log. She said, "Good morning, Shifu." She figured that she should maintain her pleasantries and manners even if she didn't get an answer from him. She remembered a neighbor whose name was Mr. Anthony Pitts, who she greeted every morning, but he never greeted her back. One day she passed him and she chose not to say anything. She thought that there just wasn't much point if he wasn't going to greet her back. But that evening she got an earful from her mother, who had heard that Mr. Pitts had mentioned that she had walked right by him without saying a word. Apparently he greatly appreciated the greeting, but he had a neurological disorder that didn't allow him to answer back. Mayana decided that she would treat Shifu like Mr. Pitts. She would assume that he appreciated her attention even though he didn't acknowledge it. She continued, "You know we only call you Shifu because you haven't told us your name. I'll gladly call you by your correct name if you only tell us what it is." She paused for a moment just in case he wanted to speak, but he did not. "On the other hand, I love the name Shifu and it fits you perfectly." Silence continued. Yasmin heard the talking and she joined them at the log, sitting next to Mayana. The two girls opened up their backpacks and they pulled out a handful of Johnny cakes and water. Mayana was sure to grab enough to share with Shifu. Yasmin said, "Mayana, all we have are Johnny cakes and water. Is that all we're going to eat and drink?" She hadn't really thought about it, but she realized that Yasmin was correct. All they had were Johnny cakes and water. Mayana said, "Well, for now anyway, that is all we're going to eat and drink. But maybe we'll find a village along the way where they'll have other kinds of food. Or maybe we'll be home by the end of the day and we'll be eating home-cooked food tonight. The good thing is that we'll all have full bellies, and that's the most important thing to remember." "Yeah, I suppose so," replied Yasmin, who had never been deprived of a variety of foods before. By then Calypso and Tata had awoken and had joined them for morning breakfast. When everyone had completed their meal, they packed up the tent, the blankets, and the pillows, and they were ready to continue their journey. As they marched down the road, Tata was absolutely full of exhilaration, believing that he could go safely to the edge of the earth with his protector, Shifu. In spite of his fear the night before, he now believed that he couldn't be touched by Llorona or anyone else. Mayana was also astounded by the event from the day before, but she was less sure that Shifu was so powerful that he could protect them from absolutely anything. She didn't know how to explain the energy barrier and the bolts of energy that he threw, and she didn't know if Shifu had limitations or not. She knew enough about science to know that such an energy barrier and energy bolts had to have an energy source, and that all energy sources eventually run out. She wondered if he were like a firefly with the food that he eats being the energy source. If that were the case, they'd be in big trouble if they ran out of food. Or maybe he was like a plant with the sun being his source of energy. But she didn't think that that was possible because he wasn't green, which is the color of the chlorophyll that is needed for photosynthesis. Besides, plants breathe in carbon dioxide and their waste product is oxygen. She didn't think that that was possible for a person to do even in this strange land. That left her thinking that food was his energy source. She mentioned her ideas to Tata, Calypso, and Yasmin, and they all agreed that they would keep Shifu well fed unless they discovered that he had a different source of energy. They'd all keep their eyes on him to find out. As they walked along, Mayana started to think that she should try to communicate with him again and hope that she could better understand his answers. She started by saying, "Shifu, do you know what's up ahead?" Silence. "Will we again meet Llorona?" Silence. "Do you know the way to San Ignacio?" Silence. She figured that that was enough. More questions wouldn't prompt him to answer, and in fact, it may annoy him and cause him not to answer at all. A few moments went by and suddenly Shifu stopped and he stooped down. There was a stick that was about the length and diameter of a pencil that he put in his left hand. The ground where he stood was unusually smooth and it was mostly sand. He began to draw a picture on the ground. He drew what appeared to be 3 people with long triangular hats and an angry look on their faces. They were gathered around what looked like a pot over a fire with a hand that clung to its rim. He drew long hair indicating that they were women. Tata, Calypso, and Yasmin joined them and they all circled around to see what he was doing. Far to the left of the 3 women, He drew a man lying on his back with a line through his neck. He then connected the 3 women to the man with a line. He then erased the man and the line connecting him to the women. He then drew a picture of a book above each of the 3 women. On one of the books, he drew several squiggly lines that seemed to represent words. On another of the books, he drew what looked like was one trail that branched off into 3 trails. And on the 3rd book, was the picture of a stick with a star at the end. He then moved to a clear spot on the sand and he again began to draw. He drew 3 objects. The first one was a rug. The second one was a belt. The third one was a wand. He then drew a line starting from the 3 objects and he extended it a good 10 feet from there, parallel to the road in the direction they were traveling. He drew a point at the end of the line creating an arrow. After that, he stopped drawing and he just looked at his pictures. Everyone stared but no one knew what it all meant. They remained silent knowing better than to ask for an explanation and after a few moments, Shifu suddenly lifted his hand palm down and he moved it slowly over the drawings without touching them. As he did so, everything he had drawn disappeared. There was a gasp from the 4 of them as this happened. Seeing such magic was absolutely astounding. They were surprised and yet after last night's experience, this was nothing. With that, Shifu stood up and he continued the journey. The other 4 followed and they began to discuss what the pictures might mean. Tata said, well, he drew a picture of 3 women with triangular hats and angry faces. They surely looked like the 3 evil witches that I've always heard about and that WD cast a spell to keep away. It may be that we're going to meet them soon enough. Mayana added, and above each witch was a book. Books contain information so maybe each witch has important knowledge that we need to know. Yasmin said, and there was a hand in the pot and a dead man to the side. They must be very evil witches. And that means proceed with caution. Mayana said, yes, very evil witches with information that we need to get home to San Ignacio. I think the long line that Shifu drew was the path home. And what are the 3 objects about? Asked Yasmin. Of that, we cannot surmise, said Mayana, trying to sound a bit like Shifu. All we can do is to keep our eyes open for them and for the 3 witches and hope that we can somehow gain their help to get home. The 5 of them then continued their march along the road just as they had the day before, with the journey being uneventful with the exception of a wild animal every once in a while. At one point, they saw 2 bush dogs cross the road about 20 yards ahead. They came out of the jungle on one side of the road, they crossed over to the other side and they disappeared with hardly giving them a look. The good thing was that there weren't any animals that preyed on people in the jungles of Central America, if that's even where they were. The biggest animal was the jaguar and they are afraid of people. The most dangerous animal for them to fear was poisonous snakes, but they didn't prey on people either. The problem with snakes was that it was easy to come upon one of them while walking through the jungle. If you startle it, it's likely to bite you out of fear, not because it wants to eat you. However, being that they were on a road that was clear of tall grass, it wasn't likely that that would happen. Mayana recalled the time that her father and she were riding a motorcycle down a dirt road similar to the one that they were on that day. Her father saw what looked like a stick up ahead and he veered to avoid running it over. As he swerved, it moved and it slithered away. It was a brown and green snake known as the Tommy Gaff, which is one of the most poisonous snakes in Belize. Her father felt extremely fortunate to have swerved since running it over may have caused it to bite. An animal that they saw often on their journey was the parrot, which flies in flocks of perhaps 40 to 50 birds or more. What is interesting is that they cannot usually be identified by their appearance when looking at them from below, since you can only see their shaded underside, which doesn't allow you to see their spectacular green colors. But their core is absolutely undeniable and it tells you that they are parrots. Seeing animals every once in a while was a good distraction on their otherwise uneventful journey. It also gave them a chance to recall animal encounters that they had had. Mayana shared her story of the Tommy Gaff with the others. Yasmin shared the story of playing with poisonous toads in the backyard before she was old enough to know that they were dangerous. She poked at them with a long stick and she was fortunate to have had enough sense to not touch them with her hands. These toads have poison on their skin which can make you really sick, and they are known for killing dogs who get too curious. When her mother came out and she saw what she was doing, she screamed in fear, snatched her up and she carried her inside the house. That was the last time that she ever played with a poisonous toad. Mayana then told the story of her father and his motorcycle. When he was a Peace Corps worker, he would travel to different towns to work as a teacher trainer in the schools in different villages. He usually had problems with the dogs who would chase him every time he would take off on his motorcycle. The dogs run free in Belize and they feel it is their duty to chase strangers out of their village. So every time her father would take off, he had to really gun it to be able to outrun the dogs and to avoid getting bitten on the legs. Fortunately, the dogs would not begin the chase until he started moving, and that gave him time to prepare for his escape. He would start up his motorcycle, look ahead to make sure the coast was clear, and then take off as fast as he could, always leaving the dogs far behind. But one day he ran into a little problem. He did his normal departure routine after completing his work at a school in Crooked Tree Village. He checked that the coast was clear, but as soon as he turned on the gas, a dog jumped out from the side and it ran right into his path. He ran the dog right over with the front wheel, but he was able to stop quickly enough to avoid running it over with the rear one. Fortunately, it was not a big motorcycle and the front wheel is quite a bit lighter than the rear one. The dog squealed but then stood up and it ran away, not appearing to be injured at all. There were villagers watching the whole incident, and a man who her father supposed was the owner of the dog seemed to get angry about it being run over, and he yelled, "Hey man, you just ran over my dog." Her father just kept driving, not thinking that he needed to stop since the dog was not injured and because dogs are only seen as tools in Belize, not pets. He really didn't think that the man cared about the dog. Tata told the story of his bat farm that he had in the land of Tata Duende. He had more than 100 bat houses placed up around the village which he built and placed there himself. Bats are one of the best animals to have around, explained Tata. Each one eats about 1,000 mosquitoes a day, and that really keeps our village clear of those pesky little bugs. Mayana chimed in, and besides being pesky, mosquitoes are dangerous. Did you know that the mosquito is the most dangerous animal in the world? More dangerous than a lion, asked Yasmin. More dangerous than a poisonous snake, asked Tata. More dangerous than a shark, asked Calypso. Yes, replied Mayana. More people are killed from the diseases that mosquitoes pass on to humans than from any other animal. Tata made a fist with his right hand, brought it to his lapel and he rubbed his shirt, then breathed on his fist, rubbed his shirt again as if to be polishing a medal. He then said, "Well, looks like I'm quite a lifesaver, am I not? Who knows how many people didn't die because my bats ate the mosquitoes." He truly felt proud of that accomplishment even if it was inadvertent. And Calypso had a story about a tapir to tell. The tapir has a habit of creating a path that it follows every day as it's out searching for food. It remembers this path and it never fails to follow it daily. If something should fall in the way, it does not go around the obstacle, rather it goes over it. If you are camping in the jungle, you would be wise to be sure that your tent is not on a tapir path because it may, almost out of spite, run right over the tent with people inside. You can imagine how frightening it would be to wake up to that without having a clue of what it was. Calypso knew how terrifying it was as she was one of the ones in the tent one unfortunate night. The storytelling helped to pass the time as they marched along the road, and when they weren't sharing their experiences, Mayana would venture off into her own world of storytelling inside her head. Of course, she also thought a lot about their encounter with Llorona the day before, and she wondered what was in store ahead. Chapter 11. Finding Magic, the First Object. As they marched on, they would stop occasionally to eat, to drink, or to replenish their water supply when they came across the streams that were common in the jungle. Mayana was sure to offer her bleach to everyone. She gave a lesson on microscopic life that can make you sick, but Tata remained a little skeptical. He said, "The water looks clean to me. You trying to poison us with that bleach?" Mayana wished she had a microscope to show him that even clean-looking water can have bacteria. Tata and Calypso chose to drink directly from the stream. Mayana figured that if they had lived to be as old as they are without purifying their drinking water, they should be fine. And it is true that clean-looking water is less likely to make you sick. Mayana recommended boiling as an alternative, but no one wanted to take the time to start a fire. She wasn't sure if Shifu wanted bleach in his drinking water or not, so she went over to where he was sitting with 2 bottles of stream water. Directly in front of him, she put about 3 drops of bleach into one bottle and nothing in the other. She shook the one with bleach and she then held out both of them, allowing him to choose which one he wanted. He chose the one with the bleach and he lifted it to his mouth. After finishing a long drink he said, "The sun is warm, the wind is cool, the grass is green along the shore, when the truth is known, all is well within and without. Mayana was now in a better frame of mind to consider his words without getting frustrated. She tried to make sense of it. Thinking out loud and with Yasmin listening, she said, "Let's see." He took the bottle with the bleach and then he began talking about things being well. He must mean that by understanding the truth that bleach can kill bacteria, it keeps us well within. And we must also know the truth to help to keep things well in nature. Yasmin looked at her like she was a genius. "I can't believe that you can understand him," she said. "That's incredible. What a smart sister I have." Mayana didn't feel smart for understanding Shifu. In fact, she felt kind of dumb for not understanding him sooner. She concluded that it took more of a change in her thinking as opposed to high intelligence to capture the essence of what he was saying. They got back on the road again and they walked another few hours before their next encounter. They continued their trek and they were all on high alert for the 3 objects that Shifu had drawn. No one knew when, where, or if they were going to find them, so without more information, all they could do was to keep their eyes open as they walked along the road. They all hoped that these objects weren't hidden deep in the jungle, as it would be close to impossible to find them if that were the case. The best that they could do was to remain vigilant as they continued their journey. They also hoped that Shifu would help them, since he's the one who indicated that they exist and are important. Maybe he would give them clues along the way. After walking for a few more hours and not having luck finding any of the 3 objects, they decided to take a break upon seeing a log along the side of the road. They followed their normal routine, eating Johnny cake and drinking water and relaxing. Yasmin found herself sitting at the far end of the log, and as she lifted her head to take a drink, she noticed a strange color on the ground near her. It was a blue object that was mostly covered with leaves. Her first impulse was to grab it and pull it out, but after some of the things that had happened lately, she was reluctant to let her instincts take over. She instead called to Mayana, pointing and saying, "Look at that. I see a blue object covered by leaves." Mayana quickly turned her head to see where she was looking and pointing. "Yes, I see it. What could it be?" She approached slowly and carefully, having the same apprehension as Yasmin but being hopeful that it was something useful. She pulled away the leaves before she dared to touch the object, and after cleaning it off, she made out a small rug about 2 feet by 3 feet. "It's one of the objects that Shifu drew back earlier today," shouted Tata. "He was telling us that we would find it along the road, and we did." "Yes indeed," said Mayana. "The other objects may be nearby. Let's look for them." With that, there was a flurry of commotion as the 4 of them frantically looked for the other 2 objects among the brush, but they found nothing. "Maybe they're further up the road," suggested Mayana. "Let's keep moving." "What if we passed them?" asked Yasmin, looking back at the road. Mayana said, "I have a feeling that Shifu would not have let that happen. Let's move ahead." Before they proceeded, Shifu suddenly approached Mayana. He grabbed her shoulders from behind, he placed her right in front of him, and he opened her backpack. He then looked at Yasmin, who was still holding the rug, and he motioned for her to come. She approached him and he extended his hand and he grabbed the rug. He folded it up and he then put it inside her backpack and he zipped it up. Nothing was said during this encounter, and everyone wondered why it was she who he chose to carry the rug. They would have to wait to get the answer to that question. They continued on the journey, being exceptionally vigilant as they proceeded. Mayana and Yasmin put themselves on one side of the road while Tata and Calypso put themselves on the other. Mayana thought that finding a wand was going to be really hard if it was hidden among the plants. But if they could at least find the belt, maybe they'd be okay without the wand. After a good hour or more, they started to get worried that they had passed the other 2 objects. They could be a ways in the jungle where they weren't even looking after all. But they didn't see any paths or entryways that gave an indication of where to look. The jungle was vast and dense, and finding a belt and a wand in it seemed hopeless. The objects could be behind them, ahead of them, or deep in the jungle on either side of them. Mayana was absolutely desperate and she felt hopeless. She sat down along the road and she cried. As she sat with her head between her legs, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Shifu. For the first time he approached her and he began to speak. "Every day is a journey and the journey itself is home." Without thinking, Mayana burst out in a crying voice from anger and frustration. "I'm tired of your cryptic double talk. I don't have patience for it anymore. If you can help us, then help us. Otherwise, just leave us alone." Mayana didn't really mean what she said. In her heart, she knew that he was communicating in the only way that he knew how to. She had autistic classmates in school and she knew what a hard time they had expressing themselves, and they didn't choose to be that way. Shifu didn't choose to be the way he was either. But her emotions got the best of her, as they do with everyone sometimes. He seemed to instinctively understand this about her, and he took no offense at her anger. He repeated the same words that he had just said. Every day is a journey and the journey itself is home. And he then continued, walking the great path brings great responsibility, you cannot fear it or hesitate in your resolve. Your fate is in your hands. He paused and he then continued. When you can't control what's happening, challenge yourself to control the way you respond to what's happening. That's where the power is. Mayana just stayed there crying and the others just watched. Shifu stooped down next to her and he put his arm around her shoulder. Yasmin then joined them and she too hugged her. All Yasmin could do then was to put her head on her shoulder and to cry along with her. After a few moments, Shifu stood up. As stoic as ever and making no indication of what he had in mind, he slowly began to walk down the road. Mayana didn't notice and suddenly Tata cried out, Shifu's leaving. Mayana was not ready to go anywhere and she continued to sit on the ground. Tata and Calypso took off following Shifu. Yasmin shouted, Mayana, we gotta go. They're leaving us. Mayana looked up all teary-eyed and she said, I don't want to keep going. I just want to sit here and die. Yasmin was sobbing and she now had to worry about the others who were leaving and Mayana who was refusing to leave. Llorona is gonna come back. We gotta get out of here, shouted Yasmin as she shook Mayana's body with both hands. Yasmin was truly terrified to be there in the jungle without Shifu nearby. By then the others were a good 50 yards ahead. Shaking Mayana didn't seem to help, so she hugged her and she pleaded, Please Mayana. We can't stay here alone in the jungle. We've gotta catch up. Yasmin pulled at Mayana's arm, but all that did was to cause her to fall on the hard ground. Yasmin continued pulling, but Mayana was too heavy to pull her along. Suddenly they heard a voice. The two girls gave a start, wondering who or what it was. But then they realized that it was Calypso calling to them. Look, she cried. The two girls looked up and they saw both Tata and Calypso pointing at Shifu. He was standing along the edge of the road staring into the jungle just as he had the day before. But it was too early in the day for Llorona, so they thought that it must be something else. Seeing this, Mayana instantly perked up, thinking that maybe he had found the belt or the wand. She promptly stood up and she began running toward the group. Yasmin followed along. When they arrived to where Shifu was standing, they stopped and waited. What does he see? asked Mayana to the others. I don't know, responded Tata. We don't see anything, but it's too early for Llorona. As they couldn't see or hear anything, Mayana tried to prompt a response. Shifu, what do you see? she asked. He said, in the jungle dwells all that is needed to live, learn, and laugh. By now Mayana had forgotten her previous frustrations and she was back to being herself again. This was not uncommon for her. She smiled after she heard Shifu's words, believing that she had understood what he was saying. That sounds really positive, like there's good news for us. I think he found something. As there was no path leading into the jungle where Shifu was standing and looking, everyone was a bit reluctant to just walk into the tall grass and leaves. And in fact, it was downright dangerous to do that because of poisonous snakes. Tata suggested, why don't we search for sticks to open up the jungle with? Good idea, said Mayana, and they started to look around. Sticks are in great abundance in the jungle, of course, so it didn't take long for each of them to find some that were 2 to 3 feet long. They all ran over to Shifu and they began poking at the leaves and grass that were directly in front of him. Watch out for snakes, shouted Calypso. Yes indeed, agreed Yasmin, who was terrified of them. They continued to poke around for a while, but they found nothing. They all looked at Shifu to see if they could get any indication from him, but he remained still. Of course, him remaining still was an indication that they should continue to do what they were doing. Mayana decided to get a second stick so that she could better separate the leaves and the grass while staying safe from snakes. She used the 2 sticks to create an opening that she could walk through. She passed through the tall brush and she noticed a clearing on the other side which they couldn't see before because the jungle was so thick. She called to the others to join her and they did, including Shifu. When they got to the clearing, they immediately noticed a path on the other side that led into the jungle. It seemed a bit strange for there to be a trail there of all places. No trail can survive for long in the jungle unless it's being used daily. They get grown over quickly with no one to cut down the plants as they grow. And there was no connection to the main road, which also seemed strange. They looked around carefully and they noticed that the clearing was circular with a diameter of about 25 feet. It was entirely enclosed by trees and tall grass except for the one opening that led deeper into the jungle. Shifu said nothing, but he looked toward the path as if that were the right way to go. The others talked briefly and they decided that they must follow it. They all approached it, but before entering, it struck each one of them that they would have to walk in a single file line, and that meant that somebody was going to have to go first. Without a word being said, they all stopped and they looked at each other. Each one knew what the others were thinking. Suddenly Shifu came from behind and he started to walk. Nobody seemed to care who was second, so they then all just followed along. The path was just like the road they had been on in that you couldn't see very far ahead and you would keep looking and hoping that you would see something around the bend. Calypso reminded everyone, "Watch out for snakes." And Tata started singing, "Snakes, snakes, stay away, come again another day." Mayana and Yasmin liked to play, "But not with you, please keep away." Mayana then took a turn and made up the next verse, "Snakes, snakes, stay away, with you we do not want to play. If we pay you every day, will you please keep away?" Then Yasmin took a turn, "Snakes, snakes, they like to play, they bite your leg and run away. We cannot let them play that way, snakes, snakes, please stay away." And finally Calypso took a turn, "Snakes, snakes, to you we pray, that you will always keep away. Keep away we say, never come with us to play." Whenever they could get conversations, games, songs, or rhymes like this one going, it created an enormous distraction to them all, and it definitely helped the time to pass more quickly as they marched along. With Shifu first in line, to see beyond him you either had to stick your head to the side or wait until there was a curve in the road that allowed you to see. During one of those curves, Mayana saw something ahead and it looked like it crossed the trail. From where they were it was hard to make out. It was long and narrow and it was in a position parallel to the ground and it stood about 4 feet high. As they got closer it began to look like a kind of gate that was blocking their passage. Chapter 12. Finding Magic, the second object. When they finally reached it, they could see that it was indeed a kind of a gate. There were 2 stakes, one on each side of the path that stood perpendicular to the ground at a height of about 4 feet. Attached from one stake to the other was a leather strap that looked to be about 4 inches wide that prevented them from proceeding. Tata said, "Well, if being short was ever an advantage, it's today. Calypso and I can just walk right under it." But Shifu stood there not moving, which told them that that may not be the right thing to do. Mayana said, "When people put up gates, it usually means to keep out, even if the gate is not locked or even if you can go under it. And let's not forget the 3 evil witches in Shifu's drawing. Let's proceed with caution." The 4 of them gathered around to get a better look. Being shorties, Tata and Calypso had to look upwards to see. They started whispering to each other. "Do you see that?" said Tata to Calypso, pointing at the right end of the leather strap just above the stake on the right that was in the ground. "It looks shiny." Calypso confirmed that she saw it too. From the perspective of the others who were quite a bit taller, this shiny object was covered by a wooden panel attached at the top of the stake on the right that prevented them from seeing it. But there was an opening at the bottom of the panel that allowed Calypso and Tata to see in. Tata said to the others, "I see something shiny inside that panel. Let's see what it is." He wasn't able to reach it, so Mayana went ahead to look. She bent down and she looked inside the opening from underneath and she saw the same shiny object that Tata and Calypso had seen. She knew better than to stick her hand into the panel, knowing that there could be bugs in there. She briefly recalled the time when she put her hand into a hole in the ground and within seconds she began to feel pain as if needles were sticking her. It was fire ants that give an incredibly painful bite that continues to hurt for a good while. And you never get bitten by just 1 or 2. By the time you start to feel the pain, you usually have 10 or 20 of them on you who all bite you, leaving a poison in your skin that creates the sting. Few people need to have that experience twice to remember to look before you stick your hand into places where you can't see. After looking into the opening of the panel from underneath and seeing that there were no bugs in there, she grabbed the front of it to see if it would come loose. And indeed it did. The front of the panel came right off. With that, they could see clearly what it was. The leather strap that blocked their path led into the panel and it was connected to the shiny object at its right end. Tata said, "I think we need to get a better look at what it is. Mayana, can you bring it down?" She did as requested. She unwound the strap that was wrapped around a small bolt in the panel. As she unwrapped it and it became loose, the other end of the strap fell down. They were then able to see exactly what it was. They could see that the shiny object that Tata and Calypso had seen was a buckle. "It's a belt," cried Yasmin. "It's a belt." It was indeed a belt, and they now had the second of the three objects that Shifu had told them of in his drawing. "Shifu, you did it again," said Mayana, and she wrapped her arms around his waist and she hugged him. Yasmin joined them for a group hug. Then Tata and Calypso decided to get in on it and they all hugged him for a 5-person group hug. And just as expected, Shifu remained stoic and he did not hug them back. After a few moments of elation, reality returned to them and they remembered that they still had to find the wand and the 3 witches to get home. Mayana said, "I fear that the wand may be the most difficult of all to find. Wands are so small." Tata reminded her, "Yes, but Shifu has not let us down yet. He'll make sure that we find it." She smiled on hearing that, acknowledging that he was correct. That reminded them to look at Shifu to see what he would do next. They began to walk forward to see if he would follow, and he did. But before they could get very far, he approached Mayana, who still had the belt in her hands. He took it from her, he turned her around just like before and he opened her backpack, he put it inside and then he zipped it closed. Mayana looked around at everyone as they all looked at her, not knowing what this meant. Yasmin asked, "Mayana, why you?" She responded, "I have the same question." "Why me?" Tata interjected, "Mayana, you seem to be Shifu's special one. Perhaps you too are a gift from the gods." Calypso then said, "Of course she's a gift from the gods just like Shifu is. What other explanation could there be?" Mayana wasn't sure about what Tata and Calypso had just said, but she wasn't about to get into a discussion about that. She just let it go. With that, Shifu began to walk down the trail and everyone followed behind. On the other side of the gate, the trail continued as before. It was a winding path and with the thick jungle, they couldn't see very far ahead. After about 30 minutes, they reached a clearing and Shifu stopped. He turned to face Mayana. He put his hands on her shoulders and he turned her around just as he had done before. He opened her backpack, he took out the rug that they had found earlier and he laid it on the ground in front of himself. They all figured that there was something special about it and they watched to see what he was doing. He sat down on it, he crossed his legs, he put his hands on his lap and he closed his eyes. Then he stopped moving. It kind of looked like he was meditating. Suddenly, he began to clench and relax his fingers on both hands at the same time in about 2-second intervals. It seemed that he was trying to make something happen. After repeating this pattern about 20 times, everyone suddenly noticed movement. They saw Shifu's entire body begin to move. It rocked side to side and front to back. It did this in a random pattern for a minute or so. What seemed strange is that it did not look like he was moving himself, rather it looked like he was being moved by something else. He almost looked like he was on a chair that was being moved with his body remaining stationary. But there was nothing there that could be moving him. After a couple of minutes of this, suddenly the side-to-side and front-to-back motion stopped and his body started to shake and vibrate as if he were sitting on a machine that was in operation. That went on for a while and then, to the great surprise of the 4 others, his entire body started to rise. He continued to move upward quite slowly and he soon reached the height of Mayana's eyes. That gave everyone the chance to look under him to see what was causing this upward movement. But there was nothing there between the rug and the ground. He continued to rise and he was soon above their heads and he continued until he reached the tops of the trees. At that point, he held out his left hand to his side and he pointed. As he did that, the rug turned so that his body faced the direction that he was pointing to. He then bent his arm at the elbow, raising it until it was parallel to his body and he then outstretched it again pointing forward. With that, he began to travel in the direction he pointed to. After a few seconds, he raised his hand parallel to his body with his palm facing away. He then came to a full stop. He repeated all of those hand movements to turn around and to return to where the group watched and waited in utter disbelief. When he was directly overhead at the level of the tops of the trees, he brought up both arms, bent at the elbows with palms down, and he lowered and raised his arms repeatedly. That seemed to cause him to descend slowly. When he finally made a soft bump on the ground, he stood up. He then looked directly at Mayana and he gave a circular motion with his hand from his body outward toward the rug, palm up as if to say, "Your turn." Mayana looked at him horrified, not quite sure what to do. You want me to fly on that thing?" she asked. She looked at the others hoping that someone would bail her out. But everyone else was just as afraid as she was. Shifu had given a demonstration with the intention of teaching her how to control this flying rug. But she didn't think that that lesson was quite enough to make her an expert. What if I fall off? What if I crash? What if the rug won't do as I want it to do, she thought. I don't think I'm ready to fly that thing, Shifu. I'm really scared. All of this magic stuff is really freaking me out, she said. He responded, put no barriers between you and where you are. One cannot follow the great path by running from death. Shifu was trying to tell her that she was the barrier to her own success and to not let that happen. He gave her a look that expressed care and kindness as if he would ensure her safety. So she slowly moved over to the rug and she sat down on it. She looked at Shifu as if to say, now what? He said, I cannot teach what you already know, I can only guide you to it. With that, she tried to recall what he had done earlier. She sat on the rug with her legs crossed and she put her hands in her lap. She closed her eyes and she waited for something to happen, but nothing happened. She opened her eyes and she looked around at people as if to ask for help. Tata said, maybe you have to concentrate to make it fly. Imagine yourself flying and see what happens. Calypso said, clench and release your hands the way Shifu did. She closed her eyes and she did just that. After a moment or two, she started to feel some movement. The rug was actually moving on its own. That really encouraged her and she continued to concentrate harder. She then felt herself being lifted up off the ground. She was both exhilarated and terrified at the same time. The rug kept rising and it was soon above them all. But it kept going up and it was eventually above the trees. It continued rising and she was now really scared and she started screaming in fear. Yasmin shouted to her, put out your arms and make a downward motion. Mayana couldn't hear what was being said with her own screaming, but she looked down and she saw the three of them showing her what to do. She put out her arms and she moved them up and down with her palms down and the rug started to descend slowly. She eventually reached ground level and she was extremely relieved to have arrived safely. Yasmin shouted gleefully, Mayana, you actually flew in the air. That's amazing. Can I try it? No, you can't try it, responded Tata angrily. Shifu only wants Mayana to fly it. Mayana whispered to Yasmin, don't worry about him, sis. I'll see that you get a ride, but not just yet. Yasmin gave her a big smile and she passed a dirty look to Tata. Calypso said, this is an absolute gift from the gods. Shifu is an absolute gift from the gods. They are indeed, added Tata. Never ever doubt the power of WD and his connection to the spirit world. Mayana thought that she should get on the rug again and give it another try. Maybe it could help them to see what was up ahead along the trail and perhaps even to find the wand. She was a little braver this time after discovering how to make it bring her back down. She thought that maybe she could try to move forward and to see if she could control it. She sat on the rug and she repeated the steps from before. It began to rise again and it kept going up. She put her arms out when she felt that she was high enough, which was just above Shifu's head. She was able to make the rug hover right there. She then pointed one hand to the front while also imagining going forward and she began to move ahead. She put up her palm and the rug stopped. She pointed to the left and the rug turned left. She started to get pretty comfortable and that prompted her to start zipping around above everyone's head, going forward, then left, then right, then stopping the rug. She shouted down to everyone, I'm not afraid anymore. It's actually really easy. Tata, Calypso, and Yasmin cheered her on and they clapped on seeing her success. Calypso shouted to her, go up high and see what's up ahead. She complied with the request. When she got up above the trees, she could see that the path went quite a ways further. There was another clearing up ahead and she could also make out a building quite a bit further on. The path that they were on led to both the clearing and the building. She then came down and she reported her findings to the group. Well, let's get crackin', said Tata. We can stop up ahead at the next clearing. But what about the belt, asked Yasmin. With all the commotion about the rug, they had forgotten about it. What could it be? Did it have special powers too? They decided to wait until they got to the next clearing to take a look at it, and they began their trek down the path. When they got to their next destination, they noticed a few logs that seemed to have been placed there and a fire pit in the middle of the clearing. There were burned logs in the fire pit. People have definitely been here, said Calypso. Yes indeed, confirmed Mayana. Tata said, this will be a good place to camp for the night. By then it was mid-afternoon and it would be dark in a few hours. Tata suggested that they consider staying there rather than to move forward and not have such a good place to camp for the night. And anyway, they needed to take some time to look at the belt to see what it could do. They started with a break, taking off all of their gear and taking out Johnny cakes and water. Mayana had put the belt in her backpack and she took it out for the others to see. She looked to Shifu to see if he would give an indication of what to do, but he remained motionless. She lifted it up and down and she swung it around her head to see if anything would happen. She first held it by the buckle and then by the other end. Nothing unusual happened. Calypso suggested, maybe you should put it on around your waist. Everyone looked at her with a kind of puzzled look. Calypso continued, well, that's what you do with a belt, isn't it? You wear it around your waist. Mayana put it on and she attached the end with the buckle. And then the most amazing thing happened. She totally and absolutely disappeared. She just wasn't there anymore. Yasmin screamed, Mayana, what happened? Where are you? There was a huge commotion among them all as they wondered what had happened to her. From Mayana's perspective, she had no clue what the commotion was all about because she hadn't noticed anything different at all. She could see and hear everyone just like before. She thought that she should take off the belt and she did. Right after unbuckling it, she reappeared. Yasmin ran to her sobbing, Mayana, we thought we had lost you. We couldn't see you at all. Mayana was still clueless about what had happened and she asked, why all the commotion? What's the problem? Tata said, you disappeared as soon as you buckled the belt. You just weren't there anymore. I disappeared, asked Mayana. Yasmin repeated, yes, you totally disappeared. We couldn't see you at all. That's incredible, said Mayana. I'll try it again to see what happens. She again put on the belt. She buckled it and then she quickly unbuckled it. What did you see? She asked. Tata said, you disappeared for a second and then you came back. Mayana said, so it seems that as long as the belt is buckled, I'm invisible. So it would seem, said Calypso. Mayana said, this is fantastic. We have a rug that flies and a belt that makes you invisible. Now we just have to find the wand and we'll be all set. They made a final decision to stay at the clearing and to camp for the night. That would give Mayana time to practice using the flying rug and to get used to using the belt of invisibility before nightfall. They set up camp and they decided that as long as there was a fire pit, they may as well look for wood and make a fire. After getting the tent set up and unpacking their blankets and pillows, they all gathered firewood and put it in the fire pit. They were all set for the evening. Before they could take out the rug and belt to explore them further, they saw Shifu sitting with his legs crossed by the fire pit. It looked a little strange since there was no fire, nor did Shifu have anything to start one with. Everyone watched. At first he did nothing other than to sit and to stare forward. But after a minute or so, he stretched his hand out palm down and he moved it across the logs from one side to the other. When his hand reached the other side of the fire pit, the wood suddenly started on fire. He did this by merely moving his hand across the wood. After all that everyone had witnessed previously, this kind of magic should not have been a surprise to anyone, and yet it was a shock to them all. They began their expressions of disbelief and amazement. Shifu then looked at Mayana and he held his hand out to invite her to sit next to him. She sat down cross-legged. Shifu closed his eyes with his face toward the fire. There was enough wood that it was quite a big fire by then. Mayana imitated Shifu. She closed her eyes and she kept her face toward the fire. After a moment or two, Shifu opened his eyes and he said to Mayana, "Put your hand in the fire." "What?" asked Mayana, not quite understanding what she was being asked to do. Shifu repeated, "Put your hand in the fire." Mayana was reluctant to do as he asked, but she also wanted to trust him and she wanted to believe in him. But putting her hand in the fire really gave her doubts. She decided to comply with the request and she cautiously put her hand directly into the flame. In less than a second, she felt such pain that she pulled her hand away quickly. "Why did you tell me to do that?" she asked. "Why did you do it?" asked Shifu. "Because you told me to do it," she responded. "Because you trusted," said Shifu. "In you is the capacity for trust. Trust in Shifu and in all that he says." This was a painful lesson, but she understood that she needed to put her complete and absolute trust in him. She balked at operating the flying rug and she doubted him at other times too. He was telling her to trust him implicitly. This was also the first time that he referred to himself as Shifu. She wondered if he even had a name or if he just chose to use the one that Mayana had given to him for now. With that, the lesson seemed to be done and the others decided to explore their new gifts from the gods. Chapter 13. The Witch's Castle. Tata decided to try out the rug. He grabbed it and he sat on it just as Shifu and Mayana had done and he began to focus. He imagined himself flying straight up while clenching his fingers and relaxing them. But after a minute or so, nothing happened, not even a little rumbling. He kept trying and still nothing. Nobody knew what the problem was and Shifu remained silent. Mayana suggested, "Why doesn't someone else try it?" Calypso tried next but with the same result. Then Yasmin tried but no luck. Tata said, "Did we break it? Why doesn't it work anymore?" Mayana said, "Well, let me give it a try." She sat on it remembering Shifu's words about trust. Within seconds she was hovering above them. Tata stated, "I do believe that Shifu only wants Mayana to use the flying rug. It's for her and her alone." The others agreed. They got the same result with the belt of invisibility. It only rendered Mayana invisible. Tata looked at Mayana and he said, "It would seem that the gods have selected you as our savior." Calypso confirmed, "Indeed it is true. She is the special one, chosen by the gods." Mayana said, "Well, I don't know about any gods choosing me but certainly Shifu has." Tata explained, "Shifu is also a gift from the gods." WD's spell made the connection. Mayana didn't know what to believe about all of this and she surely didn't want to get into a theological discussion so she just let it go. Tata then suggested, "We still have another hour of daylight. Mayana, why don't you get on the flying rug and get a better look at the building up ahead? It could be where the 3 evil witches live and we should know what we're getting into." Mayana agreed that that was a good idea. She sat on the rug and she began to rise. She was feeling a lot more confident flying now that she had a better idea of how to control it. When she got just above the trees, she began to move forward keeping her eyes on the path below. But it was difficult to follow because the canopies of the trees met at the top obscuring the view. That made her have to keep looking down and having to zigzag around to see the path through small openings between the leaves. Being able to see the building from where she was, she could have just gone directly toward it. But she decided that she needed practice flying so she chose to follow a less direct route. She also learned how to go faster but she'd go slow for now or she'd lose sight of the path. After only a few minutes of flying, she could no longer see the group below and they couldn't see her either. She didn't know who should be more worried for whom. Finally she reached the building that she had seen previously and as she got closer, she realized that it looked kind of like a castle. She wondered who on earth would build such a structure in the middle of the jungle so far away from any city and so far off the main road. Her approach was totally silent and she was happy about that as she didn't want to be noticed by anyone. But as she got closer and closer, she noticed that there were 3 men in front. As much as she tried to remain unnoticed, they saw her and they began shouting to each other and pointing at her. She soon discovered that these men were guards who carried bows and arrows with them. It seemed that their job was to protect the castle and to keep out strangers. They began to shoot arrows at her which she could see them doing. She sped up as fast as she could go but these guards had exceptionally good aim even with a moving target. One arrow came right toward her and just as it was about to penetrate her from underneath, the rug took a quick turn to the right causing it to miss her. It happened a second time with the rug moving to the left this time. She soon realized that it was doing this on its own. It was keeping her safe. Or maybe it was Shifu who was keeping her safe. She figured that if this is where the 3 evil witches lived, that she and the others were going to have to come back and find a way in. And being that she was safe from the arrows of the guards, She chose to circle around to the other side to get a look. As she went around to the back, the guards followed and they continued to shoot arrows at her with her trusty rug, avoiding every one of them. She noticed that there was only one entrance, which was at the front where the guards were stationed. That would be helpful information to take back to the others. As she was getting her last look, an arrow came her way and it was about to penetrate the front part of the rug. To prevent this from happening, the rug made an abrupt stop rather than to turn left or right. It seemed that the rug could violate the laws of gravity but not the laws of momentum, and the abrupt stop caused her to do somersaults in midair. She flipped over 3 times in all, and when she finally came to a stop, she found herself upside down, floating in the air with the rug still under her, or over her since she was upside down. Apparently, the rug could not be separated from her as long as she was flying, another safety feature that helped her to feel even more secure. She then decided that it was time to head back to camp and to make a report to the others. She got herself upright and she sped off. On arriving back to camp, she told everyone what had happened. They started to question if it would be wise to even go to the castle. Maybe Mayana would be protected, but what about the others? She reminded them that the 3 evil witches had information that they needed to get home. She didn't see a choice in the matter. She would visit them tomorrow. By then it was dark enough that they could start getting on to bed. But this time there was a fire, and as the sun set, it got a little chilly, and so they decided they'd sit around the fire pit for a while to keep warm. Shifu joined them and that helped everyone to feel calm. He wouldn't sit with them if danger were nearby. Since they didn't often get a chance to just relax and talk casually, they all appreciated this time together. Each of the 4 took a turn telling a personal story. Tata recalled his days growing up in his village. Mayana and Yasmin were surprised to hear him say that he never went to school and that he didn't even know what a school was. He said that they learned everything they needed from their parents. He grew up learning how to garden, to build houses, to hunt, fish, and cook. They discovered that Tata never learned to read and that in fact, they had very few books in his village. This truly surprised Mayana, since she had the idea that only people with disabilities couldn't read, and Tata seemed normal in so many ways in spite of his short size and backwards feet. He went on to share that the older generation would tell stories when he was a child as they sat around the campfire. He absolutely loved those times and he learned so much from the elders in his village. He suggested that that was the closest thing to school that they had. He now carries on the tradition, telling stories to the younger generation. Calypso went next. She shared stories of her childhood in the village as well. She told about how her brothers and she would go on hunting trips with some of the Tata Duendes from the village. The dogs would help to track the prey and the Tata Duendes would shoot them with arrows. She told of the time they brought down a huge elk that was many times bigger than they were. They tracked it for hours and they thought that they would never catch up to it. But they finally found it by a pond where it was distracted while drinking water. They were able to surround it by the shore, and as it attempted to run through their human barrier, they shot it many times with the arrows. The elk kept running and it sped off with the group of them in pursuit. They knew that they had shot it enough times that it would fall eventually. And so it did. It fell to the ground after running at least 100 yards and they were able to complete the job. The problem then was that the elk was so big and they were all so small that they could not move it. All they could do was to cut it into small pieces and carry it home like that, with each one of them carrying as much as he or she could manage. They had quite a feast that night. Yasmin told the story of her trips to San Joaquin near Corozal, Belize, where her Aunt Rosita and Uncle Alberto lived. She loved those family visits because they always did fun things. They would all go into Corozal town, which was right on the coast of the Caribbean Sea, and they'd swim at the beach. Yasmin absolutely loved the warm sea water and she could stay in for hours. Her father was from Minnesota and he said that after swimming in the nice warm Caribbean Sea of Belize, that he stopped swimming in Minnesota lakes which froze in the winter and never warmed up all through the summer. He would say that the first plunge into a Minnesota lake is quite a shock to the body due to the cold water and he just stopped doing it. Yasmin also talked about crossing the Mexican border to go to the city of Chetumal, which was just north of Corozal town. Chetumal was a rather typical Mexican city, which means that it was fully modern with American stores like Walmart, Home Depot, and Subway sandwiches. It had 5-star hotels and restaurants and a huge market. Belizeans would often go there to find products that weren't available in Belize. Yasmin loved to visit Chetumal because her parents would go there to go shopping and she would usually get something new on those visits. When it was Mayana's turn, she decided to tell the story of the encounter with Sylvio that she had the same day that Yasmin and she arrived to the land of Tata Duende, which she hadn't told Tata and Calypso before. That whole incident was responsible for Yasmin and her ending up lost in this strange land. After finishing her story, Tata said, "Sounds like Sylvio got what he deserved." "He did indeed," confirmed Calypso. "Perhaps," said Mayana. "But I know how disappointed my parents must be on hearing that I resorted to violence to solve a problem." "Sometimes violence is the only answer," said Tata. Mayana answered, "That may be true, but I wish I had tried something else before throwing a rock at someone's head." She had mixed feelings about what had happened in spite of what she had just said. On the one hand, she had always been taught that there are better ways to solve your problems than with violence. On the other hand, she knew what a pig Sylvio was and it felt good when she saw that rock hit his head. Maybe there are times when violence is the only answer, she considered to herself. As if Shifu was reading her mind, he suddenly said to Mayana, "The true nature of man is decided in the battle between his conscious mind and the desires of his subconscious. The evil of your subconscious is too strong to resist. The only way to win is to deny it battle." Mayana considered those words for a time, trying to understand them. As she thought about it, she tried to recall what her father had taught her, which she thought was essentially the same thing, just in different words. He would say that we have our primitive brain and our modern brain and that they are often in conflict. Our primitive brain evolved in humans when they lived in the jungle, and it doesn't know that we no longer live in the jungle, so it tells us to behave as if we do. That is the explanation for evil behavior. Our modern brain knows that we no longer live in the jungle and it tells us to behave ethically. He would say that it's like having a little angel on one shoulder telling you to do the right thing and a little devil on your other shoulder telling you to do the wrong thing. And the key to defeating the desire to do the wrong thing is to understand why there's a desire to begin with. Once you know that it's your primitive brain telling you to do bad things because it doesn't know that you no longer live in the jungle, you deny it battle. He would say that the reason evil exists according to the Bible is because all humanity was infected with a sinful nature that tells us to do all the things that God doesn't want us to do because Adam and Eve were disobedient. God then granted us free will to control the sinful nature that He allowed to infect us. Accordingly, this sinful nature was not part of God's plan, and yet He did nothing to prevent it from infecting us to begin with, nor does He choose to remove it today. Strange that a God who hates sin would allow a sinful nature to infect us that tells us to do all the things He doesn't want us to do, and it wasn't even part of His plan. We need only look around the world to see how the sinful nature versus free will thing is working. It's not. And then God punishes us for behaving according to the sinful nature that He allowed to infect us to begin with. It makes absolutely no sense to say that God hates sin when He is the one who allowed a sinful nature to infect us. Certainly we can do better than that. Look deep into nature and you'll understand everything better. The problem is that humans are only one step out of the jungle and far too many people allow their primitive instincts to control their lives. Just look around the world to see it. Until people can come to the understanding that it's their primitive brain that too often dictates their behavior, humans will have difficulty moving ahead. We have nuclear weapons, climate change, deforestation, and the impending depletion of the world's natural resources due to excessive human reproduction, and we have the majority of the world's population who bases their lives on the writings of Bronze Age goat herders who didn't know where the sun went at night, who believed the earth was flat and who sat around the campfire making up Bible stories. This does not bode well for the future of humanity, and I'm not convinced that humans will be around for more than 100 to 200 years more. Mayana considered that it was her primitive brain that had prompted her to throw the rock at Sylvio. She did not deny her subconscious desires battle that day, rather she had let them get the best of her. On hearing Shifu basically confirm that she had done the wrong thing that day and considering her father's words, she felt a bit ashamed of herself. At the same time, she admired Shifu for his wisdom just as she admired her father for his. She looked at Shifu and she said, "There is truth in what you say, Shifu. I think my father would really like you." She smiled at him and she gave him a hug. She sensed that he appreciated the affection. And with that, everyone retired to the tent to go to sleep, except Shifu, of course, who stayed sitting on the log. It crossed Mayana's mind that the guards at the house could easily find them by following the trail and they could probably see the smoke from the fire. But then she had learned to trust Shifu and she knew that he would alert them if there were danger. And indeed, it was an uneventful night. Mayana had some difficulty getting to sleep because of all the events that had taken place over the last few days, but she was also exhausted at the same time. Once she fell asleep, she slept straight through until the morning daybreak. Chapter 14. Day 4. The Witches' Guards. They all awoke in the morning to find Shifu still at the log and the fire still burning. Mayana wondered if he had added more wood or if it was the same wood from the night before. She was now prepared for just about anything, and she knew better than to make any assumptions when it came to him or anything else for that matter. As everyone awoke, they joined Shifu. They took out their johnny cake and water and they had their breakfast. "Eat up everyone," said Tata. "We've got quite a day ahead of us." That put thoughts into Mayana's mind of what lay in store for them in the day ahead. They still had to find the wand and they needed to get into the castle to get information from the 3 evil witches to be able to get home. Shifu and she were protected from the guards' arrows, but the others were not. She would need to find a way to keep them safe. After finishing breakfast, they decided that they would march ahead with Shifu in the lead. Once arriving to the castle, Mayana would use the flying rug and the belt of invisibility to get past the guards. She would then explore the castle to find out where the evil witches were and then report back to the group. They would also keep their eyes open for the wand. They began their trek down the trail. Mayana was now quite apprehensive because she knew of the danger to come, which was first and foremost the guards who had seen her. She was well aware that they may be coming. Her mind raced as she tried to create a plan inside her head. She figured that she could use both the belt of invisibility and the flying rug to get by them. But then she realized that she had never used both of them at the same time and she wondered if they could work together. She'd have to leave that for later to find out. They all tried to walk slower than usual so that they could keep an eye out for the wand and for danger, and of course, they kept an eye on Shifu to see if he would give an indication of any peril at all. After walking for about an hour, they figured that they were getting close to the castle. Tata then said, "Everyone stop talking now. We don't want to alert the guards to our presence." They remained silent from then on, and Mayana was left with her thoughts of what was to come, becoming more and more nervous as they got closer and closer. After a few moments of walking in silence, they reached a clearing. When they were about halfway across, Shifu suddenly stopped and froze. He was looking forward along the trail that continued beyond the clearing. A feeling of foreboding passed over every one of them and they looked ahead anticipating danger. It didn't take long for the feeling of foreboding to actualize itself and they soon came to understand that they were being ambushed by the 3 guards that Mayana had encountered the previous day. The guards jumped out into the clearing and they formed a line perpendicular to the trail so that they each had a view of the 5 of them. With their bows drawn, they began to shoot, one arrow after another. This would surely have been the end of them all if it weren't for Shifu. Having been alerted to their approach through his 6th sense or whatever it was, he was ready for them, and just as he had done the other night, he stretched out his hands and he created his protective energy barrier. Upon seeing this, everyone gathered behind him to stay under his protection. As the guards continued to shoot arrows, Mayana thought that they would eventually run out and they would have to retreat. But that didn't happen. The arrows kept coming and it seemed that they had an unlimited supply of ammunition. Each one was obstructed by the energy barrier and fell down to the ground. As the arrows continued to be launched with no end in sight, everyone looked to Shifu for his protection. They waited and they were expecting him to launch his energy bolts at the guards, but that didn't happen. He remained frozen in place, only holding up his energy barrier but not launching any energy bolts. Tata cried, "Shifu, launch your energy bolts," but he remained frozen in place. The others all cried, "Shifu, launch your energy bolts. They have an unlimited supply of arrows." He continued to remain frozen in place. No one understood why he did not do more to help. He did not launch his energy bolts and he did not give an indication of why not. Finally Tata yelled to Mayana, "Put on your belt of invisibility." She was so terrified that she had forgotten about her magic tools. She quickly put on the belt and she buckled it. Being near the rear, the guards didn't notice the change. Tata then pointed to a pile of baseball-sized rocks and he said, "Mayana, pick up those rocks and throw them." She quickly ran over and she began throwing them. The guards had no clue of what was happening, but as they saw the rocks being lifted up, they began shooting their arrows in that direction. Mayana found it easy enough to avoid the arrows even though the rocks gave an indication of where she was. She had to time it just right so that the guards were shooting at the others while she picked up a rock and threw it. She would then immediately change her position to avoid being shot by an arrow. Fortunately, Mayana played sports all her life and she had both the strength and the precision to hit the guards with the rocks. But she knew that she was going to have to hit them in the head to end this battle. And to do that, she was going to have to move closer, which would put her in danger. She remembered Shifu's words, "You cannot follow the great path by running from death." This encouraged her and she decided to move closer and to pick up the rocks that she had already thrown and that had landed near the guards. She was able to get close without being seen, but her fear was that by being close, the guards would hit her with the arrows. She got the idea that she could run, grab a rock and throw it and keep running. She tried it a few times and she was able to hit the guards, but they seemed resistant to the rocks. She figured that throwing while she was running wasn't going to work. She was going to have to stand stationary at close range to hit the mark. As the others were watching, they could see Mayana's strategy by watching the rocks being thrown. Tata, Calypso and Yasmin decided to help out. They chose to leave the energy barrier and to expose themselves to the arrows, but just for a second or so, with the hope of distracting the guards. They began to shout and yell to get their attention. Tata was the first to jump outside the energy barrier. The guards then pointed their arrows at him and they shot, but he managed to get back inside just in time. Then Calypso did the same thing and finally Yasmin took her turn. Mayana could see what they were doing and she took advantage of the distraction. She waited until the guards had their arrows pointed toward the others and she got in really close. She picked up a rock that was only about 5 feet from one of the guards and she threw it as hard as she could. It hit him right on the forehead and it threw him right down onto the ground unconscious. She quickly ran away to avoid being hit by an arrow. She then attempted to repeat the strategy. Once she saw that the guards were shooting arrows at the others, she picked up another rock within 5 feet of a guard and this one hit him on the side of the head and it knocked him down, rendering him incapacitated. Upon seeing this and realizing the battle was hopeless, the third guard retreated back to the castle. Mayana then turned to face her people and she heard a loud scream coming from one of them. It was Yasmin, who had been struck in the leg by an arrow. It had penetrated her front thigh on her left leg and she was bleeding profusely. Yasmin laid on the ground on her back. Mayana quickly took off her belt of invisibility and she grabbed a pillowcase which she used as a tourniquet to slow the bleeding. This helped to decrease the flow of blood, but they hadn't a clue what to do about the arrow, which had a good-sized barb as a tip. She attempted to slowly remove it, but that prompted screams of excruciating pain by Yasmin. No one knew what to do. While looking directly at Shifu, Tata asked, "Can you help?" Shifu nodded his head and everybody then got out of his way. He kneeled next to Yasmin on her right side and he put his right hand around the arrow where it had penetrated her skin. Everyone became a bit apprehensive since it looked like he was going to pull it out. But no one interfered with his work. He held the arrow with his right hand for close to a minute while looking at Yasmin directly in the eyes, and he held her right hand. Suddenly, he let her hand go, moving his hand to her left leg just above the wound. He then pushed down hard with his left hand and he pulled his right hand upward as fast and as hard as he could. The arrow came right out of her leg. Everyone expected blood to pour out of the wound and Yasmin to scream in agony, but neither such event took place. Rather, Yasmin laid there calmly and she seemed to be in no pain at all. Minimal blood came from her leg. Shifu placed his right hand over the wound and he moved it in a circular motion. After a minute or so, he removed his hand and all they could see was a very small mark that looked like how such an injury should appear after a week or more of healing. Shifu stood up and he reached out his hands to Yasmin and he helped her to stand up. Mayana inquired, "How do you feel, Yasmin? Can you walk?" She slowly put her weight onto her injured leg to test for pain. Feeling none, she then began to walk slowly. She was pain-free and she had no limp. She was practically as good as new. "May the gods be praised," said Tata. "Blessed be the gods," said Calypso. They then all looked to Shifu. Yasmin ran to him and she embraced him tightly around the waist and she said, "Thank you, Shifu. You saved my life." Yasmin didn't realize that Shifu really had saved her life. A wound like that one in the jungle with no medical care can be a death sentence. Mayana approached Yasmin and she smiled and she said, "You're as good as new, aren't you?" "I am indeed," responded Yasmin. And with that, the group was free to continue their path to the castle. They could only hope that they could get there and take care of their business before the two guards awoke. They figured they could take care of the one guard who ran off when they met him again, which they reasoned would be at the castle. Although they were all happy about the end result, they hadn't forgotten that the whole battle could have been avoided if Shifu had launched his energy bolts at the guards. Tata was so angry that he approached Shifu aggressively. He put his finger in his face and he yelled, "Why didn't you launch your energy bolts? We could have avoided the entire battle and Yasmin would not have been shot by an arrow. You risked our lives by not helping more." Shifu replied in his ever stoic fashion, "I will make you happy," said Life. "But first, I will make you strong. Trust in Shifu and in all that he says and does. I'm strong because I've been weak. I'm fearless because I've been afraid. I'm wise because I've been foolish. Following the great path requires resolve and ingenuity. You cannot do this by remaining in a place of comfort or by running from death." Everyone then understood that Shifu chose not to use his energy bolts for a reason. But Mayana wondered why this was all necessary. Why did they have to demonstrate resolve and ingenuity? Why did they have to be taken out of their comfort zone? It seemed as if Shifu was preparing them for a much greater battle yet to come. Yes, that must be it, thought Mayana. They still had to get past the 3 evil witches and the edge of the earth. Maybe Shifu was pushing them almost as if they were in training. They then set off down the path and in another 15 minutes, they arrived to the castle and they could see the one guard in front ready for battle. He could also see them but he stood his ground. The 4 of them discussed a plan. They decided that Mayana would put on her belt of invisibility, would load the flying rug up with rocks and she would get as close as she could to the guard and to try to put him out just as she had done with the other 2 guards. She felt confident that she could do this since she knew that her rug would protect her from the arrows. She put on her belt and she sat on her rug. Yasmin said, "Hey Mayana. You didn't disappear." The others confirmed what Yasmin had said. Then Mayana stood up and she walked away from the rug. She immediately disappeared. She walked back onto the rug and she reappeared. "Well," said Mayana. "It seems I can't be invisible while using the rug." Everyone agreed and Mayana took off her belt and she put it back inside her backpack. Tata said, "It looks like you'll have to face him while visible. But at least the rug will protect you from the arrows." And with that, they began to search for rocks and to pile them up on the rug. With about 15 baseball-sized rocks, she then began to concentrate on taking off. But after trying for 10 to 15 seconds, nothing happened. "I'm not taking off," said Mayana to the others. They knew immediately what the problem was. "You're too heavy," said Tata. "You're going to have to reduce the load." Mayana started to throw off rocks until about half of them were gone. That left her with about 7, but it was still quite a bit of weight. This time she was able to take off and to move slowly. Tata said, "The rug must be perfectly calibrated to your weight. You won't be able to take so many rocks with you. Let's try fewer and you'll have to come back for more if you need to." She threw off 2 more rocks, leaving her with 5, and she tried again. This time she took off at about the same speed as she did without any rocks at all, and she felt that she could travel forward fast enough to complete her task. And with that, she headed toward the castle. The guard could see her approaching and she figured that she shouldn't take unnecessary risks just in case the flying rug wasn't 100% in its protection of her. She started up high and out of range of the arrows, but she wasted all 5 shots and she had to go back for more. She'd have to be a bit braver if she was going to make this work. The second time, she chose to fly at close range and to throw rocks as she passed by. This again did not result in a knockout because her aim was very poor while she was in motion. She knew that she was going to have to remain still at close range to put him out. After reloading, she chose to approach at eye level from the front, nice and slow. She did this and that gave the guard a clear shot of her. When she got within about 25 feet, he began to shoot his arrows directly at her head. With each shot, the rug moved to the left or to the right in the blink of an eye, thus keeping her safe. She continued to get closer. She would have to time it perfectly if she were to make it work, being close enough to the guard and with the guard's head being unprotected. When she finally got within about 5 feet, she waited until the guard was reaching his hand back to grab a new arrow from his quiver. Seeing his head exposed, she threw a rock as hard as she could and it hit him right between the eyes. With that, he fell down unconscious. The others saw the entire spectacle and they quickly ran over to where she stood, cheering her all the while. Yasmin ran to her and she jumped up to hug her, and that pulled them both down to the ground with the rug still with them. Tata and Calypso joined them for a group hug. Everyone was absolutely elated. They could now enter the castle and look for the 3 evil witches. Chapter 15. Finding Magic. The third object. They really didn't know what perils awaited them inside the evil witch's castle, so they decided that it would be better if Mayana entered first with the belt of invisibility in place. That would allow her to alert the others to any danger. She put the belt around her waist, she buckled it and she immediately disappeared. She then approached the castle. The main doors were absolutely humongous. They were probably 10 feet high and 3 inches thick. The right door had a ring attached to it which could serve as a knocker or a door handle. She grabbed the ring and she pushed. She was a bit surprised to find that the door opened quite easily. She was expecting it to be locked or at least difficult to open because it was so big. The hinges creaked as it opened, and as hard as she tried, she could not prevent it from making a noise while being opened. She was sure that anyone inside had heard the creak, and that caused a wave of fear and apprehension to circulate through her body. She looked at the others who were all wide-eyed as they watched her. After the door was opened wide enough for her to get in, she listened with her ear to the entryway in the house and she heard nothing. She then proceeded forward. After she was about 20 feet into the house, the others followed with Shifu in the lead of the other 3. The castle was somewhat dark since the windows were not large, but they could see well enough to get around. They did their best to walk slowly and softly so as to not make noise with each step. After they got well into the house, Mayana realized that there were voices that she could hear. She listened intently to identify where they were coming from. She looked toward a staircase and she could tell that they were coming from upstairs. She whispered to the others to stay at the bottom of the stairway while she went ahead to see what was there. She crept up the stairs slowly, carefully, and quietly. When she got to the top, she could tell that the voices were coming from the left, and she proceeded slowly down the hallway toward the sound. She could then tell exactly which room they were coming from, and as she got closer, she could start to distinguish that they were women and she could clearly identify 3 different people. She had to assume that these were the 3 evil witches. She chose to stand outside the room where the voices were coming from and to listen. She heard one of the voices say, "They're still at the bottom of the stairs. They're not moving." Another voice said, "Why did they stop? We need them to come upstairs." A third voice said, "Keep your eyes on the crystal ball. We need to see what they're doing." Mayana had heard of witches and crystal balls before, but she had always heard that they were fiction. But in this strange land it appeared that they were real and that her friends were being watched at that very moment. She figured that they could see her 4 companions through their crystal ball, but that they could not see her. It seemed that they were planning an ambush when they came upstairs. She thought that she needed to get a better look to see exactly how they were going to attack her friends. She slowly entered the witch's chamber to see 3 women in a circle around a cauldron that was over a fire in the middle of the room. There was boiling water and bubbles in the cauldron, and as she looked closer, she was able to identify a human hand that was sticking out of it. It was frozen in place and it was grabbing the rim. This was the exact image that Shifu had drawn the day before. Her blood ran cold on seeing that, and she knew that these truly were the evil witches that they were searching for. On looking closely at them, they didn't appear to be formidable, at least not physically. They didn't look big or strong and they looked quite old. She wondered exactly how they were planning to ambush them. After visiting WD and watching him cast spells, she figured that they had similar powers that they would use against her and her friends. The witches continued to talk in a low voice. Which one said, "We need them to come upstairs. What are they waiting for?" Which 2 said, "I don't know, but we can fix it quick enough. Get me my wand." Which 3 went to a nearby shelf, she grabbed the wand and she handed it to which 2 who held it up high. Seeing the wand and without even thinking, Mayana burst out saying in a loud voice, "The wand." She was so incredibly happy and excited to see the third object that they were looking for, that she blew her cover and she alerted the witches to her presence. "Who's there?" shouted Witch 1. Witch 3 said, "Someone has entered our chamber, quick. Use the crystal ball to locate her. I will cast a spell." With that, Witch 2 held up her hand with the wand and she was about to chant. Witch 1 grabbed the crystal ball. Mayana figured that she had to act quickly or they would cast a spell on her. So she hurriedly walked over to Witch 2 and she snatched the wand right out of her hand and she immediately ran off before they could get a hold of her. As the witches could not see her, Witch 2 was not expecting this assault and she was not holding the wand tightly. "My wand," yelled Witch 2. "Give me back my wand. You don't know how to use it. It's useless to you." But Mayana knew better than to return it. As the witches saw the wand floating around the room, Witch 1 cried, "She's invisible. The crystal ball cannot see her. Follow the wand to get her." Mayana ran around the room easily evading the 3 witches who were not very fast. While they were distracted with chasing her, they left the crystal ball near the cauldron unattended. Mayana saw her chance and she grabbed it. She then quickly ran out of the room and into the hallway with both the wand and the crystal ball in hand. The 3 witches screamed at her in their hideous voices saying, "Give us back our crystal ball. Give us back our wand." Mayana then ran to the top of the stairway and she called to her friends to come up, which they did. She explained to them that she had the witch's wand and their crystal ball and that they had no powers without them. She removed the belt of invisibility, rendering her visible again. On seeing the crowd of people, the witches stopped approaching and Mayana said, "We need some information. Tell us what we need to know and I will return your things." "What information do you need?" asked the witches. "Tell me how to return to my homeland of San Ignacio, Belize," demanded Mayana. San Ignacio, asked Witch 2. Yes, we can tell you how to get to San Ignacio. Just give me back the crystal ball so that we can look in it to find the answer." Tata said, "It's a trick. Don't give her the crystal ball." Witch 3 said, "But we can't help you to find your way without it." Mayana wasn't sure if the witches were telling the truth or not, but she thought of a way to find out. She moved over to an open window and she peeked out. Below was a brick patio. She held the crystal ball out of the window and she said, "There's a brick patio below. Tell us what we need to know or I'll drop the crystal ball and it will be smashed to pieces." The witches all shouted, No. We'll tell you what you need to know. Don't drop our crystal ball." "Tell me then," demanded Mayana. Witch 1 said, "Beyond the castle is a trail. Follow it until you come to a fork in the road with 3 paths. Follow the path to the left, but the road is perilous. You will come to the edge of the earth and if you fall off, you will fall for all eternity." Witch 2 continued, "There's only the one path to follow and no matter how perilous the way, you must remain on it. There is no detour. You will meet a horrible creature called Amarok who protects the edge of the earth. It's as big as a bull but it looks like a spider. It is treacherous and it won't let you pass. Your only hope is to kill it and no one has ever accomplished that feat." Witch 3 then added, "Beyond the edge of the earth is San Ignacio. Now give us back our things." "Do you swear that you are telling the truth?" asked Mayana to the witches. "Yes, we swear," said the witches. Mayana responded, "Okay, you stay here. We'll leave your things at the bottom of the stairs. You can retrieve them after we've gone." Mayana had no intention of leaving the wand behind since she knew that she'd be needing it. But she would at least leave them with their crystal ball. The witches stepped forward and they cried out, "No, we want our things now." Mayana said, "You come one step closer and I'll smash the crystal ball on the floor." She held it over her head as she backed away toward the stairway. The 3 witches held their ground and everyone walked down the stairs. When they arrived to the bottom, Mayana left the crystal ball and she hid the wand in her shirt without the witches noticing. They all quickly left the castle and they ran down the outside stairway. The witches ran down the indoor stairway to find their things but they only found the crystal ball. They ran out of the castle in pursuit yelling, "Give us back our wand. You have no use for it. You don't know how to use it." Seeing the witches in pursuit, Shifu picked up Tata and Calypso whose short legs didn't let them run very fast. Mayana laid down the rug, she sat on it, she quickly rose into the air and she sped toward Yasmin who was going to be overtaken by the witches. Mayana wasn't sure what she was going to do since the rug couldn't carry 2 people. But she held the wand tightly in her hand as she flew through the air hoping that it would do something. As she approached at a fairly high speed, she called out, "Get ready, Yasmin. You're going for a ride." She waved the wand in circles over her head. The rug swooped Yasmin up from behind and it carried her away just as the witches were about to grab her. Yasmin screamed in fear, not knowing what was happening to her, but Mayana soon hugged her and let her know that she was okay. They rose above the trees to make sure that they were well out of reach of the evil witches. Shifu was a fast runner and he was well ahead of them. Seeing that they had lost, the witches stopped running and they turned around to return to the castle. They shouted, "You just wait. We'll cast a spell on you yet. We will get our wand back." Mayana looked down at them and she smiled to herself, proud of her accomplishment. They descended to the ground, they got off the rug and Mayana made sure to put it away in her backpack along with the belt and now the wand. They were all out of breath and the adrenaline was rushing through their bodies. After a few minutes of rest and being sure that the witches were not in pursuit, Tata suggested, "Mayana, it would be wise of you to fly up to get a view of the trail that we are to follow before we continue farther. Can you do that?" She replied, "Good idea. Indeed I will. But let's rest a while first." After having a good long break and recovering from the encounter with the witches, she removed the rug from her backpack and she took off above the treetops. As she was flying and scoping out the path ahead, she began to wonder what her father would think of all of this, assuming that he believed it at all, which she feared he would not. She wondered how she would explain everything to him in a way that he would accept it all as true. Of course she had Yasmin to back up all the events and that may be their saving grace. She also wondered about her acts of violence during the last several days, beginning with throwing a rock at Sylvio. Was she letting her subconscious desires and her primitive brain get the best of her? Was she denying the battle or allowing it to take place? Was throwing rocks at the guards and feeling good with each hit just the same as hitting Sylvio with the rock and feeling good about it? Was smiling and feeling good about having gotten the best of the witches her jungle instincts coming out? This was really confusing for her and she didn't quite know what to think. She so wished that she had someone to talk to about all of this. Yasmin was too young to understand such things and surely Tata and Calypso would say that violence was the right choice. She thought that she should share her ideas with Shifu, who she knew would understand, just that he might not be able to give her the kind of feedback that she would like. She thought that maybe he could respond with pictures or with his cryptic way of talking. In any case, she'd have to leave that discussion for the campfire. After circling the area on her rug and seeing the path quite clearly from above, she descended and she joined the others on the ground. She put away her rug and she guided everyone to the trail. As they walked along, Mayana began to think of their perils behind and of their perils ahead. They had now gotten through two of the dangers that Tata had mentioned back at the village and for which WD had offered them protection through his spells. Since two of Tata's predictions had come true, she had no reason to think that the third one would not. And this third peril may be the most treacherous of them all, the edge of the earth and a creature named Amarok who is there to prevent anyone's passage to the other side. Mayana wondered if it really could be the edge of the earth or if it were merely a really high cliff that didn't allow you to see the bottom. If she were in San Ignacio, she wouldn't hesitate to say that it must be a really high cliff. But in this strange land, she couldn't be sure what was true anymore. Maybe the earth really was flat in this land. After walking for several hours along the trail, it was late afternoon and they'd have to start thinking of a place to camp for the night. They hoped to find a clearing just like the night before, as camping along the trail would not give them much room to pitch their tent. Mayana was asked to fly above to see if there might be an open area ahead, which she did. When she got above the trees, she could see that there was indeed a clearing not too far away. It looked like it could be about a half-an-hour walk. She reported back to the group and they marched on. When they arrived to their destination, they again found logs for sitting on and a fire pit, and there were obvious signs that others had been there before. While they were happy to have a place to camp for the night, they were apprehensive about others who could be nearby and the creature named Amarok who they imagined could be anywhere. They quickly set up camp and they took out their johnny cake and water for their evening dinner. Mayana shared her food and water with Shifu like always. And just like the night before, Shifu lit a fire by merely passing his hands over the logs in the fire pit. Mayana decided that she would share her thoughts with Shifu that night. As they were eating their johnny cakes, a thought occurred to Tata and he said, "Our food is going to run out before too long. We only brought provisions for 3 or 4 days, thinking that our journey would last no longer. Tomorrow is our 5th day. We will have no johnny cakes after today. If Shifu does indeed need nourishment to create his energy barrier, we could find ourselves in desperate trouble as we move ahead and encounter Amarok. Everyone looked at each other with a horrified expression. They had been so preoccupied with everything else that their food supply was the least of their concerns. But now that Tata brought it up, it slapped them right in the face. A moment of silence ensued as they considered their new plight. Finally someone was brave enough to speak. Yasmin said, "I wonder if we should go back to the castle in the morning to look for food. I can't imagine where else we will find any." Mayana gave her a rather horrified look, knowing that she would be the one to go. Tata continued, "I mean, I know what a burden it would be to go back, but what if we move ahead and we run out of food? We won't find any along the way, that's for sure." Calypso added, "I think you're right, Tata. I've only got enough Johnny cakes for today and a little for tomorrow. Everyone else must be low too. Shifu doesn't have any of his own and we have to share with him, and he needs food most of all to operate his energy barrier and to protect us." Mayana remained silent, but she too was low, especially since she alone was sharing with Shifu. Her food would be gone by the end of that day. Everyone waited for Mayana to volunteer, knowing that she had to be the one to go. She felt trapped. She couldn't avoid the burden of volunteering, and yet she didn't think it was fair that she would always have to be the one to go on such dangerous ventures. The others could see that she was distressed, and they all felt sorry for her for having to carry the weight of the entire group. Yasmin, who was sitting next to her, said to her in a low voice, "Mayana, I think they want you to go." She answered back quietly so the others couldn't hear, "Yeah, I know that, but I don't want to go." Yasmin responded, "We need food. We'll starve to death. And Shifu's energy barrier may stop working if he doesn't get energy." Mayana said, "Yeah, I know. And yes, I'll go. I really don't have a choice. I'll starve to death too if I don't go." Yasmin shouted to the others, "Yay!" Mayana said she'll go to the castle to find food tomorrow. Everyone cheered and thanked her. "You're a real champ," said Tata. Yasmin and Calypso hugged her. With all the attention and kudos, Mayana's frame of mind changed and she decided to try a little humor. She held up her fist to her mouth and she breathed on it, then she rubbed her fist on her lapel and she then repeated as if she were polishing a medal. She strutted around as she polished her medal. She sang, "I'm a champ. You know it. I'm a champ. You know it." Yasmin, Tata and Calypso burst out laughing at her antics. It was the first time they all laughed during the entire journey. Even Shifu gave a smile. They decided to make a plan to enter the castle in the morning. Tata and Calypso turned in for the night. Mayana and Yasmin sat down by the fire with Shifu. Mayana now had the chance to talk to him and to share her ideas. She said, "Shifu, I've had a lot of things on my mind that I'd like to share with you. I don't know if you'll be able to help me or not, but I'd like to try. Some things have been bothering me and I really need to talk to someone." Yasmin's a little too young and Tata and Calypso come from a very different culture and they just don't get me very well. You seem to be the only one who might be able to understand my concerns. Like usual, Shifu remained expressionless, but he did give a nod of his head acknowledging that he had heard what she said. Mayana continued, "I don't understand how I got to this place or why I'm the only one who can use the belt, the rug and the wand. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by fighting with the guards and the witches. Everything that's happening is just crazy and I feel like I have the weight of the world on me. I just feel so overwhelmed." She was really emotional and she started to cry. Yasmin sat closer to her and she hugged her. She continued, "Why are we here? How did we get here? I just want to go home," she said, crying. "I don't want to fight with people. I just want to go home." Yasmin squeezed her tight and she said, "Me too." She had said all that she needed to say and she then just remained silent as Yasmin and she hugged each other. She didn't know if Shifu would be able to help or not and she really wasn't expecting much from him. But after a few moments, he spoke. His first words were, "Questions are plentiful, answers are few." He paused and he continued, "Yesterday I was clever so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise so I am changing myself." On hearing this, Mayana was disappointed, but by now she was expecting such a response and she didn't get too upset as she had before. She was determined to stay calm and to get the most out of what he had to share with her, knowing that this was just how he communicated. She was resolved to struggle with and to understand his mysterious way of talking, knowing that every time he had shared something previously, it was valuable. Shifu then continued, look inside yourself for growth. When there is growth, there is wisdom. Wisdom puts you on the path to enlightenment. But what is enlightenment, Shifu? What does that even mean, she asked. He responded, leaves fall from the tree once a year, but the tree still grows strong and proud. Shed your burdens like a tree to grow strong and proud. But how do I shed my burdens, she inquired. He motioned to her to sit next to him. Yasmin joined them and the three of them sat on the ground. He placed his hands in his lap and he closed his eyes with his face looking toward the fire. The girls imitated him. After a few moments, Shifu held Mayana's hand and Mayana then held Yasmin's hand. He said, dreams can teach. And then he was silent. Mayana didn't know what he meant by that, but she said nothing and she kept holding Shifu's and Yasmin's hand. Yasmin whispered, what did he mean by that? I don't know, she whispered back. Let's just be quiet and wait. After a few moments, Mayana sensed something strange happening to her. A wave of emotions struck her suddenly and that sent a chill up her spine. Yasmin gave a jump and a soft cry indicating that she had felt the same thing. Suddenly, Mayana started to see images in her mind. She was looking down at the jungle as if she were flying on her rug. At the same time, she could still feel the ground underneath her. Mayana, what's happening? Asked Yasmin. I can see the trees as if we're flying up above. Mayana said, Shifu said that dreams can teach. I think he's giving us a kind of a dream. We're still at the camp in front of the fire. Let's enjoy the ride. She squeezed Yasmin's hand to alleviate her anxiety. They could both see the jungle from above and they were moving quickly. They could feel the breeze as they moved through the air and yet they didn't feel cold. The girls could both see each other as they flew along. As they continued to travel, the night sky changed from dark to light and they could see the sun as it was just breaking on the horizon. After traveling for a few more moments, they could just barely see smoke far ahead rising through the trees. They were traveling toward it. Yasmin asked, Mayana, what's that smoke? It could be a campfire, she responded. And that could mean that it's a village. As they got closer to the smoke, they began to make out houses, roads, and people and they could see that it was indeed a village. When they arrived directly overhead, they began to descend slowly. Mayana realized that she had no control of what was happening. When they landed on the ground, they were very close to a house and on somebody's property. There were people inside the house and Mayana was afraid that they would frighten them since they were strangers and they arrived rather abruptly on their land. She spoke to alert them to their presence. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you by coming onto your property. They could hear voices inside the house but no one responded to their greeting. That seemed odd since the windows were open and she thought that they must have heard her. She called again, hello. My name is Mayana. She moved close to the house to attempt to knock on the door, but just as she held up her hand, a young woman just a little older than Mayana opened the front door and she walked out of the house. They just about jumped out of their skin when the door and the girl passed right through her body. Yasmin screamed and she said, she went right through you. Mayana then moved her body around a little and she could still feel the ground under her. We're still at the campsite, said Mayana. This is just a dream. Move your body a little and you'll feel the ground under you. Yasmin did so and she was immediately relieved. What a dream, she cried. It seems absolutely real. They then began to focus on the people in the village again. The young woman who had come out of the house walked toward a well and she raised a bucket of water from the bottom of it. She poured it into a container and she took it inside the house. Mayana and Yasmin followed her in. Inside the house she could see a middle-aged couple who looked like the girl's parents and 3 other children who were younger than the girl who went to the well. They heard the girl's mother say, Maria, dump the water into this pot. We need to hurry with the food now. Your gentleman caller will be arriving soon. Yes, Mama, said Maria. I'm boiling the water now. After that, Maria put corn into the pot and she left it to boil. She then went to prepare the table for a morning meal. What happened next was a bit of a shock to the girls. The image that they were seeing suddenly changed. All of the people they could see were suddenly in a different place and there was a new person present. It was a male in his 20s. Instead of cooking breakfast, everyone was now seated at a table and they were eating. It seemed that they had moved ahead in time, skipping the last hour. Yasmin squeezed Mayana's hand really tight to express her discomfort with things. Mayana said, "Do you remember when I used to tell you it's only a movie, when we would watch scary movies?" "Yes," responded Yasmin. "Well, this is only a dream," said Mayana. "We're still at the campsite." "It's only a dream." "I know, but it seems so real," said Yasmin. Mayana responded, "Remember Shifu's words. Dreams can teach. Shifu is teaching us. Let's watch what's happening." The family was just finishing up their meal when Maria said to her parents, "Lucas says that he has something very important that he wants to discuss with you." "I see," said her father, looking at Lucas. "What is it?" Lucas appeared a bit shy and he looked down at the floor. He said, "Well, sir, after a lot of consideration, I'd like to ask your permission to marry your daughter." Maria's father gave a big smile and he said, "Son, I'd be proud to have you as a son-in-law." Lucas and Maria gave a big smile and they hugged each other. Maria's mother said, "Welcome to our family, Lucas." With that, everyone sat and ate their breakfast, which was followed by a celebration among family and friends who were invited to stop by. And then the image again changed. This time they could see Lucas and Maria, but it was a different house. Everyone else had vanished and there were different children in this image. Lucas and Maria looked to be about 5 years older. The children appeared to be about 2 and 4 years old. Lucas had both children on the couch with him, one in each arm. The children were hugging him tightly. Maria began to speak. "You give the children so much attention, Lucas, but what about me? I need attention too." Lucas ignored her pleas and he continued talking and playing with the children. Maria had the saddest look on her face, as if she were the loneliest person in the world. She went to her bedroom and she cried. Lucas stayed with the children even on hearing the cries. After a while, Maria came out from the bedroom. The 2 children tried to go to console their mother, but Lucas ordered them to remain on the couch with him. "She doesn't need you," he said to his children. "What she needs to do is to cook and to clean the house." With that, he stood up, he approached Maria and he smacked her on the head. She began to cry again, but she picked up the broom and she began to sweep while she continued to cry at the same time. Suddenly, the image changed and they found themselves in a different location. It seemed to be a restaurant. It was full of people and Mayana had to look around to see why they had been brought there. Suddenly she caught sight of Lucas, who was sitting at a table with a woman, but it was not Maria. Lucas sat very close to this other woman and he occasionally kissed her on the lips as they ate dinner and enjoyed their conversation. Suddenly, Maria burst into the restaurant and on seeing Lucas with another woman, she went into a rage. She started screaming at him and she began to throw anything she could find at him. Lucas and his girlfriend hid behind a table in an attempt to dodge the objects being thrown at them. Lucas's girlfriend screamed, "She's crazy. Get her away from us." Maria then lunged toward Lucas, but a few employees at the restaurant were able to intervene and to grab her arms and to take her outside. As Maria was being dragged away, she screamed at Lucas, "You're going to pay for this. You'll see. You're going to pay for this. I'm going to take from you what you love the most." And with that, Maria was taken away. Mayana figured that Maria was threatening Lucas's woman friend when she said that she was going to take what he loves the most. Maria stayed outside the restaurant with the 2 employees preventing her from entering. She continued to fume, to scream, to curse and to throw rocks. The image again changed. They now found themselves down by a river. They could see Maria and her 2 children at the edge of the water. Maria was absolutely inconsolable as she screamed and yelled about Lucas. Mayana was expecting to find Maria with a gun and looking for Lucas and his girlfriend or something like that. She didn't know why Maria would be at the river with her 2 children, but she soon found out. As Maria screamed and cried, she picked up her 2 children, she held them securely in her arms and she began to walk into the water. The 2 children stayed calm as they had been in the river water many times. Maria walked in deeper and deeper until the water was up to her neck and yet she kept walking. Mayana now thought that she knew what Maria was going to do. With that, she ran into the water and she went over to Maria to try to prevent her from taking the children in any deeper. She frantically yelled to Maria, "Don't do it, Maria, don't do it." Mayana was absolutely desperate as she helplessly watched what was happening. She grabbed at Maria, but her hands went right through her and Maria continued on the same path. This dream seemed so absolutely real that Mayana just couldn't stop herself from trying to intervene. Just then, Maria pushed the heads of both children under the water and she held them there. Mayana could then see the children desperately attempting to escape. She could see their heads bobbing up and down in their furious attempt to release themselves, but they could not. After a few minutes, the movement stopped and the two children just floated there motionless. Maria then walked out of the water carrying the lifeless bodies of her two children with her. She laid them down on the shore and she wept alongside them. She cried out, "Lucas, I have taken from you what you loved the most." Mayana and Yasmin cried inconsolably after witnessing this horrid event. The image then changed. They were still at the river, but the two children were gone and only Maria was there. They heard her along the shore shouting and weeping, "Oh dear God, what have I done? What have I done? Please God, please give me back my children. I can't live without them." As she screamed and wept, she began to walk into the water. She continued to scream, "Please God, please forgive me, send me back my children, please send them back." She continued to walk deeper into the water. She screamed and she wept the entire time until the water reached her mouth and she was no longer able to speak or cry. After a few moments more, they saw Maria's feet rise to the surface. She was face down and they could see the river current begin to carry her downstream. Mayana thought that that was the end of the dream, but it was not. As Mayana and Yasmin continued to watch Maria as she floated downstream, they noticed a strange dark shape coming out from her body. It looked partially transparent and formless, almost like a black cloud. They saw it rise and it traveled downstream just above Maria's body. Eventually both Maria and the black cloud disappeared as they went around the bend. The image then changed. Mayana and Yasmin were now in a new home with new people. It seemed to be the same village. The people in the house were terrified by something that one of the men had seen. He said, "I swear to God, I saw it down by the river. It was the most hideous thing I've ever seen. It looked like a ghost. It just floated along without even walking. I could hear her screaming and weeping. Her face was absolutely ghastly. I've never seen anything like it in my life." And with that, Mayana put it all together. It was Llorona. This was the backstory of Llorona. That explains why she is called the Weeping Woman, why she haunts the villages, why she is inconsolable, and why everyone is afraid to go into the jungle at night. The dream then ended and she could again see the campsite clearly. Mayana looked at Yasmin and she asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine," replied Yasmin. "And what a story we have to tell Papa when we get home. We now know why Llorona haunts the jungles." "Yes, we do," said Mayana. "But now I'm going to have to put some thought to why Shifu gave us that dream." Shifu was still in the same position as before and he hadn't moved at all. The girls were still both quite emotional and teary-eyed about the dream since it seemed so real. Mayana said, "Thank you for the dream, Shifu. I'll need time to understand its meaning. I know you're doing your best to help me." Both Yasmin and she gave him a hug and they kissed him on the cheek. They then went to bed. Chapter 16. Day 5. Replenishing Shifu's energy source. In the morning, they awoke with daybreak and they had the last of their Johnny cakes. There wasn't much food left and everyone gave the little that was available to Shifu and Mayana to ensure that they had enough energy to get them through the next few hours. They hoped to all have more food after that. The morning ahead was heavy on everybody's mind and they were all apprehensive about what was to come. What a pity that Mayana would now have to go all the way back to the castle after they had just been there the day before. If only they had planned better. But then they didn't exactly have a clear head to be able to consider such things. Tata said, "I'm thinking that a good plan will be for Mayana to fly back to the castle on her rug and to land a ways from it, to put on her belt of invisibility and to then enter unseen by anyone." "What if the guards are back by now?" asked Yasmin. Calypso chimed in, "That shouldn't be a problem if she's invisible. She can just walk right by them." Mayana asked, "And what will you all do while I'm at the castle?" Tata said, "Well, it's quite a walk from here back, but we can head that way and meet you there. It will take several hours for us to arrive." Mayana said, "I like that plan just in case I run into trouble and I need help. If we're lucky, I'll get in and out quickly before you even catch up to me." Mayana then laid out her rug and she sat down on it. Seeing that she was about to leave, Yasmin shouted out, "Mayana, I want to go with you. You can take me on your rug." Mayana answered, But you won't be able to go into the castle with me. You'll be all alone and that won't be safe. You'll be better off staying with Shifu, Tata and Calypso. Yasmin got teary-eyed on seeing her sister go into danger and she said, "The guards and the witches are gonna kill you. Why don't we just go ahead and look for food somewhere else?" Mayana answered, "Our food has already run out and we don't know if we'll find any up ahead. Shifu won't be able to protect us if he doesn't eat. There must be food in the castle to feed the guards and the witches. I promise that I'll be really careful. I'll stay invisible the whole time and they'll never see me." Yasmin looked at her with her sad puppy dog eyes and Mayana hugged her and she whispered in her ear, "I'll see you soon, sis." She then got on her rug and she took off. The others set off down the trail back to the castle. As she flew along, she wondered about her belt of invisibility. It didn't work before together with the rug. But then it couldn't fly before with a lot of weight until she had the wand. Maybe the belt of invisibility would work together with the rug if she used the wand. She stopped in midair and she decided to give it a try. She took off her backpack and she took out the belt and the wand. She put on the belt but she didn't feel any change. She then began to focus her mind on disappearing as she waved the wand in circles above her head. But even with that, she didn't notice any difference. But then she remembered that she couldn't tell that she was invisible before. The others had to tell her that they couldn't see her. Maybe she was invisible and she just couldn't tell. Oh, how she wished that she had a mirror just then. She thought that maybe if there were water nearby she could look for her reflection but she could see none. Then she thought that she would just have to go to the castle and test it on the guards. She would fly right in front of their faces. If they could see her, the rug would protect her from their arrows. If she were invisible, they wouldn't notice her. She proceeded ahead. She considered how fast she could fly and how slow walking was. She felt sorry for her friends who had to walk all the way back to where they had just been the day before. As she advanced toward the castle, she could see that the guards were back at their post. She thought that she should approach slowly just in case they could see her. She headed right toward them and she watched carefully to see if they looked her way or not. She got within 10 feet and still no sign that she could be seen. She zigzagged around within just a few feet of each of the 3 guards and still nothing. She then knew that she was invisible but she still had to figure out how to get into the castle without being noticed. The door was closed and the windows were too narrow to enter through them. She did not want to fight the guards with rocks again like the day before. She figured that they would leave eventually, but she had no idea of when that might be. And it could be that a different set of guards would come along to replace them and that would mean that there would never be a chance to get in, not through the front door anyway. Then, she thought about the wand. She knew that it had powers and she hadn't taken the time to fully explore it to see what it could do. Maybe it could help. She held it up but she wasn't quite sure what to do. She had previously been thinking about how to open the door and although that wasn't exactly what she wanted to happen at that time, she saw the door begin to open. "Oh goodness," she said. "That's not quite what I wanted." The guards noticed the door opening and they looked to see who was there. Seeing no one, one of them shouted, "It's the girl. She's back." The guards quickly closed the door and they stood directly in front of it to prevent Mayana from getting in. "Oh great," she said sarcastically. "Now they know I'm here." She flew up high over the castle to consider what she could do next. She circled around to see if by chance there was another way to get in. Perhaps there was a window that was slightly wider than the others or a rear entrance that she hadn't noticed before. Since she was invisible, she felt emboldened to investigate close up. And in fact she had missed a cellar entryway that was overgrown with grass and weeds. It looked like it hadn't been opened in years. She landed her rug on the ground and she stood up next to the entryway to get a better look. The door had a handle and she pulled on it but it came right off as it was rusted and the wood was rotten. She gave the door a shake but she realized that she was going to alert the guards to her presence if she made more noise. She then thought about the wand. She had opened the front door using it with her mind so maybe she could open this door the same way. She stood right in front of the cellar door and she began to imagine it opening as she waved the wand in a circular pattern above her head. And with that, the doors slowly began to open. They were so rotten that they actually started to crumble and the hinges creaked. She quickly thought in her mind for them to stop and they did. She then proceeded to open them an inch at a time until there was a space big enough to allow her to pass. She listened for the guards but she heard nothing. She was afraid that they may come to the back of the castle to look for her even if they didn't hear her making noise, so she hurried along. She put one foot on the top stair and she tested it before she put all of her weight on it in case the stairway was rotten too. But it held her weight just fine. She walked down to the bottom and she found herself in the cellar, which was quite dark even with the sunlight shining in through the doorway. She looked around and she started to make out that there was a number of things in the room. She looked carefully at the items and she could see clearly what they looked like, but she had not a clue in the world what they were. She looked to the right and she saw a hallway that was even darker since little light from the doorway reached it. As there was nothing more to see in the first room that she entered, she proceeded forward. She noticed doors on each side and she wondered what was in them. They looked like prison cell doors and her surroundings reminded her of a dungeon. She wondered if there were people in the cells or if they might be used for storage. She thought that she should look inside to find out. She noticed that while she was invisible, her feet could still make noise as she walked. As she didn't think anyone was in the cellar, she thought that she'd be okay, but just then she heard a voice. It said, "Who's there?" Mayana was absolutely terrified to learn that she was not alone and she had the urge to run out fast. But remembering that she was invisible and her important mission, she held her ground frozen like a statue. She listened for the voice again, but she heard nothing. She thought to shuffle her foot a little to make a sound, but to not give away her position, which she did. She again heard, "Who's there?" This time she could tell that the voice was coming from one of the prison cells ahead on the right. She walked slowly toward the voice, trying not to make any noise with her feet. As she got close, she noticed that each cell had a heavy wooden door with a small opening in each one at about eye level. Each opening was no more than about 6 inches by 6 inches. She started to put things together. This was the witch's dungeon. She had just crossed through the torture chamber and there were prisoners in the cells that she was now passing. She chose to move ahead to the cell where she heard the voice. She heard it again. "Is someone there? Please help me. The witches have me prisoner here. They're going to torture me and then eat me. Please help." Hearing that, Mayana remembered seeing the hand sticking out of the witch's cauldron yesterday. She then had no doubt that this man was telling the truth and that he needed help. She got close to the door where the voice came from and she whispered, "I can help you. My name is Mayana." "What's your name?" "My name is Fabius," he responded. "I've been trapped here for weeks. There are 2 others in the other cells who need help too." "Where are you?" Fabius was looking through the opening in his cell door, but he couldn't see Mayana. She didn't know how much she should reveal to him, so she said, "I'm standing off to the side. Let me take a look at your friends and I'll be right back." She thought for a moment about taking off her belt of invisibility so she didn't expose her magic to Fabius, who she didn't know if she could trust or not, but then she remembered that the witches would see her with their crystal ball if she became visible. That would not be an option. She went to look in the other cells and she saw 2 other men, but they were both lying on the floor. She couldn't tell if they were asleep, unconscious, or dead. She went back to Fabius's cell and she said, "Your friends are lying on the floor. I can't tell if they're okay or not. When was the last time they spoke to you?" Fabius responded, "Last night, probably 10 or 12 hours ago. The witches are giving us little food and water. They're trying to make us weak so that we can't fight back. There were 4 of us, but she already took one of us to their upstairs chamber. I fear he's dead by now." "As do I," responded Mayana. "I believe I saw your friend yesterday in the witch's cauldron." "You've been to the witch's chamber?" asked Fabius in utter amazement. "How did you escape?" "I had help," responded Mayana, not wanting to give away more information. "What is the witch's intention with you?" "To cook us alive," he said. "And to use our body parts to cast evil spells. The witch's guards captured us as we traveled through the jungle. We meant no harm. We were just out for the day hunting like we always do. They ambushed us along the trail." Mayana responded, "We nearly met your same fate. They ambushed us too, but we were able to escape unharmed." Fabius asked, "There are more of you? Who else is with you?" "We're a party of 5," responded Mayana. "The others are awaiting me outside the castle, hidden in the jungle. I'm to find them after I acquire provisions for the 5 of us. Our rations are nearly depleted and we have no tools to hunt or fish." Fabius asked, "Of all the places to look for provisions, you had to choose the witch's castle?" Mayana responded, "Yes, We didn't know how far ahead we would have to travel to find food, and we were left with the choice of starving to death in the jungle or coming here. What would you have done? I would have hunted or fished, he said with a smile. But then we have the tools to do that. I'll make you a deal, said Mayana. I'll get you out of here and you'll give me your tools to hunt and fish. We have quite a journey ahead and we could use them. Agreed, responded Fabius. But I'm going to need food and water soon, or I'll end up like my friends. As will we, responded Mayana. My plan was to search for provisions here in the castle. I'll have to search everywhere. Do you know where I might start? I do not, responded Fabius. And I believe that there may be a guard inside the house, just that it is like no guard that I've ever seen. I have only heard it from my cell. It makes a sound that tells me that it cannot be human. I do not think that you will be able to search the castle without doing battle with this beast. That sent chills down Mayana's spine. She had seen a witch doctor, Tata Duendes, a talking dog, Shifu with his magic powers, Llorona, 3 evil witches, and now some kind of monster in the castle. With each encounter she felt a little better prepared and a little less apprehensive. She gained more self-confidence each time that she used her magic tools. And now, being invisible, she was sure that she could face any monster that she may encounter. Mayana asked, "Are you able to help me?" "I fear not," responded Fabius. "My weakened state from lack of nourishment has left me useless. I expect my condition will reach that of my friends before too long. You will have to do battle with the beast alone. Have you a weapon with you?" She thought for a moment. She had the rug, the wand, and the belt, but none of them were a weapon. "I have no weapon," she responded. "Fear not," replied Fabius. "When the guards brought me here, I came armed with a sword and a helmet. I saw them being placed on a table in the torture chamber. Go there quickly to find them." Fabius still did not know that Mayana was invisible, and she was still not ready to share that information with him. She didn't know if he could be fully trusted, and he may want to take her magic tools from her. She would let him know only if she had to. She then walked down the hallway back to the room where she had entered. She found the torture chamber, and indeed she found the helmet and sword. She put the helmet on her head and she used her belt as a scabbard to hold the sword in place and to allow her hands to be free. She returned to Fabius's cell and she informed him that she had found the items he had mentioned. She was prepared to do battle with the beast. She assured Fabius that she would return for him after finding provisions. She then proceeded slowly down the hallway. As she advanced, it got darker and darker as she moved farther away from any outside light. At the end of the hallway, there was a doorway. She passed through, entering a room that was perhaps 15 feet squared. She noticed another doorway on the far wall. The room was mostly dark, but there was still enough light to see her way. When she was sure that she was alone, she walked its perimeter to make sure that she didn't miss anything that might be there and that could be useful. She found the room to be empty. She proceeded so slowly that it took her minutes to pass through. She made every attempt to not make noise with her feet, and she had to be aware of the sword, which could bump a wall or the floor if she weren't careful. She held it with one hand to ensure that it did not inadvertently bump something and make a sound. When she got to the next room, she noticed a huge difference in its size, appearance, and light. The room was probably 40 feet long and 20 feet wide, with columns from floor to ceiling interspersed throughout, about 10 feet apart. She could see torches on the floor and the walls that illuminated the room enough to see reasonably well. She thought it was strange to have a lighted room in the basement with no one being there. She peeked in without entering, and she turned her head to the side to listen. With the torches lighting the room, she was expecting to see more than just emptiness, and she feared that this may be where she would encounter the beast that Fabius had mentioned. After listening for a time, she did indeed begin to hear something. It was a shuffling noise that sounded like something being dragged across the floor. But it was not steady, rather it was intermittent. Her heart practically stopped when she heard it, and she knew that she was about to encounter the beast. It reminded her of Llorona, who dragged her feet, and she wondered if this could possibly be a second encounter with that horrid creature. She would have to wait to find out. The sound she could hear told her that this beast was moving slowly across the floor. That gave her ideas of how she might most effectively defeat it. Perhaps being invisible, she could attack it from behind with the sword. Or perhaps she could return to the adjacent room, make a noise and wait for it to come to her. Attacking it head-on could also be an option. She remained near the doorway and she contemplated these possibilities. As she did so, she noticed the sound coming toward her and she could then see the beast though her view was obscured due to the dim lighting. She could hear a hissing and spitting sound as it proceeded forward. With that, she looked down near her feet and she could just make out small cavities all over the floor that looked like something had eaten away at the stone below her. She wondered what could have done that, but she didn't really have time to consider it well. She could see that the beast was low to the ground and it appeared to be long and slender. As she could hear that it was coming toward her, she chose to move to a far corner of the room. She did so absolutely silently, but to her amazement, the beast changed course and it began to move toward her again. Mayana thought that that was strange, but she attributed it to coincidence. She then moved lengthwise down to the far end of the room and she soon realized that this monster was able to follow her. She didn't know if her belt had failed, if she was making sounds that could be heard, or if it had some other way to track her. She didn't put much thought to that question since it really didn't matter. What mattered was that her location could be detected. She now had to think fast of what to do. The good thing was that the beast moved very slowly and she could easily outrun it. But she needed time to search for provisions and she couldn't do that while being pursued. The flames from the torches lighted a small area nearby quite well and Mayana decided that she needed to see what she was up against. She moved over near one of them hoping to lure the beast into the light and she waited a moment to hear the shuffling sound moving toward her. She remained where she was until fear prevented her from waiting any longer. She moved far away, but she had put the beast on a path to cross right in front of a torch that stood on the floor. As it shuffled along into the light, she could see clearly that it was a very large two-headed snake. Both heads were as large as that of a grown man and they had open mouths with large fangs that looked extremely menacing. It was the biggest snake that Mayana had ever seen in her life. She was absolutely terrified on seeing this and she froze for a time until she came out of her shock and she remembered that she had to keep away from this beast. In the light of the torch, she could also see that each head of the snake was spitting a kind of liquid that traveled a good 5 feet before falling to the floor. She remembered learning about the spitting cobra and she concluded that the spit coming from the snake must be poison. She looked to the ground and she could see a shiny spot that reflected light from the torch. She heard a sizzling sound coming from it and she could see this liquid bubbling. In a very short time, she could see that the spit from the snake was sinking into a hole that it had just created. She now knew why there were cavities all over the floor. With that new information, she now understood that a frontal assault was out of the question. She moved herself to the other side of the room and she hid behind a pillar to give herself time to consider a plan of action. She could only think of 2 strategies: attack it from behind or lay in wait behind a pillar and ambush it as it passed. She concluded that attacking it from behind was too risky since although it moved slowly along the floor, its heads were quick and agile and they would be able to turn to throw their poison spit on her. So she lay in wait behind a pillar. She could hear the snake coming toward her slowly and it continued to hiss and to spit as it moved along. She drew her sword from its makeshift scabbard, holding it parallel to her body facing downward while gripping it tightly with 2 hands. She could feel her own heart beating as she anticipated the approach of this 2-headed monster that threw poison spit. The beating of her heart was so loud to her that she thought that the snake might hear it and that it would blow her cover. But she remained still and she prepared to do battle with this horrid creature. She lowered the visor of her helmet to protect her eyes. But on bringing it down she was rendered practically blind since it only had a very narrow opening to see and the room was mostly dark. She believed that she could penetrate the snake's body with the sword without looking and that she was better off protecting her face from the poison with the visor. The snake was now nearly upon her and Mayana was relieved that it made enough noise as it moved along as to allow her to know where it was. She stood behind the pillar and she knew that her timing would have to be perfect. She would have to attack when the snake was close enough for her to reach it, but not so close that it could round the pillar and attack her first. She had only the sound as it moved along to alert her to the right moment to attack. Finally the moment had arrived. Mayana calculated that the snake was exactly where it should be and she lifted the sword to that level and she swung it around swiftly and firmly. She felt it hit a solid object, she heard a hideous scream from the snake and she knew that she had struck pay dirt. She quickly put herself back behind the pillar in case she had not killed it. She peeked around and she saw one of the snake's heads lying on the ground. She then moved to a safe distance and she lifted her visor. She was shocked and amazed to see what she saw. From the dead snake's head dripped a high-viscosity liquid, and she immediately heard a sizzling sound as a hole was created in the stone underneath. The same liquid came from the severed end of the snake's body as from its head, and it sizzled and bubbled as it made contact with the floor. It seemed that this snake had poison in place of blood. As she looked at the beast, she saw that it still lived and that in fact, the other snake head was totally unaffected by the death of its twin. She then realized that this battle was not over. She also noticed a change in the snake. It had suddenly become much quicker in its movements. Perhaps two heads created confusion that slowed it down. Now that it had only one head, it could move at twice the speed as before. Only its large size kept it from moving more quickly yet. Mayana felt that she was now in trouble. She didn't think that she could lie in wait again with the snake moving so quickly, and yet a direct assault would surely result in the poison landing on her body. She thought that it was hopeless, but then she remembered her wand. She quickly took it out, though she wasn't sure how it would help her. She waved it around in circles above her head as she had done before. She then held it in her two hands together with the sword. She would have to just hope that it came through to save her life from this horrible poison-spitting beast. And with that she lunged toward the snake with the wand and the sword together raised above her head. It saw her coming, it faced her, and it immediately began to spit poison and to attempt to bite her with its fangs. To her surprise, a light emanated from her body that lit up the room, and she immediately understood that she was being protected by an energy barrier similar to the one that Shifu had created to protect against Llorona. Neither the poison nor the snake's head could penetrate this energy barrier, and that allowed Mayana to proceed ahead and to finish it off. One swipe with the sword and she heard the same scream, and the snake's second head lay on the ground with the same highly viscous liquid dripping out and sizzling and bubbling as it created a hole in the floor. She found a place to rest and she sat in amazement of what had just transpired. She couldn't fathom all that was taking place. She had just done battle with a giant two-headed spitting snake, and she had won. The exhilaration of this feat was overwhelming, and her heart continued to race. She was now free to explore the castle and to complete her mission. She could only hope that there were no other beasts to slay that were hiding elsewhere. She took a few moments to rest and to listen in case there was anything to hear, but she heard only silence. When she felt ready, she returned the wand to her backpack and she placed the sword in its makeshift scabbard. She then stood up and she proceeded to an entryway that took her to a hallway that she had not entered before. This took her to a stairway that led to the first floor. She was happy to see it, thinking that any food they had would more likely be there. She crept up slowly and quietly with her belt of invisibility still in place. At the top of the stairs was a short hallway that led to a large room. When she got there, she saw clearly that it was a kitchen. She felt elated, and she now believed that she would be able to complete her mission and to leave this cursed castle. As she looked around, she saw no food, but she noticed a door near the rear and to the right. She thought that it could be a storage room and she went to open it. She attempted to be as quiet as she could, but in an old castle, things are likely to creak when moved no matter how careful you are. She could only hope that she didn't alert the witches, who were surely on the second floor. She opened the door just wide enough to slip her body through. When she got inside, it was a bit dark with the door mostly closed, but she could see well enough to conclude that she had again struck pay dirt. The shelves were full of bread. It was prepared in loaves, but as Mayana touched it she realized that it was similar to their Johnny cake in that it was bread without yeast, which made it dense and perfect for traveling and for holding up over long periods of time. She figured that the bread was for the guards. Mayana quickly filled up her backpack and she filled up 2 other cloth bags that were hanging in the closet, and she began to leave. Just then, she remembered that there were only 2 ways out of the castle, through the main door or through the cellar door. She was sure that the guards would still be at the main door, and so she chose to return downstairs and to leave through the cellar. In any case, she still had a friend to rescue from sure death who remained in the dungeon below. She proceeded to the cellar slowly and quietly, and she was always listening for sounds that would indicate that she had been discovered, but all remained silent. Each moment in which there was silence was a huge relief, and she was sometimes in disbelief that someone from above hadn't yet been alerted to her presence. She climbed down the stairs and she entered the large chamber where she had done battle with the 2-headed snake. Its body and 2 heads laid where she had left them before. She proceeded on to the room which she had passed through earlier, and she finally reached the dungeon. As careful as she was to walk slowly and quietly, It could sometimes be difficult to do so, especially now that she was loaded up with bread. As she was entering the dungeon, her sword slightly scraped the floor, and this was heard by Fabius, who was in his cell nearby. On hearing the sound, he suspected it may be Mayana, and he loudly shouted the word, "Ambush." That was all Mayana needed to look up and to see one of the guards rushing towards her. She quickly drew her sword and she held it up, putting one foot far to the back to brace herself. Being invisible, the guard could not see her and he continued to run forward. She held the sword firmly in place with both arms and the guard ran right into it. The sword penetrated him in the abdomen and he screamed in agony. Such a wound is a death sentence where there is no immediate medical attention available, and he laid down on the ground and he bled to death. Fabius then called out, "Where are you? Please let me out. Don't leave without me." Mayana said, "Fear not, my friend, I am here. Do you know where the other guards are?" He responded, "I know not. As far as can be discerned, they are not here in the cellar." "Where are you?" Mayana responded, "No worries, my friend, I am here." Mayana intended to rescue the poor fellow, but she remembered that she needed to take off her belt so that he could see her, so as not to alert him to her magic. But that would alert the witches to her presence, who would see her with their crystal ball. She continued to stand off to the side to feign as if she couldn't be seen because she was out of sight. She then went to Fabius's cell door to test it. She pulled hard and it was locked tight. Fabius said, "The keys are hanging on the wall over there." He pointed and sure enough there was a ring with keys hanging on a nail. Before attempting to open the door, she passed bread to her poor starving friend who hadn't eaten for days. He could spend some time getting his strength back while Mayana worked on releasing him. She planned to take off her belt of invisibility and to then leave the castle immediately before the witches could send the other guards to capture her. She first went to the other cell doors and she opened them to check on Fabius's friends. She tried the keys one by one until she opened each door. Unfortunately, they were too late to save the poor souls. She then moved over to Fabius's cell and she tried several keys before finding the correct one that opened the door. Once she knew that she had the right key, she took off her belt and she put it in her backpack. She took out her rug and she held it in her hands. She then turned the key and Fabius came out of his cell. Mayana now felt a great sense of urgency to leave the castle. She said to Fabius, "Quickly. We must leave at once before the witches are alerted to my presence." They proceeded to the doorway to leave the castle and Mayana hoped it would be the last time she ever stepped foot into that horrid place. But she feared the other guards could be outside waiting to ambush them. She then said to Fabius, "The guards may be outside the doorway lying in wait. I'm going to distract them. When I do that, run like the devil and get away. Go back to your village and never come this way again." Fabius asked, "But what about the tools that I promised you?" "We have enough bread to last a week," she said. "By then, I'll be back home to my own village. Don't worry about me." Mayana laid her rug on the ground. The cellar doors were still open and Mayana was ready for her escape. She rose up in her rug and she did the equivalent of flooring it. She took off in great speed to the amazement of Fabius, who watched with wide eyes. As she left the castle, she could see that the guards were indeed waiting to ambush her on exiting. But she was now too far away for them to reach with their arrows. She then headed back toward the guards in order to distract them and to allow Fabius to escape. She moved closer to the front of the castle to lure them over there. They followed her and she could then see Fabius running toward the jungle. She kept them distracted by buzzing around their heads, almost teasing them until she was sure that Fabius was safely on his way back home. She then flew up high, way above the treetops to try to spot her friends. She circled around several times until she finally saw them. They too saw her and they pointed up to her and they waved. She flew their way and she descended all the way to the ground. Chapter 17. How to create a bully. "Success?" asked Tata. "Success," replied Mayana, and she opened her bags for all to see. "Oh my word," cried Calypso, looking at all the bread. "This will last us a week. And by then I should hope that we have arrived at our destination." "It will last a week indeed," confirmed Tata. Mayana then shared the bread with everyone except Shifu, who she would share with later. She was forgetting about Yasmin, who had been frantically worried about her the whole time she was gone. Mayana was so exhilarated by the experience that she had forgotten how worried the others were about her. Yasmin said, "You took so long, I thought you weren't going to come back. I thought the evil witches had gotten you. Mayana hugged her and she said, you can forget about those evil witches. They won't be bothering us anymore. The confidence in her voice assured Yasmin that everything was going to be okay. Mayana felt on top of the world, like she could do anything. They ate their newfound bread before they set out on the trail to go back to the clearing where they had spent the previous night. That gave Mayana the chance to tell the whole story of the witch's castle. When they reached the clearing, it was only mid-afternoon. It was a bit too early to set up camp, but they were afraid that they wouldn't find such a good spot to sleep if they continued. So they chose to stay there for the night. Anyway, they would need the time to rest as the journey ahead would be so treacherous. That would allow Mayana to continue her conversations with Shifu. And maybe she could offer people a ride on her rug. They set up camp and everyone took a turn getting a spin around the park on Mayana's flying rug. With the magic wand to assist her, she could easily take a passenger, especially with Yasmin, Tata and Calypso all being smaller than she was. Mayana started with Tata as he insisted on being first. He was often pushy that way, and although Mayana didn't quite like it, she had an idea and she wanted Yasmin to be last. After giving Tata and then Calypso a ride around the jungle, Yasmin climbed on board and they took off. Mayana said, I didn't like Tata being so pushy and insisting on being first, but I wanted you to be last for a reason. We're going to go back to the castle. What? Said Yasmin in disbelief. Whatever for? Mayana replied, well, have we had any fun at all during this journey? Not really, said Yasmin. Well, it's time to have some fun, said Mayana. Let's go to the castle and play with the guards. Mayana gave Yasmin a devious smile which she returned. Oh boy, said Yasmin, time to have some fun. After so much success, Mayana started to feel a little cocky, and that gave her the idea to go back to the castle to taunt the guards. She thought that a little innocent fun would be a good diversion for a change. Just before arriving, she flew down to the ground to pick up a nice-sized stick that was a good 3 inches in thickness and a good 4 feet long. She put on her belt of invisibility and she made sure that she had her wand in her hand. She then went really high where they could see the 2 guards below in front of the main door just as they had been before. She began to race down as fast as the rug would take her. The guards were totally unaware of their presence. The 2 girls swooped down and just as they flew by, Mayana held out the stick and she let it bump them as if they were a picket fence that you bump with a stick as you run along. She only wanted to scare them, not hurt them. The guards just about fell over, more from being startled than from the stick pushing them down. One guard shouted, it's the girl, she's back. Both of them pulled out arrows from their quivers and they aimed, but they did not shoot. They waited to figure out where she was. Mayana again went up high and she came down silently, but this time she bumped the guards' bows with the stick, causing them to both shoot their arrows. The guards were frantic while the girls laughed with glee due to their antics. Mayana thought, okay, one more time and that'll be enough. She dropped the stick and she held up the wand. She repeated the same maneuver as before, but this time as she approached the castle she abruptly moved the wand from back to front, pointing it toward the ground in front of the guards. To their surprise, a bolt of energy came from the wand and it landed on the ground, causing an explosion, and it sent the guards running away like cowards. Whoa mama, said Mayana, who had no idea that that was going to happen. The girls both laughed and laughed at seeing the guards run away scared like chickens. They then headed back to the camp laughing all the way. Mayana said, we won't tell anyone what we did, okay? Yasmin agreed, saying, okay. Upon arrival, the girls were still giggling about what they had just done. She saw Shifu giving her a strange look which she had never observed before. She wondered if he had somehow discovered what they had just done and was disappointed in her. She knew that what she did was mean. But at the same time, she did no harm to the guards, and anyway, they weren't such nice people themselves and they had tried to kill her. It was just a little innocent fun. In any case, she took a break for a good 15 minutes to get refocused and to get the giggles out. She then saw her chance to talk with Shifu again. Yasmin and she sat with him on the ground, cross-legged in front of the fire that was already blazing. She was now serious again and she began her discussion saying, Shifu, I just don't understand so much of what is happening. So many things have me confused. He responded, confusion is the beginning of wisdom. He paused for a moment and he then continued, you cannot understand what you cannot understand. Your eyes cannot see your eyes and your mind cannot see your mind. Mayana thought about that for a moment, trying to understand it, but she could not. She thought to herself, that was incredibly unhelpful, but she dared not say it out loud. She knew that she'd have to work hard to get her answers, so she proceeded. But why was I chosen to be the hero of this group? Is it because I'm bigger than the others? He answered, ceasing to do evil, cultivating the good, purifying the heart. This is the path to enlightenment. She answered, but Shifu, I have done evil. I killed one of the guards. He responded, life is not about waiting for the storms to pass, it's about learning how to dance in the rain. The past is behind, learn from it, the future is coming, prepare for it, the present is here, live it. She said, are you saying that it wasn't a bad thing that I killed the guard? Shifu repeated his previous words, you're going to be happy, said life, but first I will make you strong. Mayana took a few moments to think about what he said, and she thought that she understood. He was saying that there's a limit to what we are able to understand and that we just have to do the best that we can, given the challenges in our lives. We learn from our mistakes and we end up stronger, which results in happiness. She took Shifu's words to mean that she had not done a bad thing by killing the guard, as it was probably unavoidable. But she wasn't sure, so she proceeded. But Shifu, she said, I didn't deny the battle when I encountered the guard. How can it be a good thing that I killed him? He responded, in us all is the capacity to deny battle to our subconscious desires that encourage evil. Some take the path toward enlightenment and some do not. When we face those who are not on the path to enlightenment, the battle can sometimes not be denied. But it is not you who are neglecting to deny the battle. That reminded Mayana of the way her father taught her to stand up to bullies. He would say that bullies will usually persist until they are forced to stop what they're doing. And as hard as it is, standing up to them is sometimes the only solution. Mayana asked, but why can't you just tell the adults and let them handle it? He responded, well, sometimes you make an enemy by telling and they will wait until they find you alone and they will get you then. When you tell on them, they see you as cowardly and weak and that makes them want to get you even more. If you stand up to them, that usually puts an end to it. She then asked, but what if the bully is bigger than you? He responded, bullies are just like dogs in Belize. If you run the other way, they will chase you down. But if you run towards them, they will run the other way. They count on their size to intimidate their victims, but few of them actually want to fight. What they want to do is to scare and terrorize people. Showing that you're not afraid is the best way to put an end to it. If you do fight and lose, it doesn't matter. He will know that you're not afraid and that you will fight, and that will put an end to the bullying. But Papa, cried Mayana, are you saying that it's okay to fight? I can get suspended from school for that. He responded, I don't recommend fighting at school because you can indeed get suspended or even expelled. As far as where to fight, well, I'll just leave it at that. Don't fight on school grounds. Shifu and Mayana's father seemed to be on the same page. They both seemed to be saying the same thing, that you sometimes just can't walk away from a fight. She asked, then killing the guard and throwing the rock at Sylvio was not a bad thing? He responded, the rat will steal your grain. Does that make him evil? The cat will kill the rat. Does that make him evil? To the owner of the grain, the rat is evil. To the rat, the cat is evil. Rain falls, a stream flows, the wind blows. Each behaves according to its nature. Does evil truly exist, or is it merely a perception? Those who are not on the path to enlightenment sometimes take us off of ours. He gave her a minute to contemplate his words. She understood that as hard as we try to stay on a good path, it isn't always possible when we are faced with people who are on a different one. He then stated, dreams can teach. Mayana and Yasmin knew what that meant. They all held hands and they got ready to be cast off into a dream world again, just like the previous night. They found themselves inside a house with a woman and 3 children. The woman seemed to be the mother and the children were around ages 8, 6, and 4. The woman looked angry and sullen. Her clothes were dirty and a bit ragged. She was in the kitchen at a table and she seemed to be preparing dough, probably for tortillas. She looked up from her table, she looked over to the oldest, who was a boy, and she said in a loud, angry voice, I need water now. The boy quickly stood up, he said yes mama, and he walked out the door, presumably to get water from the well. In a few moments he returned to the house with a rather large bucket which he was having trouble carrying because it was so heavy for an 8-year-old child. As he entered the house, he bumped the doorway with the bucket, causing some of the water to fall on the floor. His mother looked up and she screamed at him saying, "You'd better not spill that water on the floor." On hearing the mother scream, Mayana's blood ran cold and a shiver ran up her spine. It was a kind of a loud, screaming voice that would petrify you. Mayana and Yasmin continued to watch while holding hands tight. As the young boy continued to carry the bucket across the floor, the weight of it kept him off balance and he continued to spill water. He had a look of terror on his face, knowing what he had done and knowing what was coming. His mother screamed, "I told you not to spill water on the floor. Do you think this is a game? I slave all day long and the last thing I need is a stupid kid who can't even carry a bucket of water into the house." She then stood up and she started to slap the poor boy repeatedly on the head. He pleaded, "I'm so sorry, Mama. The water was too heavy. Please stop hitting me." His pleas had no effect and she kept hitting him. Finally the boy's mother grabbed him by the arms, she shook him front and back as hard as she could and she then threw him down to the ground. "Now get out of here, stupid boy. Get out of my sight," she yelled. The boy ran off to another room where everyone could hear him sobbing. The image then changed and Mayana and Yasmin found themselves in the same house, but things were different. The same woman was there, but the children now appeared to be about 12, 10, and 8 years old. It was dark outside and the 3 children were at a table with books and papers. It seemed that they were doing homework. The mother was sitting on the living room couch watching TV. Everything seemed calm and normal. The children chit-chatted a little about inconsequential things and the younger one occasionally asked for help with her homework. All the while, Mayana was trying to figure out why Shifu was showing her this family. She had no idea, but she figured that it would all come together eventually. Then the bliss that the family was enjoying was suddenly interrupted. They heard a noise and then the door burst open. A rather large man entered the house and he shouted, "The devil has arrived." It was the children's father and he was quite drunk. On entering the house, the children immediately stood up and they put themselves behind the table that they had been working at. Their mother ran over and she joined them. Their father said, "Oh, surely you don't think that a table is going to stop me from getting you." He ran towards the mother and he grabbed her. The 3 children ran and screamed. He immediately began beating her with his fist. She tried to lay on the ground to avoid being hit, but he held her clothes tight and he pulled her up close to him and he beat her on the head and the face. On seeing that, the oldest boy jumped on his father's back to stop the beating, but that just made things worse. The father grabbed him off of his back and he threw him across the room. He hit his head on a table and he lay there bleeding. This infuriated the father all the more and he beat his wife until she was unconscious. The image then changed and she was now at a school. The oldest boy was there and he looked to be about 14. As she looked carefully at the school and at the boy, she realized that she was on familiar grounds. The school that she was at was her own school, Sacred Heart College in San Ignacio, and the boy who she had been observing was Sylvio, the boy she had thrown the rock at a few days earlier. Mayana was astounded by what she was seeing. She didn't know Sylvio very well and it seemed that she was getting a glimpse of an aspect of his life that she had never been aware of. She saw Sylvio with another classmate whose name was Jorge. Mayana and Yasmin listened to their conversation. Sylvio said, "My dad came home drunk again last night and he beat my mom pretty bad. I tried to stop him but I couldn't. Every time I try to help, he gets even more angry and he beats my mom and me even more. My dad gets drunk every day and he curses at us and he beats us. When he's not around, my mom takes out her frustrations on me and my brother and sister. We all get beat and screamed at almost every day." The image then changed again. They were still at the school but they were on a basketball court that was on the school grounds. Mayana and Yasmin knew all of the students who were playing ball. Sylvio was among them and he looked to be about the same age, 14 or so. As they were playing, one of the students shot the ball toward the basket, bumping Sylvio in the process. The ball swished through the net. Whether because of the bump or the boy scoring a point or both, Sylvio got really mad and he approached the boy who had bumped him. He went right in the boy's face and he started shouting, "That's a foul. You bumped me on purpose. That point doesn't count." His demeanor was very oppressive and the other boy backed up a little but Sylvio persisted. He started to push the boy with his arms and chest. Sylvio yelled, "I'm sick of these fouls and people bumping me and knocking me down." He took a swipe at the other boy who really didn't want to fight, but he felt that he had no choice. The two boys were soon on the ground punching and wrestling each other. The image then changed and they were then in a different house. There was a woman of about 30 years old and two young children around ages 4 and 6. The two children were playing a board game at the table and the young woman was washing the dishes. They heard a man's voice call from outside. "Rosita," he called. They all looked out the doorway to see a man coming into the house. He was about 35 years old and he appeared to be drunk. As he got close enough to see his face, Mayana suddenly realized that it was Sylvio. She looked again and again at his face and she was sure it was an older version of the Sylvio that she knew. She listened carefully to see if anyone called him by name. He entered the house and he sat at the table. The two children immediately vacated their space, leaving it for their father. In a slurred voice Sylvio said, "Where's my dinner?" Rosita quickly started to serve him his food which she had prepared earlier. After serving him he looked at the plate and he said, "You expect me to eat this slop?" He picked up the plate and he threw it at Rosita. He continued, "In all the years we've been married, you still can't cook a decent meal. I'll teach you to not learn how to cook." And he got up and he started to beat her. Rosita called, "Sylvio, no, please. I'll do better next time." Mayana heard Sylvio's name being used and she then knew without doubt that it was the same Sylvio. The children pleaded, "Papa, no. Please don't hurt Mama." Their pleas did no good. The only thing that prevented Sylvio from continuing was that he was so drunk that he wore himself out and he fell down to the floor unconscious. Then the dream ended and Mayana had to consider what it all meant. She saw an aspect of Sylvio's life that she had never been aware of and that really shocked her. He was in classes with her and so she knew him pretty well even though they weren't friends. When you're in a class of about 20 students year after year, you get to know your classmates pretty well. But these were aspects of Sylvio's life that she thought probably few people knew about. While such abuse is common in Belize, there is also a lot of shame associated with these issues and they're not spoken of openly. Most women and children who are victims of this kind of abuse learn to stay quiet, otherwise they risk getting it even worse. There are no agencies there that support battered women and children. What struck Mayana the most was that Sylvio was a victim of abuse as a child and yet he grew up to be an abuser himself. She didn't understand why a victim of abuse would become the very person that he despised as a child. That was a question that she wouldn't get an answer to right then. She would probably have to leave it for her father, who she knew would have an answer. But what she did understand was that Sylvio had faced horrible abuse as a child by both his mother and father and he had become a bully as a teenager. She considered how much anger that he must have had inside him from years of abuse and how that must have contributed to him being a bully. She remembered Shifu's words, "Everyone behaves according to their nature. Does evil truly exist or is it merely a perception?" Mayana then asked Shifu, "Is a bully truly evil or is it merely my perception because I don't know the person's whole story or the cause of him being a bully? I understand that years of abuse can create a bully, but does that excuse the bully's behavior?" Shifu responded, "You must stop thinking in order to think. Clear your mind, your spirit, and your soul. Only then can you find the answers you seek." He continued, "Do not look at another man's house intending to find fault. Hatred is never appeased by hatred. All behaviors are preceded by mind, having mind as their master. Ceasing to do evil, cultivating the good, purifying the heart, this is the path to enlightenment." But Shifu Mayana protested. "Most people don't think like that. Most people are not on the path to enlightenment. How can I follow that path when the people around me are on a different one? Was I right to kill the guard? Was I right to throw the rock at Sylvio? Was I right to steal the wand and the food from the witches?" Shifu repeated his words from before, "Life is not about waiting for the storms to pass. It's about learning how to dance in the rain. Spread seeds of enlightenment to others as you can, knowing that most will put barriers between themselves and where they are. Be like the sun and all that is in you will warm those around you." Mayana was a little frustrated that she couldn't get a more direct answer to her questions. But she interpreted that her actions were okay because not everyone has the same goal of living a violence-free and live and let live philosophy of life. She also interpreted that you should understand why people behave as they do and to offer support when you can. Everyone has a life story that creates who they are today. Help when you can, protect yourself as you need to. Mayana really liked that philosophy of life and it resonated well with her. It made her wonder if there was anything that she could do to help Sylvio to avoid his apparent destination. She asked, "Were the images that I saw of Sylvio the future that will be or the future that may be?" Shifu responded, "A man's fate is in his own hands. Ultimately, he alone chooses his path." Mayana took that to mean that it was a future that may be. She then immediately began thinking of how she could possibly help Sylvio and if she even wanted to help considering the resentment that she held towards him because of his bullying. But then she started to think of his wife and children and how much they would suffer if she did nothing and that the pattern of abusive behavior may be passed on to his children just as it was passed on to him by his mother and father. She was determined to reach out to him when they got back to San Ignacio, if not for him then for the betterment of his family and the community. That was the end of their discussion for the night. Mayana and Yasmin thanked Shifu, they hugged him, they kissed him on the cheek and they said goodnight. In bed, Mayana continued to think about the 2 dreams that Shifu had given her. They seemed to both carry the same moral, which was that our experiences create who we are and that we can neither choose those experiences nor can we choose who we become due to them. This made her think of all the people she knew who had been created by their experiences. There were lots in her life. As she thought more and more about Shifu's dreams, she got sleepier and sleepier and she eventually fell off into a deep sleep for the night. Chapter 18. Day 6. How to Speak in Parables. In the morning they got up at daybreak like always and they found Shifu sitting on the log like every previous day. Always the cynic, Tata said in a low voice, "Does he actually sleep sitting up?" It was a rhetorical question and he wasn't expecting a response, rather it was more intended as a little stab at Shifu for being different. After the lesson Mayana had learned yesterday during her dream, she started to wonder what Tata's story was. What were his experiences that made him so cynical and grumpy all the time and even kind of a bully on occasion? She'd keep her ears open for clues that might help her understand him better, remembering that people behave according to their nature and their experiences, neither of which anyone has any control over. They had their customary morning breakfast and then they began to plan for the day. There was only one path where they were at that time and consequently there was really nothing to decide. But they had to keep their eyes open for the fork where the trail would divide into 3 different paths. If the witches were correct, they had their most daunting leg of the journey ahead of them. Accordingly, they would come to the edge of the earth and they would have to avoid falling off. And then there was Amarok, some kind of bull-sized spider creature that would try to prevent their passage. As they walked along the trail, Mayana thought about this again and she tried to recall what her father had told her about flat Earth. "Do you know that there's actually a flat Earth society?" he would say. "People who have convinced themselves that the Earth is flat. They hold meetings and they discuss the so-called evidence. They claim that all photos taken by the astronauts are fake and that the Earth is traveling through space, not orbiting the Sun. I contacted them several times to ask questions like, has anyone ever traveled to the edge of the Earth to take photos? The answer was no, because there are armed guards around the perimeter of the Earth to prevent photos from being taken. Are there photos of the armed guards around the perimeter of the Earth? No, you can't get close enough to take photos. Why are there armed guards at the perimeter of the Earth? To maintain the conspiracy that the Earth is a sphere. And why does anyone want to maintain a conspiracy that the Earth is a sphere? Because the government lies, the government can't be trusted, the government wants to control people and they do it through deception. And what about scientists who support a spherical Earth? They're part of the conspiracy. All scientists. Yes. Has anyone contacted airlines to find out the flight patterns they use? No, they're in on the conspiracy too. And what about the light that is cast by the sun, which is said to be close to the Earth? It should be round if the Earth is flat and it should make a straight line if the Earth is a sphere. Do they have photos of the round spotlight made by the sun? No. Have they contacted cities around the world to find out the exact time of dusk and dawn to see if the sun creates a circle or a straight line? No. Do they have photos of the sun at night that we should be able to see since it's close to the Earth? No. Has anyone gone to the highest mountain to see the edge of the Earth or to see the sun at night through a telescope? No. Has anyone ever gone to the highest mountain and tried to shine a laser light down to a country that is said to be on the other side of the planet? No. What accounts for gravity if the Earth is not a sphere? Gravity is fiction. It doesn't exist. Then what holds everything down? Momentum. The Earth is traveling through space at just the right speed to hold everything down. Has anyone ever tracked the stars in the sky to see if the Earth is orbiting the Sun or if it's traveling through space? The lights in the sky are not stars, they're just lights. How did they get there? Either an advanced civilization or God put them there. What is your explanation for why every other planet and all moons are spheres and the Earth is the only one that is flat? That's just the way God or an advanced civilization created things. According to the Flat Earth Society, the Sun is really close to the Earth and there are no other planets as part of our solar system. What's wrong with people like that? Asked Mayana to her father. Are they stupid or are they bat crap crazy? Well, I don't like to call them either of those things, said her father. I prefer to say that there's something wrong with their thinking. They have accepted magic and miracles as the answer to their questions, and the moment you do that, is the moment you abandon reality in favor of fantasy. Some very intelligent people can have some really strange ideas. All I can say is that the human brain is so complex that such beliefs can't really be explained. I prefer to help people to correct their thinking rather than to call them crazy or stupid, which isn't very helpful. Mayana said, well, I think it's just crazy and stupid. It may be, said her father. But calling people crazy or stupid isn't a solution, and it only causes them to dig their heels and to believe even more firmly in what they believe. It has the opposite effect of what you want. Think of the times people have done it to you. Did it cause you to come around to their way of thinking? Mayana responded, no, it made me so angry that the last thing I wanted was to think like them. Exactly, said her father. Change is hard for most humans, and when it comes slowly. You have to use a gentler approach if you ever hope to influence others. Few people are willing to question their beliefs, and they will never know if they are following truth or lies. Guiding them to that reality is probably the best that we can do. Never forget that you can't fact-check someone out of a religion, their politics, or their conspiracy theories, and that's because they aren't about truth, they're about identity. You may think that if you just show them the facts, that they'll wake up. But it's not that easy. When you present them evidence that contradicts their position, you're not just challenging their opinion, you're threatening who they believe they are, you're threatening their very identity. When confronted with the truth, the brain doesn't necessarily update, rather it very often fortifies. So when confronted with evidence that challenges their thinking, they double down even if the evidence is undeniable and the lie is obvious. Don't expect the truth to change minds because it just doesn't. The only thing that's going to change their minds is when the cost of the lie becomes heavier than the comfort it brings. And that's because believing the lie makes them feel safe. Belonging and comfort are always more attractive than being right. You see, you're not fighting ignorance or stupidity, you're fighting fear. And the more superior, logical, or evidence-based you sound, the tighter they're going to grip to their beliefs. Mayana had previously been so sure that her father was right, and now she was so confused and she just couldn't make sense of anything. She tried to convince herself that the Earth is a sphere, that there's no edge of the Earth, that magic and spells aren't real, that witches don't exist, and that there must be an explanation for what was happening to her. She again considered if she had passed into an alternate reality where the laws of science were different, or if the Matrix were real and this was all a computer simulation, or if this was total recall and everything was happening inside her head, or if she had accidentally taken magic mushrooms and was having an incredible hallucination. She also considered that her father and she could just be plain wrong about all of their previous conclusions about how the natural world operates. That would be her next conversation with Shifu. After walking a few hours, they stopped for a break. Mayana was asked to fly up to take a look to see what was ahead. She did so, and when she was up above, she could see the trail stretch well into the jungle. But as the trail got farther away, it was impossible to see it as it blended in with the trees. But far ahead, she was able to see an area that looked absolutely incredible. There was a space where there was no plant life at all. It was merely flat land that looked like dirt or rock, and it extended for a ways and it then abruptly ended. She could see nothing beyond it other than sky. This barren area extended in both directions along the horizon, and she could not see an end on either side. She flew down and she reported what she had seen. It's the edge of the earth, exclaimed Calypso. It is indeed, confirmed Tata. We will surely need WD's protection as we proceed forward. Yasmin asked, Mayana, is it true? Papa always calls that stuff hocus pocus. There's no edge of the earth, is there? Mayana responded, I'm really not sure anymore. Everything that I thought was not true is true in this strange land. We'll have to wait and see. Yasmin was not very comforted by those words, and she could tell from everyone around her that they were going to face their biggest challenge ahead. Mayana could see her apprehension, and she at least offered her the only kind words she could think of. Remember, Yaz, just beyond the edge of the earth is San Ignacio. We don't have much farther to go to get home. That offered some relief, and Yasmin smiled. They marched ahead along the trail with Shifu in the lead. They weren't anticipating any encounters between where they were and the strange terrain that Mayana had seen, but then they could never be sure, and they stayed on high alert as they forged ahead. It took the entire day just to reach the fork in the road where the trail divided into 3 paths. They stopped for a short break before beginning to follow the path on the left as they were instructed to do by the witches. But the problem was that this route took them closer to the edge of the earth while the other paths took them away from it. Actually being at this crossroads hit home a lot harder than before when they merely had to think about being there. Now they were faced with getting on the trail that led to the edge of the earth and Amarok. Tata balked at taking the path on the left, and he said, Are we going to trust what the 3 evil witches told us? This route takes us closer to danger, not away from it. Maybe it doesn't even lead to San Ignacio. Calypso confirmed, Yes, that could very well be true. I say we take the middle path and then try to reconnect further ahead. Mayana complained, but the middle path could take us so far away from the one on the left that we'll never find our way back to the correct route to San Ignacio. For all we know, it circles around and will take us back to the witch's castle. We shouldn't risk it, replied Tata. We shouldn't take chances with our lives. Mayana thought to appeal to his beliefs in the supernatural, and she said, But Tata, we have protection from WD and Shifu. They will see us through, and the path on the left will take me and Yasmin home. Tata said, I'm starting to think that Calypso and I should turn back and return to our village. We really don't need to go to San Ignacio. Calypso agreed, Yes, I really don't want to go to San Ignacio anymore. I'm ready to go home. After all that had happened along the way, Tata and Calypso were so terrified of what lay ahead that they were now regretting coming on this journey. They had no need to go to San Ignacio after all, and it seemed that what was to come would be even more perilous than anything they had faced before. Mayana thought to remind them, Well, Yasmin and I don't have a choice. We have to continue ahead if we want to get home. And don't forget, if you go back you'll have to contend with the witches' guards, the witches, and Llorona. You won't have Shifu to protect you. You won't have Shifu to protect you, repeated Tata mockingly while he did his little dance. Well, we'll see about that. Shifu, what is your choice, to proceed ahead or to go back? There's no reason to move ahead and to face such danger. Calypso and I choose to turn around and to go home. Shifu responded, Nothing grows in a place of comfort. Walking the great path requires great responsibility. He paused and he then continued, One day we will die, but every other day we will live. You cannot fear it or hesitate in your resolve. With that, Shifu faced the direction of the path ahead, indicating that he would be moving forward. What a freaking thing to do, complained Tata. We have to stay with the group just to keep safe even though we don't want to. Shifu said, Many roads lead to the great path, only the willing will find their way. Tata repeated mockingly, Only the willing will find their way. Well, it seems that even the unwilling will find their way since we're being forced to follow the crowd. Mayana again tried to appeal to his personal beliefs, and she said, Remember Tata, we've got both WD and Shifu protecting us. They've kept us safe up until now. We have no reason to believe that they won't continue to help us. Tata said grudgingly, Yeah, I suppose so, but I'd still rather be sleeping in my own bed tonight. Me too, confirmed Calypso. Mayana understood their trepidation, and she had to admit that she too would much rather be sleeping in her own bed that night. But Yasmin and she just didn't have a choice. They had to get home, and that meant continuing ahead on the path to the left. As they had traveled all day, they set up camp where the 3 paths intersected. There was enough space there for their tent. There was no fire pit there, but they easily created a makeshift one, and finding logs in the jungle to sit on was never a problem. They were able to set up their camp with a fire blazing in no time. That gave Mayana her chance to again raise questions to Shifu. She was really happy with her newfound ability to communicate with him, either by being able to understand his challenging way of talking or through his dreams that he was giving her. She felt incredibly empowered and on top of the world. She sat next to him on the log and Yasmin sat on the other side of him. Mayana now looked forward to these conversations. She learned so much and she wondered if she would be given another dream and what it would be. She started by saying, "Shifu, I'm really confused. Things are happening to me that I thought were impossible. I never believed in magic or witches or flying on a rug or the edge of the earth, and it all seems to be true, at least in this strange land. I don't even know how we got here from San Ignacio. We climbed into a hole in the tree and then we were here in the strange world with Tata Duendes, witch doctors, Llorona, and you too, Shifu. I've never met someone like you. How is this all possible?" Shifu responded, "The search for the truth is the path to enlightenment, but you will spend a lifetime in pursuit of it and you will never find it. It is the effort to find it that is important, not the discovery of it. Once you believe that you have discovered the truth, the pursuit ends. There is no longer a need to continue if you believe that you have already found it. Never let the day come when you have stopped the search for truth." Mayana responded, "That's all well and good, Shifu, but are you saying that you don't know the answers to my questions and that I must continue to seek them?" He replied, "If you are facing the right direction, you need only continue walking." Mayana started to gather that Shifu wasn't willing to share the answers to her questions with her. He seemed to be saying that she should just continue to search on her own. Her father too often said that the search for the truth is far more important than the discovery of it. Perhaps that's why Shifu wouldn't share the answers with her. He wanted her to make the discoveries on her own. Mayana wondered if her father would be able to explain everything that had happened. And that's if he even believed her story. She suspected that he wouldn't, since he's a skeptic and he only believes what can be demonstrated to be true. He only believes in the natural realm and he doesn't believe in flat earth, witch doctors, the edge of the earth, witches, flying rugs, two-headed snakes, invisibility, or anything else in the realm of what can be described as supernatural, magic or miracles. He doesn't even believe in the Bible, which most people seem to accept as true. So how could she even tell him all about these fantastic experiences that had happened only for him to accuse her of lying or having a hallucination or something? The only thing that she could think of was that she had Yasmin to confirm the stories. Yes, that may convince him. Her father always says that he finds it strange that when people have mystical experiences, they are always alone. Why don't two or more people see the same thing if they are true, he would ask. It seems suspicious that such encounters are only offered to people one at a time and never to groups of two or more. With Yasmin to confirm everything that had happened, surely that would convince her father that they were true. And of course, she had Tata, Calypso, and Shifu who wanted to pay a visit to San Ignacio. They would also verify their encounters. With Shifu not having any direct answers for her and her father not even believing that such things are possible, she started to get the idea that she would likely never get the answers she desired. But then she remembered the words of her father, "There are so many unanswered questions in the world and most of them will never be answered in our lifetime. When we have questions such as about the origins of the universe or the origins of life on Earth, the only honest answer is nobody knows. And what we should never do is to make up the answers to such questions that have no answers the way far too many people do." Mayana figured that the answers to her questions today were also going to be, nobody knows, and that it would remain a mystery. She trusted her father and she decided that she wouldn't make up the answers to her questions, rather she would just say, "I don't know," and leave it at that. Mayana and Yasmin wondered if Shifu was going to give them a dream that night. Yasmin jumped over to where Mayana was sitting and she whispered the question in her ear, "Is he going to give us a dream tonight?" That prompted Mayana to say, "Shifu, dreams can teach. Can you give us a dream tonight?" At first he stayed frozen and stoic as he so often did. But then he stood up from the log and he sat on the ground cross-legged by the fire. The two girls followed him, they made a semicircle and they all held hands. Soon, Mayana and Yasmin found themselves in a very strange land. They heard a language being spoken that they did not understand. Mayana wasn't sure, but she thought it was Chinese. There are thousands of people from Hong Kong and Taiwan who live in Belize, and she had enough experience with them to be able to guess the language. But she also knew that it could be Korean or Japanese or Thai or some other similar language. The people looked Chinese as well, but again, she couldn't be sure. They found themselves standing in front of a large, beautiful building that looked like a temple. Mayana had seen photos of such temples before, and it looked familiar. The two girls approached the entrance of the building, and there was a group of children there. They were speaking their local language, and Mayana and Yasmin could not understand them. But suddenly the language switched to English, which seemed very strange. Yasmin asked, "Why did they change to English all of a sudden?" Mayana responded, "I think Shifu did that so that we can understand. I think we're in China in front of a Buddhist monastery, and I think they're still speaking in Chinese." "What's a monastery?" asked Yasmin. "It's like a church. It's where Buddhists pray and study and learn about enlightenment," responded Mayana. "What's enlightenment?" she asked. Mayana said, "It's like having knowledge and insight that few other people have. It means to have a perspective about the world around us that results in a better, more peaceful life for everyone. It means moving beyond your raw emotions that tell us to hurt others and to do the opposite, which is to help people, even bad people." Yasmin asked, "That's what Papa teaches us. Has he found enlightenment?" Mayana responded, "Well, I think he has, although he may not call it that. I don't think Papa has a name for it." They then began to focus on the children in front of the monastery. They were all on their knees and they were bowed down with their palms on the ground, eyes looking downward. Suddenly a monk came out from the building and he started to yell at them. He said, "Get out of here and don't come back. This monastery is not for you." He raised a broom that he had over his head in a threatening manner, and all of the children quickly ran away before he had the chance to swat them with it. The monk said, "Why do those kids come here every day? We can't allow such people into our temple. To be a Buddhist monk requires a very special character." Mayana and Yasmin then found themselves near the children who had just been chased away. They were sitting down along the curb. One of them said, "My parents would be so proud if I could become a Buddhist monk. Do you know how happy they would be with such an accomplishment?" "Mine too," said another. They all seemed to have the dream of joining the monastery, and they went there almost daily to pray with the hope that they would be invited in. So far it did not happen. "How do others become monks?" one of the children asked. No one knew the answer. Then the image changed and they were again in front of the monastery with the same children on the ground praying. And again the same monk came out and he began to yell at them and to threaten them with his broom. This time all of the children ran away except one small boy who was about 10 years old. He remained on the ground in the same position, bowing and praying. The monk began to hit him with his broom again and again. The boy remained in the same position, enduring the pain of the swats from the broom. After being hit at least 10 times, the monk stopped. He said to the boy in a kind and gentle voice, "Young man, please stand up and face me." The boy stood up, but he stared at the ground, too afraid to look up. The monk said, "Young man, why did you not run away with the others? Why did you stay and take that beating?" "I wish to join your monastery and to become a Buddhist monk," said the boy. "Do you know that the life of a monk is not easy?" asked the monk. "It requires many sacrifices. Only the most resolute can join the monastery." "Yes, sir. I know that. I want to become a monk," responded the boy. The monk said, "Well, by remaining in front of the monastery while the others fled, you have passed the first test. You showed that you are indeed resolute. Please come inside with me." The boy proceeded inside the monastery. Mayana and Yasmin understood then that this monk was probably not as angry and mean as he had seemed at the first encounter, rather he was looking for children who could pass his test. The image then changed and they were inside the monastery. The young boy then looked to be a couple of years older. They were in what appeared to be an exercise room and there were about 10 children around his age practicing martial arts. Mayana and Yasmin watched all the children as they practiced, but they focused mostly on the young boy from the previous image. He was extremely intense in the way he practiced, seeming to put forth 100% with every body movement. After watching for a while, they could see that he was quite a bit ahead of the others in regard to balance, coordination, skill, strength, and overall physical ability. In the previous image, he looked scrawny and now he looked built. It was quite a bit of improvement in just 2 years. At one point, the master called him by name saying, "Lei Ling, come to the front of the class and show us your learning from today." He came to the front, he bowed to his master and he said, "Thank you Master Ji," and he began to show what he had learned that day. He was asked to demonstrate one of his moves and to then freeze in place. Lei Ling kicked out one leg and he threw out one arm and he remained motionless while standing on one leg. Master Ji then approached him and he tried to kick out his foot. Lei Ling maintained his balance and he did not fall over. Master Ji then gave him a push, trying to knock him off balance, but he again remained in place. Lei Ling was then directed to stand on both feet. He did so and he bowed. Master Ji said nothing more, but the students all understood that Lei Ling was being shown as the example of how to do it right. He would get no praise at the time, but he knew that it would come later from his friends and from Master Ji, who all admired such a disciplined and talented young monk. On the wall above the exit was a sign in Chinese that Mayana could read. It said, "A disciplined mind brings happiness." Master Ji signaled for everyone to line up, which they did in total silence. They all faced him and they bowed. They then turned forward in a single file line facing the exit. When each student arrived to the doorway, they looked up to the sign above and they said the words, "A disciplined mind brings happiness," and they silently walked out. Mayana was amazed to see these students operating in absolute silence other than when instructed to speak. She had never seen such disciplined children in her life. The students proceeded to the cafeteria for lunch. Mayana and Yasmin followed. Each student monk proceeded to get food and to sit at a table. There was nothing unusual about this activity except that you could hear a pin drop. Not a word was spoken. Then the image changed. They were now in a room that had numerous iron objects of differing sizes. The smallest weighed perhaps 20 pounds, the heaviest perhaps 200. Mayana noticed these objects because there were so many of them and there was really nothing else in the room. Some of them were irregularly shaped and had ridges and sharp protrusions on them. Others were smooth and had handles at the top. After a few minutes, a line of children arrived to this room. As everyone entered, Mayana and Yasmin recognized Lei Ling and he looked to be about 14 years old. Each student silently picked up 2 weights and they immediately raised them with arms parallel to the ground. They seemed to know exactly which size weights to pick up. They remained in line and they were silent the entire time. They left the room and they proceeded to go outdoors where there was a row of bricks. Each student walked across them while holding the weights. As they proceeded, the looks of anguish on their faces showed how grueling this exercise was. The bricks formed a circle and the student monks proceeded around it for about 10 minutes before Master Ji appeared. He signaled to them to return to the room where they started. 10 minutes is not a long time, but Mayana thought that it must have seemed like an eternity to these young men who had to carry so much weight and keep their arms parallel to the ground while walking on bricks. She was still not sure why Shifu was showing them these images, but she knew that the answer would come soon enough. The image then changed and Lei Ling now appeared to be about 16 years old. The students were sitting cross-legged in a circle in a classroom. Master Ji was with them and they were having a discussion. Lei Ling asked, "Master Ji, what is the meaning of life?" Master Ji answered, "It will take you a lifetime to answer that question. In the end, each man must discover or create his own meaning of life. Do not expect it to be handed to you on a platter." Lei Ling asked, "But how can we discover or create meaning?" Master Ji responded, "That is what takes a lifetime." The students looked confused but they said nothing. Master Ji suddenly straightened his back and he began to breathe deeply. The students did the same. Due to his confusion, Lei Ling then inquired, "Master Ji, why must we be silent in the temple?" Master Ji replied, "Like a sharp knife, the tongue cuts but without drawing blood. You must stop thinking in order to think. You must stop talking in order to talk." The meditation resumed. After a few moments, Master Ji offered more insight to Lei Ling's question. Seek to be worth knowing, not to be well known. A comfort zone is a wonderful thing, but nothing grows there. Life is not about waiting for the storms to pass, it's about learning how to dance in the rain. The last 2 phrases that Master Ji spoke were familiar to Mayana. She had heard Shifu say those same exact words. She started to wonder if he had some connection to this place. Maybe this is where he learned to talk the way he does. She kept watching for more clues. Master Ji continued, ceasing to do evil, cultivating the good, purifying the heart. This is the path to enlightenment. You only miss what you cling to. Release yourself of material possessions. The true nature of the man is decided in the battle between his conscious mind and the desires of his subconscious. The evil of the subconscious is too strong to resist, and the only way to win is to deny it battle. Mayana again heard familiar phrases. Now she knew that this had to be where Shifu had learned his ways. Was he a Buddhist monk? Master Ji must have been his master. She wondered about the things that he could do that seemed to defy the laws of science, his energy barrier and energy bolts, knowing where to guide them to find their way, the 3 magic objects that allowed her to fly, to be invisible, and the magic wand that had unusual powers. Did Shifu learn how to do this magic here too? She would soon get her answer. The image then changed and they found themselves in a different room. All of the same students were there, and they now appeared to be about 18 years old. They were sitting in a circle with candles in front of them. Master Ji sat on a small rug. All the students were watching him as he meditated. Suddenly he began to rise off the ground with the rug under him. He continued to rise until he was at eye level. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. It was apparent that they had never seen such a thing in their lives. Master Ji then lowered himself to the floor. He moved his hands above the candles and every one of them went out. The room was then mostly dark. He moved his hands across the candles again without touching them and they all became lit. Mayana was now absolutely sure that this is where Shifu had learned his magic and that this was his monastery. And she started to consider another thing. As she looked closely at Lei Ling, she started to wonder if it was Shifu. At only 18 years old, she could see a similarity, but she wasn't absolutely sure. Considering that Shifu was giving her the dream and that she was sure that this was his monastery, she was almost sure that it was him. She now really paid attention to discover if it was him or not. Master Ji then moved his hand across the candle that was in front of Lei Ling without touching it and the fire went out. He then pointed to him to indicate that he was to light it. He looked astonished by what he had seen and he said, "Master Ji, how is it that you can do such things?" Master Ji responded, "Lei Ling, how is it that you cannot? Focus on the candle and light the fire." He closed his eyes and he focused hard but nothing happened. He continued to focus but still nothing. Master Ji then stood up and he kneeled directly behind him and he put his hands on his shoulders. He said, "Continue to focus on lighting the candle. Keep the image of it in your mind." Just then, the candle lit on fire. Lei Ling gave a look of surprise when he saw it and he said, "Master Ji, I fear that I am not the one who lit the fire but that it was you." Master Ji responded, "I did nothing to light the fire. I merely provided you with the confidence to do what you could already do. I cannot teach that which you already know, I can only guide you to it." Master Ji then indicated to Lei Ling to sit on the rug. He did so with legs crossed. He immediately shut his eyes, already knowing what was expected of him, and he began to focus. After a minute or so with all the students watching, he began to rise on the rug. He rose very slowly and the rug was unsteady as if he needed more practice. But just being able to rise at all astounded all of the students and Lei Ling too. He brought himself down to the floor and back up again several times for practice. After only a few moments, he seemed to be able to balance well as he floated in the air. Suddenly, he looked up and he gave a kind of a mischievous smile as he looked down at his friends. They all looked at him in anticipation. Suddenly he lurched forward quickly and he began to speed ahead. As he approached the wall, he abruptly turned, just barely missing it. He then began to zigzag around the room out of control. He sped by the students and Master Ji. They quickly moved out of the way and he just barely missed their heads. After zooming around the room out of control a few more times and with his mischievous smile replaced with a look of horror, he crashed into a candle chandelier that hung from the ceiling. The collision sent the lit candles flying to the floor and with Master Ji and the students scurrying to avoid being hit by them. Lei Ling did somersaults in the air and he finally came to a stop upside down as he hit the wall. He remained there 5 feet off the ground and upside down. The look on his face was one of absolute shame for what he had done. He knew that this would mean trouble for him. The students had a look of horror on their faces as well. They didn't know whether to be shocked by what they had witnessed or to feel sorry for Lei Ling and the punishment that was to come. Master Ji stood up and he walked over to the rug. He waved his hand from left to right with his palm facing forward. That caused Lei Ling to turn upside right and he came down slowly to the floor. He stood up, he faced Master Ji, and he stared downward too ashamed to look up. Master Ji held him under the chin and he raised his head to make him look at him in the eyes and he said in a stern voice, "With great power comes great responsibility." Lei Ling didn't need to hear any more than that. He knew that the punishment would come, not in words or in other consequences but rather in the shame of what he had done, and Master Ji knew that. Then the image changed. They were in the same room and the students were in a circle with candles in the middle. It was about 4 years later and the students now looked to be about 22 years old. Mayana looked carefully at Lei Ling and although the room was not bright, she could now see clearly that he was indeed Shifu. He now appeared like a younger version of him as Mayana knew him. She could now surmise that Shifu wanted Mayana to know his story and he was showing it to her the only way that he could. Years of isolation in the Buddhist monastery living by a vow of silence prevented him from expressing himself anyway other than in parables, however he could surely communicate well with images. Master Ji spoke. "You have all reached the rite of determination. You will soon be leaving the monastery to pursue your destiny. You have learned all that you need to know and you are ready to face this challenge." Mayana tried to remember what the word determination meant. She recalled her father using it. He often commented that he believed that humans are determined, meaning that free will doesn't exist. He would say that when it comes to beliefs and values, you can't choose through free will. He would say, just try to change any heartfelt belief that you hold to the opposing belief and see if it's possible. If you think abortion is wrong, try to change to being pro-choice by exercising your free will. If you believe in God, try choosing to not believe in God and see if it's possible. If you're being honest, you will admit that it's not humanly possible to choose to change your beliefs or values through free will. And when people do change, it's because something outside themselves causes them to change, not because of free will. And once you change, you are then stuck with the new belief or value with no ability to change back to the original ones. Free will is a myth, at least when it comes to beliefs and values. Mayana remembered a neighbor once telling her father that he was going to be condemned to hell for his beliefs. He commented, "If God's going to burn me up and torture me for not believing that he exists, he's going to do so for something that I have absolutely no control over since I didn't choose to not believe in God, rather I am compelled to not believe. And that convinces me all the more that the whole God thing and free will are a myth. And if I'm wrong and hell does exist, we're all doomed since only an evil God would create such a horrible place as hell to begin with. Spending eternity with an evil God who burns people up will be no paradise, that's for sure." If determination meant that free will doesn't exist, Mayana tried to imagine how that would apply to Shifu. Did that mean that he didn't have a choice in how he would follow his destiny? She would have to wait to find out. Master Ji continued, "Your work now is to discover what your work will be and then with all your heart to give yourself to it. There are only 2 mistakes you can make along the road to enlightenment, not going all the way, and not starting. You will all be called to duty. Listen for that call and answer it." The image then changed for the final time. This time Mayana was more shocked by the new image than she had ever been before because this one included her and Yasmin. She saw herself and Yasmin in WD's house with Tata and Calypso. WD was chanting and casting the spell that he had done days before. As she looked around the room, she also saw Shifu there. At first, she wasn't sure if he was part of the dream or if he was actually present with her and Yasmin watching the dream. As she watched Shifu carefully, she concluded that he was part of the dream and that meant that he was present that day at WD's house. She noticed he had on the belt of invisibility and that he was focused on everyone in WD's house and he seemed unaware that Mayana and Yasmin were there observing the dream. The girls watched as the same experiences from that day were repeated and Shifu merely watched and listened. Mayana now understood that he was following his destiny by helping her and Yasmin to get home. His training at the monastery had prepared him to be a service to humanity and helping them to get home had become his duty. That was the end of the dream and Mayana and Yasmin came out of it to find themselves in the same spot, holding hands in a semicircle near the fire as they had been at the beginning. The two girls looked at each other and they looked at Shifu. As they looked at him, they saw him in a way that they had never seen him before, with such a higher level of familiarity as if they had known him all their lives. They now understood why he was there, why he spoke the way he does, and how he learned to do magic. It was indeed due to WD's spell that they were now protected, although Mayana wasn't quite sure that WD actually cast a spell, rather it may be that Shifu overheard it and then did the rest. But then again, maybe that's what it means to cast a spell. Maybe it means putting yourself in contact with others who have the ability to fulfill your requests, kind of like prayer. Everyone stood up and the girls gave Shifu the biggest hug they had ever given him. This time Shifu actually put his arms around the two girls and he hugged them back. They kissed him on the cheek and they both said, "Good night, Leiling." For the first time they got a nice big smile out of him. The girls went to bed, but Mayana had a hard time falling asleep with so many things on her mind. She had so much to think about and the adrenaline was flowing through her like a wild river. She had to force herself to stop thinking about the events of the day, the events to come, and to think of pleasant things so that she could sleep. She started to remember all the good times with her mother, her father, and Yasmin over the years, and this was so relaxing that she very soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 19. Day 7. The Edge of the Earth. The next morning everyone got up and they had their breakfast like usual. They set out on the path to the left toward the area they were calling the Edge of the Earth, already knowing that that was the route they needed to follow. Shifu was in the lead like usual and they walked along in single file. Everyone knew that they had to be on the lookout for Amarok. They didn't know if or when they would encounter this treacherous spider creature that was as big as a bull, but they knew to watch out for it. Considering how big it was said to be, they didn't think they would encounter it on the path, which was rather narrow. They marched ahead for several hours and by about noon, they found themselves leaving the jungle and they discovered that the path continued along the bare terrain that extended as far as they could see along the horizon in both directions. The view from that point was absolutely astounding. From where they stood, they could see about 100 yards of bare terrain that extended from the jungle and that led up to the edge of the cliff, and after that only sky. They weren't close enough to tell if there was anything below and they all began to discuss what they were seeing. "It's the edge of the earth," shouted Tata. "All we see beyond the cliff is sky." Calypso added, "I've heard about it all my life. I can't believe I am actually seeing it with my own eyes." Mayana wasn't so sure that it was the edge of the earth or if it was just a really high cliff with land at the bottom. She offered to fly up to see it to determine what it really was. Everyone agreed that that was a good idea. It seemed that they would be following this cliff for a long time, so they thought that they should know what they were dealing with. Mayana took out her rug and she sat on it. She began to rise up and she was soon as high as the treetops. She proceeded forward toward the edge of the cliff. As she got really close, a feeling of apprehension and terror overwhelmed her as she looked down and she could not see the bottom. She saw a steep drop-off that went straight down and all she could see below was mist that was probably a good 100 yards below. She chose to follow the edge of the cliff for a good while to determine if she could see the bottom further on, but no matter how far she traveled, she could not see below due to the mist that seemed endless. She then got the idea to throw something into the chasm and to listen for it to hit the bottom. She returned to the flat terrain area where there were plenty of rocks. She looked for the biggest one that she could pick up and she found one about the size of a softball. She returned beyond the edge of the cliff and she threw it in. She then froze and she listened. After a few moments, she had heard absolutely nothing. She waited longer and still she heard no sound at all. To be sure, she waited a good 2 minutes listening and still she did not hear the rock hit the bottom. She figured that if it had been falling for so long that she probably wouldn't hear it even if it did land. She had to conclude that either it truly was the edge of the earth or the chasm was so deep that she couldn't hear an object hit the bottom. But considering where she was inclined to believe that it was the edge of the earth. She thought about going downward to explore, but that idea really freaked her out. She again remembered her father saying that if he ever encountered a ghost, he would go toward it to see what it was because he wanted to know the truth about them. But her father had never found himself in that situation, and it's quite a bit different saying that you would go toward such things in the comfort of your own living room and actually being confronted with it. Mayana thought that maybe she could go downward just for a minute or two to see if she could get beyond the mist and to get a better look of what was down below. She really wished she had some kind of radar contraption to see what was beyond the mist without having to pass through it. But she neither had one nor did she believe that she'd ever have the chance to return to the same location another day with such a device. So her choices were to explore it then or to go without knowing. She again had the same feeling of exhilaration and trepidation at the same time. She realized that it wasn't just an angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other giving you conflicting information about good and bad, but it could also be any two opposing ideas or feelings that create conflict in you. Mayana flew beyond the cliff, she hovered over the abyss and she stared down. She zigzagged around to see if there might be an opening in the mist that would allow her to see what was below, but she had no such luck. She decided that she would go down, but she would hold her wand in her hand just in case she came across danger. She was able to take it out without landing. Once she had it in her hand, she began to descend slowly. She imagined protection from danger in her mind as a way to keep herself safe. It seemed that the wand and the rug had a way of doing that job on their own without being instructed exactly what to do. But just in case, she focused her mind on being protected. As she descended slowly and she entered the mist, a feeling of unease overwhelmed her as she could not see where she was going and she had no idea what dangers may lie below, but she continued to descend. After several minutes, she noticed that the mist was getting thinner. She looked down to see what she could make out. She eventually was able to get below the cloud where she had a clear view around her for miles. To one side of her was the cliff which appeared as it had above. Surrounding her on the other three sides there was only sky. Below she could only see the abyss that continued for as far as she could see. It continued so far down that she could not tell if it had a bottom or if it just kept going. As she looked around, she started to notice objects in the sky in the distance. She could not make out what they were, so she chose to fly close to the first one that she saw. As she got closer, she noticed that the object was not moving but rather it appeared to be floating in place. When she got close enough to see what it was, she saw that it was a rock. And it looked very much like the one that she had thrown over the cliff earlier. She grabbed it and she looked at it. While most rocks look practically the same, she was sure that this was the same one that she had thrown down from above. How could it just be floating there without falling? She released it and it remained there floating in the air as before. She thought to explore a bit more and to look at the other objects that she saw. Every object was the same in that it was just there floating and motionless. She found several other rocks, a chair, a boat, a paddle, a tree, a door, and a horse wagon. She then noticed an object in the distance that looked especially curious. She couldn't tell what it might be from far away, but as she got closer, she began to suspect that it could be a person. She again felt a surge of terror as she considered that possibility, and she desperately hoped that she was wrong in this initial assessment. But as she got closer, the unfortunate reality of it indeed being a person grasped her by the throat when she saw that it was not only a person but it was a dead person. She got close enough to see it well and she attempted to discover if there were any indications of how he died, but she could see no wounds or blood on him. There were no bruises or injuries of any kind that she could see. As she traveled around, she started to notice other dead people and even some dead animals who were all in the same state of having no visible injuries and no apparent cause of death. On top of that, they all seemed to be perfectly preserved as if they had died recently. At that same instant, Mayana started to feel extremely dizzy and she found it difficult to breathe. She took deep breaths which helped to ease the dizziness, but she continued to gasp as if there wasn't enough air. She didn't know what was happening, but she thought that she'd better return to the surface. She did just that and soon her breathing became normal and the dizziness left her. She wasn't sure what had just happened, so she decided to create a scientific hypothesis to explain what she had witnessed, just as her father had taught her. Her father would call a hypothesis a thinking guess for younger children to understand what it was. It was a preliminary conclusion based on experience, observations, data, evidence, knowledge and logic to attempt to explain a phenomenon. She decided to assume that this was indeed the edge of the earth. If that were the case, objects that go over the edge would not actually fall forever because there was nothing below to create gravity to pull them downward. And there would be no air below for the same reason. Gravity holds the air to the surface of the earth. No gravity, no air. Then she thought, with no gravity or air, there are likely no microbes to eat the dead bodies, and that's why they remain perfectly preserved. Mayana had to conclude that those poor people went over the edge and they fell until there was no gravity and they suffocated to death. What a horrible way to go. Just floating there and not being able to do anything and having to watch yourself slowly die. While this was an untested hypothesis and Mayana knew that she couldn't draw any official conclusions, she also knew that it wasn't possible to do any experiments in this strange land and that her untested hypothesis was as good as she could do. In any case, it was a mere preliminary conclusion based on her knowledge of the principles of science, and that counted for a lot. She decided that she had explored enough and she then returned to the group and she made her report. Everyone agreed that it was indeed the edge of the earth. This news sent chills of foreboding over everyone as they considered that they would be encountering the beast called Amarok while they attempted to travel beyond this area. They all wondered if that horrible creature was responsible for the deaths of the people that Mayana had found. Perhaps he had thrown them over the edge of the earth. After entering the area where the terrain had changed to barren rock, they could see that the trail that they were on ran along the terrain parallel to the jungle at about 50 feet and parallel to the edge of the earth at about 250 feet, and everyone was happy about being that far from the edge. As they marched along, Shifu still led the way. They all felt a sense of security with him in the lead, believing that he would be able to sense any danger before anyone else became aware of it. With no trees to obstruct their view, they could now clearly see the edge of the earth and only sky beyond that. Tata cried out, "Good Lord, I never in my life dreamed that I would actually see the edge of the earth." Calypso chimed in, "As I live and breathe, we have indeed come to the edge of the earth. They'll never believe us back home." Yasmin looked up with a confused and terrified face. Mayana knew exactly what she was thinking and she said, "Like I said before, little sis, in this strange land, I just don't know what is true. Let's just worry about getting home and we can talk with Papa about it to figure out what happened." They walked along this path for about an hour when suddenly, Shifu slowed his pace and he turned his head to the side as if listening while he also looked intensely with one eye. It was apparent that there was something there. He then stopped completely, everyone else froze and they waited for him to give an indication of what to do. He then began to walk again but slowly and cautiously. Everyone followed along. He stopped every 10 steps or so with his head turned to the side to listen. He gave no indication that he heard or saw anything. Mayana supposed that he had some kind of sixth sense that allowed him to become aware of things that others could not. Either that or his hearing and seeing were much better than hers. While they couldn't take their eyes off of what appeared to be the edge of the earth, they also kept their eyes on Shifu, who had apparently sensed danger. They continued to walk down the trail. Suddenly Shifu stopped again and he froze. He looked ahead toward the horizon and he just stared. All of a sudden, he raised his right arm and he pointed toward where he was looking. In the far distance between the trail and the edge of the earth at perhaps 300 yards, they could see a small black object that was moving toward them. It was way too small to tell what it was, but they could see that it was moving their way. Tata cried out, "Mayana, quick, get on your rug and go and see what it is." "Yes," confirmed Calypso. "Go and see what it is." She didn't need to be told again what to do. She quickly took out her rug and she took off toward the moving object, and it only took her a minute or so to get close to it. She made sure that she was quite high up to be safe. When she was directly overhead of the object, it stopped moving. From there, she could see clearly what it was. It appeared to be a living animal with 6 legs and a body that stood above. It had a head on top and a tail that extended to the rear. It stood at least 8 feet tall and it looked like no other creature she had ever seen in her life. She had thought that the 2-headed snake was the most hideous monster that she had ever seen, and yet this one was surely even more hideous. The witches had identified it as Amarok. It reminded her of an alien creature that she had seen in the science fiction movies that her father and she often watched. When Amarok stopped moving, it looked upward toward Mayana. She then knew that she had been seen and she thought that she'd better keep moving as she had no idea what to expect. It was quite fortunate that she had made that decision because Amarok pointed its right arm toward her and from it came a burst of energy that moved her way as fast as a bullet. It barely missed her as she moved forward. She chose to climb higher into the sky to get out of range. Amarok continued to shoot its bursts of energy, but as she was much higher and she remained in motion, she could easily evade them. She wondered if the rug would help her to avoid these bursts of energy and to protect her as it had done with the arrows of the witch's guards, but she wasn't willing to be shot just to test it out. She thought that she had seen enough and she returned to the group to make a report. She got off of her rug and she rejoined the group on feet. At the same time she was making her report, they could see that Amarok had continued its path toward them at a rapid pace. They discussed running back to the jungle, but they didn't think that that would help, as Amarok would surely pursue them wherever they went. And in any case, they had to proceed forward to get to San Ignacio. They chose to stand their ground there, and as Shifu made no indication of moving from where he stood, they gathered that he agreed with that strategy. They would have to hope that Shifu's energy barrier and energy bolts would protect them and that Mayana could use her own magic against Amarok. Mayana got back on her rug, this time with her wand in her hand. She chose not to become invisible as she wanted her friends below to be able to see her in case she needed help. She flew up to a safe height and she watched as Amarok got closer and closer. Yasmin, Tata and Calypso all got behind Shifu, expecting him to protect them with his energy shield. Amarok then got within about 100 feet of the group and it stopped. It looked up at Mayana and it looked at Shifu, Yasmin, Tata and Calypso. It seemed as if it was deciding what to do. Suddenly, it began to run right toward the group. Seeing that, Mayana positioned herself behind it and she flew directly toward it from the back. She bumped its head with the bottom of her rug as she passed him, but it barely had an effect. It continued to lunge toward the group and it ran directly toward Shifu, who kept himself positioned so that the others were protected behind him. As it charged the group like a bull, Shifu quickly engaged his energy barrier and Amarok ran right into it. At the moment of the collision, they all stood in amazement by what they saw next. Amarok bounced off the energy barrier, it fell on the ground upside down, it screamed in agony and it split in half. At first they thought it was dead, but dread returned to them quickly when they realized that it had not only not died, but that it had divided into two creatures, smaller but otherwise identical. They had no time to even consider how this was possible. All they knew was that they were now being attacked by two creatures. These two Amaroks immediately began to charge the group and they again collided with the energy barrier and each one again screamed in agony and divided into two creatures, thus making 4 Amaroks in all. They immediately understood that they were in serious trouble and that with each collision, the Amaroks would divide into 2 and that there could soon be tens or even hundreds of them to contend with. The 4 Amaroks attacked once again and there were now 8 of them. Shifu then began to retreat and Mayana stepped in, hoping to create a distraction as the group found safety. She brought herself down to ground level and she flew directly in front of the creatures who saw her and they immediately faced her. She flew in circles around them again and again. While the Amaroks seemed formidable, they didn't seem too bright as her strategy worked and they quickly forgot about Shifu and the others. She started to lure them away from the group and toward the edge of the earth to allow everyone to move ahead down the trail, which they did when they saw that they could safely pass. Mayana figured that her strategy might not work forever and that the Amaroks may eventually go for the group again. She had to figure out a way to keep them far from her people. The creatures began shooting at her with their energy bursts, but this time it was 8 of them, not just 1. She soon got the answer about whether or not her rug protected her. One of the energy bursts hit her from underneath and she immediately began spinning through the air, doing one somersault after another. It pushed her higher up and when she finally came to a stop, she was able to feel the pain it caused. It seemed that the rug provided only partial protection. She wondered what such an energy burst would feel like with no protection at all. When she came to a stop, she knew that she had to move quickly or she'd be shot again, so she moved up higher and out of range while she considered what to do. When she did that, she saw the creatures starting to move back toward the group. She thought that the only way to defeat them was going to be with her wand. She didn't know exactly how it would help, but she knew it had magic. She held it firmly in her right hand and she began to approach. As she got close, the Amaroks stopped moving and they faced her, preparing to shoot. She began to zigzag in the air to make herself a difficult target to hit, which worked quite well. As she passed by at high speed, she moved her wand from back to front toward the creatures. From the wand came a continuous beam of energy that made contact with all 8 of them. But to her dismay, she saw all 8 creatures flip upside down and each one divided into 2, making a total of 16 of them now. Mayana again flew up high to get out of their range while she reconsidered the plan. She could see that Shifu's energy barrier and her wand were only going to make things worse. She quickly decided to create a distraction again to give herself time to regroup with the others and to create a new plan. She flew close to the creatures and she began to lure them away. When she got them a good 100 yards from her friends, she quickly flew over to where Shifu and the others were and she landed. She knew that she would only have a minute or two before she would again have to distract them away. Mayana cried out, "I don't know how to defeat these creatures. They split into two with everything that we do. I fear we are lost unless we can think of a way to defeat them." They could already see the creatures moving toward them at high speed and they knew that they didn't have much time. Yasmin, Tata and Calypso were absolutely frantic. Suddenly Shifu walked over to Mayana, he grabbed her two hands and he pressed his forehead against hers. The others just watched as the two of them remained frozen together for about 10 seconds. Shifu then released his hands and he stood back. A smile came to Mayana's face and she said only, "I got it. Follow Shifu and do everything that he tells you." "But what's the plan?" asked Tata. Mayana was already flying away and she shouted back, "Just follow Shifu." She sped over to the creatures and she started to lure them away again. Shifu began to head toward the edge of the earth. "Are you crazy?" asked Tata. "We need to follow the trail." Shifu said nothing and he continued at a very fast pace toward the edge. Yasmin, Tata and Calypso had to run to keep up. Yasmin said to Tata, "Trust Mayana and Shifu. They have not let us down yet." They all kept following Shifu and they got closer and closer to the edge of the earth. Mayana saw where everyone was and she started to lure the creatures toward them. Soon the Amaroks were following the edge of the earth to pursue the group. As they were nearly upon them, Shifu turned to face them and he put up his energy barrier. As he did so, he also moved himself and the others to put the creatures between them and the edge. Mayana also came around so that they were between her and the edge. The creatures began to charge and at the same time, Mayana prepared to blast them with her wand. The first creature that charged Shifu bounced off, it fell upside down, it screamed in agony and it divided in two. But they were so close to the edge that they began to fall off. They began to scramble to keep themselves on land, but seeing that, Mayana blasted them both with her wand and the two creatures fell over the edge. They began to scream and to divide again as they fell. It was the strangest sensation to see these creatures fall over the edge, to hear screaming and then for absolute silence to ensue. There was no crash sound that indicated that they had hit the bottom. Only pure and absolute silence. They continued to fight the other creatures using the same strategy, with it usually being effective. A couple of times the Amaroks were able to prevent themselves from falling over the edge, but that just meant that Shifu and Mayana had to work a little longer to complete the task. Mayana had to stay in motion to avoid being shot by the Amaroks with their energy blasts coming continuously. She was a little surprised that the strategy kept working so well, thinking that these creatures might learn how to avoid being sent over the edge by observing the fate of the others. But that didn't happen, and oh was Mayana happy for that. But just then, she realized that she had spoken too soon. By now there were so many Amaroks that it was difficult to keep track of them all. And with them blasting their energy bolts at them, all was chaos. That allowed one of the beasts to get a good distance from the edge of the earth and to come around from the back while everyone was distracted. Yasmin let out a scream as she saw this Amarok coming toward her. Shifu was focused on defending the group from the front and he let his guard down to the back. This allowed the Amarok to grab Yasmin and to run off with her in its claws. Before they knew it, she was carried to the edge of the earth and she was thrown over. She screamed in terror as she fell and continued to fall. Just like with the Amaroks, total silence followed. Seeing what happened, Mayana quickly began to fly toward the edge. When she got there, she could not see Yasmin as she had already fallen into the mist below. She aimed her rug downward and she pursued her as fast as she could. When she got below the mist, she saw an incredible sight. She could see all of the Amaroks that had fallen over the edge floating in the air along with all of the objects and dead people that she had seen earlier that day. The Amaroks were all still alive and they were screaming and struggling to save themselves, but they had no way to escape their fate. She then spotted Yasmin and she flew over to her. She was there floating and gasping for air and struggling just as the Amaroks were. Mayana had little time to save her little sister and she too was feeling the effects of lack of oxygen. She pulled Yasmin onto her rug and she quickly flew upwards. It didn't take long before they noticed the difference in the air that was available to breathe. Yasmin had not been down there long and she quickly returned to normal. When they returned to the surface, Mayana saw that Shifu was able to keep everyone safe, but by now, there were far too many Amaroks to count. There were several dozen of them at least, and they continued to attack the helpless group that had only the energy barrier to protect them. Mayana chose to leave Yasmin on the rug rather than to risk taking her near the Amaroks to drop her off with the others. Shifu saw that Mayana was back in action and they returned to their previous strategy. He was now prepared in case any Amaroks attempted to attack from the rear again. They continued to lure the creatures near the cliff with Mayana blasting them as they got near the edge, sending them right over. By then Mayana and Shifu had learned to work really well together. They had perfect timing and they were able to send every single Amarok over the edge with every blast. There were no more misses at all. Finally they saw the last of the creatures go over the edge and the battle was over. They had defeated the most formidable of all the creatures that they had met on this journey. They all sat on the ground and they rested before they could bring themselves to continue their walk. They all had trouble believing what had transpired that day. Eventually, they were ready to make their way back to the trail and to continue on their path. They could only hope that there were no more dangers along the way. They returned to the trail and they continued their journey. They were all well in regard to their physical well-being as Shifu's energy barrier had protected them well, but they were at their wits' end in regard to the dangers that they continued to face. They all really hoped that this was truly the end of their journey and that they would soon be in San Ignacio. Chapter 20. Back to San Ignacio. They walked down the trail and they could see that it eventually entered the jungle up ahead. When they reached that point, it was pretty much the same as the previous paths that they had encountered. Mayana again wondered for a moment what kept the trails from getting overgrown. They usually remain bare only if they are used daily. But then she considered that in this strange land maybe the powers that be kept them clear for visitors like her and her group. She again hoped that it was the latter of the two possibilities, since a well-traveled path could mean that they would encounter those who travel on it and that could mean danger. But then they hadn't come upon anyone previously, so she really had no reason to think that they would do so as they completed the final leg of their journey. By then it was getting toward mid-afternoon and they only had a few hours of daylight left. They weren't sure if they were close to San Ignacio or not, and they didn't want to camp along the trail, so they asked Mayana to fly up and to see what was ahead. She did so, and after only a moment, the group on the ground could see her pointing frantically ahead. It appeared that she could see something. She came down to make her report. She cried out excitedly, "There's a village up ahead. I think it's San Ignacio." "Are you sure?" asked Yasmin. Mayana replied, "Well, no, I'm not absolutely sure. We're too far away, but it sure looks like San Ignacio from here." "Well, let's get a move on," said Tata. "There's no time to lose. We need to get there by nightfall." With that news they began to move along quite quickly. Even Shifu seemed to sense some excitement, which he showed through a heightened pace. Mayana was practically ready to run the entire way, but she knew that the others wouldn't be able to keep up and that she would wear herself out quickly if she did that, so she just maintained the same velocity as Shifu. As she walked along and she thought about arriving home, she started to consider people's reaction on seeing them after being gone for so long. Her parents must think that they had been kidnapped or something. And what would they think about Shifu, Tata, Calypso, and Mayana's flying rug, her belt of invisibility and her magic wand? At least they would prove that she wasn't making up some fantastic story, and Yasmin would back her up too. She knew that her father would have a hard time believing such things as he was always the skeptic, but then she didn't believe any of it at first either. She also started wondering what the reaction of everyone would be on seeing her new friends and all of the magic items that she carried. Maybe this would turn the whole world on its head, showing that magic, Tata Duendes, Llorona, witch doctors, monsters and witches are all real. As they continued their journey, Tata noticed something far ahead along a straight stretch of the path. "Look," he cried. "There appears to be a sign further up along the trail." And indeed it was, and they rushed ahead to see what it said. They got close enough to see that it had two words on it, one above the other. It had one short word and one long one. Could they be the words that they were all hoping for? Finally they got close enough to read it, and sure enough, the words on it were San Ignacio, and it had an arrow on it to show to continue forward. The rush of excitement overcame everyone as they knew that they were now really close to home. They walked quickly along the path, practically tripping over each other. Before too long they came to a clearing which was a field of grass. This was the first time that they could not see a path at all. On the other side of the field, they could clearly see a house which seemed to be on the outskirts of San Ignacio town. As they walked onto the grass, Shifu was just ahead of Mayana and he suddenly stretched out his hand behind him as if to offer it to her while she was busy imagining the reaction of people when they got home. She saw it and she reached out her hand and she put it in his. She wasn't sure what he had in mind, but she knew that he always did things for a reason. She held his hand and she waited to see what happened. Suddenly she felt a shock that seemed to emanate from Shifu's body. It was so great that it rendered her unconscious. No one else noticed what had happened, but they did see Mayana fall to the ground. Yasmin cried out, "Mayana, what happened?" Shifu did nothing to indicate that he was responsible for this incident. The others gathered around Mayana. Yasmin kneeled down and she supported her head on her lap. They checked to see that she was breathing and she was. After only a minute or so she began to come out of her unconscious state and she woke up although quite groggy. Tata inquired, "What happened, Mayana?" "I don't know," she responded. "I was walking along and I suddenly felt a shock to my body." She was unaware that Shifu was responsible for her being rendered unconscious and he gave no indication of what his intentions were. They all gave Mayana time to recover, which included a drink of water, and after a short while, she was ready to continue on to San Ignacio. They no longer felt the need to walk in a single file line and they spread out in more of a side-by-side alignment as they walked through the field toward the house. Mayana and Yasmin were so excited by the prospect of arriving home that they got ahead of the others and they raced toward the house. Their excitement overwhelmed them as they got closer and closer. They could now see people. "It's Mr. and Mrs. Munoz," shouted Mayana as she began to run. As she got really close and was about to greet her neighbors, she turned around to make sure she hadn't left anyone too far behind. They were all right there and Mayana suddenly remembered that she hadn't coached anyone about how to behave among her fellow Belizeans. She quickly gathered them around her and she explained to everyone that they were not to use magic in front of anyone, that Calypso was not to talk, and Mayana asked Tata to pull his pant legs down a little to cover his feet. She told everyone that it was just temporary and that it would save them a lot of trouble since people wouldn't understand and they would be really freaked out by seeing a Tata Duende, a talking dog, and magic. Tata and Calypso were angered by this requirement. They didn't understand the need to hide who they were and they thought that people should just accept them as they were. "It's not that simple," explained Mayana. She assured them that they would be able to be themselves but just not right away. They grudgingly agreed to comply. They then proceeded ahead to San Ignacio town. Mr. and Mrs. Munoz waited patiently for them to arrive to their yard and upon seeing the girls they shouted, "Mayana and Yasmin, glory be. We thought we'd never see you again. We heard that you were kidnapped and taken away." The girls weren't quite sure how to respond. They didn't want to lie but they couldn't tell the truth either, at least not yet. They tried saying nothing to see if that worked and Mr. Munoz said, "You two had better get right home. Your parents are worried sick. They had search parties out looking for you and guards posted at the Guatemalan border." Just saying nothing worked and they thanked the Munozes for their concern and they quickly moved on. As they walked along, another bunch of people saw them and the commotion began. Mayana was certain that her parents would know that they were back even before they arrived to their house. There was soon a crowd of people all hugging them and welcoming them home. Everyone wanted to know where they had been. They tried to avoid answering that question by saying only, "It's a long story and we're really tired. Can we tell you tomorrow?" That seemed to work. And just as Mayana had predicted, she saw her mother and father running down the street toward them, having been notified by one of the neighbors. Both of them broke through the crowd and they forced their way to the center. They hugged Mayana and Yasmin like they had never hugged them before. As a large group they marched all the way home but only the parents, Mayana, Yasmin, Shifu, Tata and Calypso were allowed to enter the house. Mayana briefly explained that her friends had come a long way and they needed shelter. Before anything, father called the police to let them know that the girls were home and safe. Then they all sat down in the living room and after everyone was given a bite to eat, no more Johnny cakes, Mayana's mother and father began asking the questions about where they had been. "We thought you had been kidnapped or that you were dead," said Mother with a sound of both desperation and relief in her voice. "You were in the Belize news," stated Father. "And there were rescue parties out searching for you every day." Mayana knew that this was so serious that she had to tell the truth. It just wouldn't cut it to make something up like that they were out wandering the streets for 7 days and they wouldn't believe it if they said they spent the time at a friend's house since their disappearance was in the news and everyone knew about it. Mayana looked at Yasmin and then she began to tell their tale. "Well, we have an incredible story to tell you. I have the feeling that you're not going to believe it. But we have evidence that it's all true. Please listen to me and we will then prove to you that it really happened." Mayana proceeded to tell the story from the very beginning to the very end. Both parents looked at the girls incredulously. Father began by saying, "Well, of all the made-up stories that I've heard in my life, this one takes the cake." Mother said, "Now why don't you tell us what really happened? Did you run off with a boy, Mayana? That would make more sense." Although Mayana was expecting it, their incredulity really irritated her. She had never lied to them before and to accuse her of running off with a boy really irked her. She then said, "I knew you wouldn't believe me, but I have evidence. Yasmin will verify everything I said and so will my friends." She quickly ran over to Tata and she pulled up his pants legs to show his feet. Father said, "Well, that is a bit unusual, but mutations are actually quite common. I think that you've been duped by someone who was born with a mutation and who got you to believe that he was a duende." Her father's disbelief again annoyed her and she was beside herself with anger for not being believed. "Okay," she said. "Here's the next demonstration." She went over to Calypso and she said, "Tell us about where you come from." Calypso just looked and she said nothing. Mayana was sure that a talking dog would convince them and she said again, "Please talk and tell us about where you come from." Calypso remained silent. Mayana couldn't understand why she wouldn't speak. "Dogs can't talk, silly girl," said her mother. "What has gotten into you?" Mayana could only imagine that Calypso was so freaked out by all of this that she chose not to talk. Maybe she thought that it would bring too much attention to her if she spoke and that could mean trouble. Mayana was really getting desperate and she said, "Okay, I'll take out the rug and I'll really give you a demonstration." She thought that this one couldn't fail since it didn't depend on someone else and no one would be able to say that a flying rug was due to a mutation. She laid the rug down on the floor and she sat on it. She began to focus on flying while everyone watched. After a moment or so, it started to rise and it took her up close to the ceiling. She then slowly moved around the house and she showed everyone how she could control it. This demonstration did indeed catch everyone's attention. The look on her father's face told her that he was astounded by what he was seeing. He stood up and he moved close to Mayana to get a better look. He moved his hand under the rug and all around it to see if there were any wires or strings holding it up. Father said, "Now that is indeed amazing, Mayana. How are you doing it?" He was still incredulous and he thought it was a trick and he said, "Magicians know how to fly like that, but it's only a trick." "What did you do, run off with some boy who works as a magician? Tell us how this trick works." Mayana became furious when she was again accused of running off with a boy. She chose to ignore the question since it showed that her father still didn't believe her and she was beside herself with anger and frustration for this lack of trust in her. "I'll show you a good trick," she said. "Let's go outside." She flew to the door, she opened it and she went out into the front yard. She then took out her wand and she began to wave it around. Suddenly a burst of energy came out from it and it hit the ground, exploding on contact, creating a crater where it landed. She only needed to do this once to see the horrified look on people's faces, including some of the neighbors who were watching. Mayana's father shouted, "Mayana, that is incredible. Where did you get such a weapon? Is that some kind of new technology?" Mayana saw that her father still did not believe her. She said to herself, "New technology, my ass." She then raised her wand and she threw more energy bolts down, but this time they landed uncomfortably close to Mayana's family and the neighbors. Everyone scurried in different directions to get to safety. "They will surely believe me now," she said to herself. She was so angry because of her parents' disbelief and being accused of running off with a boy, that she chose to leave. She flew off on her rug with her family and the neighbors all watching. As this was a new sight for people to see, it created quite a commotion. Everyone pointed up at her crying out, "Look at that. People started pulling out their cell phones to film it. Well, since word in Belize travels faster than light, it wasn't long before the whole town knew that there was something very strange happening in San Ignacio. The townspeople started to ask questions, and they knew that the only place where they could get their answers was from Mayana's family. People started to gather outside their home, and they wanted Mayana's father to come out to explain what was happening. He came out of his house to see a large crowd of people. They demanded an explanation from him, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't even know what was happening himself. All he could do was to say that Mayana had arrived home safely and she had told them a story about visiting a strange land where things were different. Some of the people in the crowd sounded terrified as they spoke of seeing Mayana fly through the air and shoot energy bolts down to the ground. They pointed to the craters to show newly arrived people what she had done. They asked questions like, "What kind of demon has possessed your daughter?" The people were both afraid of what they saw and angry too, as if they may want to take matters into their own hands. Just then, Mayana returned home. She was up above high enough that she was unseen and she could see the crowd in front of her house. She chose to fly down to the backyard so that she would arrive unnoticed. She entered her house through the back door, she proceeded to the front of the house and she joined her father. When people saw her they shouted, "There she is. What kind of demon has possessed you?" Some of the villagers started to walk toward her as they shouted at her. She held her wand in her hand, prepared to protect herself and her family. When one of the villagers got too close, she held up the wand, which created an energy barrier around her. The villager struck it and he was immediately thrown backwards a good 15 feet. He was thrown into the air and he landed right on top of the crowd of people. As he fell to the ground, it was evident that he was unconscious. On seeing this, the crowd became panicked and many ran off. Others stood their ground and they continued to appear menacing. As they looked like they may attack, Mayana raised her wand and she shot energy bolts onto the ground near enough to the crowd to throw some of them into the air. On witnessing this, the remaining townspeople ran off. Mayana and the others entered the house and they closed the door, fearful that they would be attacked. Mayana's father said to her in a way to appease her, "Well, it seems that we may have been wrong about your story, but now we have a real problem with the townspeople. What are we going to do? They will surely come back and they may return with guns the next time." Mayana's father still didn't believe her story, but he saw the need to try to get control of things. "Don't you worry about them," said Mayana. "My magic will take care of them." Mayana's mother said, "But you can't keep hurting people." Mayana replied, "I won't if they don't make me. But I'll do what I need to protect myself and all of you." Father said, "Mayana, we have to get you out of here. They'll be back with guns." She responded casually, "Maybe tomorrow. I want to get a good night's sleep. Let's talk in the morning." She walked away, she went to her bedroom and she closed the door. Father asked Yasmin, "What happened to her? Why is she behaving like this?" Yasmin responded, "I don't know, Papa. The magic seems to have turned her into a different person. She wasn't like this before." Father stated, "Well, we'll have to be prepared for a circus in the morning." The next day, Mayana was sure to be the first one up and she boldly went into her front yard and she sat there on her rug, which she laid on the sidewalk. She held her wand tightly in her hand. She had a look on her face as if she was challenging people to confront her. Before any such thing could happen, a van pulled up to the house. It was the Belize News and a crew of cameramen and a newscaster got out of the vehicle. They surrounded her with cameras rolling. The newscaster approached her, she introduced herself and she asked Mayana if she would mind doing an interview and giving a demonstration of her powers. As soon as the van pulled up, the townspeople started to come over to observe what was going on. Soon there were at least 50 people and more kept coming. Mayana only nodded her head to the newscaster. She closed her eyes and she soon started to rise on her rug. She could hear gasps from the crowd and lots of commotion. Everyone stayed where they were and Mayana was behind a fence that surrounded her yard, which kept the townspeople away. That was a good thing, since some of the people could be heard saying, "She's a witch, she's of the devil, she's the Antichrist." Mayana looked angrily at the ones who were shouting those things, and she chose to give a further demonstration of her powers. She put on her belt of invisibility and the entire crowd watched her disappear. She then started sending energy bolts down where no one was standing. Each one that hit the ground exploded, making a sound like dynamite and leaving a crater behind. Seeing that, People began to panic and to run. The film crew stayed put and they filmed the entire event. A few people in the crowd started to throw rocks, but her energy shield protected her and they bounced off. Just as the news in Belize had traveled fast, once this event got on TV, it quickly went around the world and Mayana became instantaneously famous worldwide. She was known to some people as an incredible new discovery while others considered her to be the devil. In any case, she drew the attention of the Pentagon in the United States, with military leaders questioning what kind of a security risk she would be to both their own country and to the world. Soon the President of the United States was on the phone with the Prime Minister of Belize. The President suggested that it may be wise to take this girl prisoner to both contain her powers and to study her to discover what allowed her to do such incredible things. He said, "This girl may be extremely dangerous if we don't contain her. We can only imagine what she could do with such abilities. We need to capture her and to study her to find out how she got her powers and to find out how to replicate them. Do you know what kind of advantage this would give the United States if we can get her to work with us and to share her abilities?" The Prime Minister agreed and he sent Belize Defense Force military officers to arrest her. She was to be transported to the United States and to be turned over to the Pentagon. Mayana continued to remain near her home, hovering high enough to be able to see far into the distance. With that, she could see 2 BDF military trucks approaching. People in the crowd continued to shout at her saying, "Freak! Evil! Kill her! Burn her at the stake!" She ignored those insults and she focused on the BDF military trucks that were quickly approaching. She wasn't sure why they were coming, but she put 2 and 2 together, figuring that appearing in the Belize news meant trouble for her. There were continued gasps and cries of horror from the townspeople, who were now even more convinced that Mayana was some kind of evil being or the devil. She waited for the 2 military trucks to get within a block of her home and she began sending energy bolts their way. At first they landed on the ground and they made deep craters in the road. The BDF military vehicles then stopped and the soldiers took out their rifles and they opened fire. They couldn't see Mayana, but they could see where the energy bolts were coming from and they pointed their guns that way. With perhaps 25 men all firing their rifles, some of the bullets hit Mayana's energy barrier and they bounced off. She chose to be on the safe side and to remain in motion so that she would be a more difficult target to hit. She then began to send a flurry of energy bolts at the 2 military vehicles. This time they hit their mark. She had sent so many energy bolts at the 2 trucks that they both exploded and they flipped over upside down. The men inside the trucks were killed instantly. Some of the soldiers had gotten off the truck earlier and they continued to fire their guns. Another flurry of energy bolts was sent their way. Within only a few moments every BDF soldier was dead. Mayana then returned home. The Belize News television crew had backed off to a safe distance, but it was still there filming everything which would be shared with the world. Mayana lowered herself to street level, she stood up, she took off her belt of invisibility and she went inside her house. She found everyone there watching the Belize News. She saw herself on TV and she heard the discussion about her among the news reporters and she saw the videotape of her destroying the military trucks. On seeing everything replayed on TV, she said in a cocky tone, "They won't try that again, will they?" Yasmin was all teary-eyed and she said, "Mayana, what happened to you? You killed a lot of people." Mayana replied, "Yeah, and they were trying to take me prisoner. That ain't happening." Yasmin pleaded, "Mayana, let's just get out of here. Let's fly away so that you don't have to hurt anyone else. Let's just go." Mayana answered, "And you don't think they'll come for all of you next? I need to keep you safe or you'll end up in Guantanamo Bay where they don't have to abide by the laws of the United States." She then went into her bedroom and she closed the door. She stayed there the entire day and she didn't come out. Everyone was too afraid to even knock on her door, so they left her alone. The President of the United States was determined to capture Mayana and he sent 4 men for an assault on her home that night. These 4 men, all dressed in black, got on top of Mayana's house. One man lowered himself using cables from the roof to the bedroom window where Mayana slept soundly. As it was a second-floor room, there were no burglar bars as was customary in Belize and the window was unlocked. He entered Mayana's bedroom with her sleeping inside. The other 3 men followed along, lowering themselves using the same cables, and they entered. She did not wake up and the 4 men prepared to abduct her. The man who had first entered crossed over and he went to grab Mayana. When he got within about 1 foot of her, There was a flash of light and he was suddenly thrown across the room, hitting the wall hard and falling down unconscious. Mayana had learned how to keep the energy barrier activated even while sleeping. She awoke with a sleepy look on her face and she yawned, showing how unconcerned she was that these men were in her bedroom. She said to the 3 remaining men, "Why do you come to interrupt my sleep?" With that, she held up her hand, palm down, and she moved her fingers from back to front as if she were sweeping something away. All 3 men were thrown against the wall, hitting it so hard that they fell down unconscious. "Good riddance," said Mayana. "Now let me get my rest." She rolled over and she went back to sleep with the 4 men lying on the bedroom floor. The next day, Mayana was in the living room of her house in San Ignacio. She was with her parents, Yasmin, Shifu, Tata and Calypso, and they were all watching the news. The headline stated, "The President of the United States has been assassinated. He was killed during the night and the precise cause of death is unknown. He has what appears to be a large burn wound across his chest, but it is unknown how it happened. He was at the White House, there was no storm that may have caused a lightning strike, and there is no sign of anyone entering the building. The investigation for more clues will continue until an explanation can be discovered." "Good luck with that," said Mayana. She had become so paranoid that she couldn't trust anyone. She was seeing enemies around every corner and she had come to believe that she had to eliminate them all just to survive. A few days later, the entire group was again in the living room of their San Ignacio home and they were watching the news, which said, "The new President of the United States and former Vice President Wickers has stated that he is sending troops to Belize to capture the girl commonly known as the Magician or Mayana. She is thought to be responsible for the assassination of former President Aka, and she is now known as the greatest threat to humanity that has ever been known." Mayana muttered to herself, "Yeah, we'll see about that." Yasmin said, "Mayana, what are you going to do?" She replied, "Don't worry about me, Yasmin. I'll take care of those idiots who actually think they can take me out." Yasmin pleaded, "Mayana, please, there's been enough death. Why don't you just disappear? Get on your rug and fly away where they'll never find you. I'll go with you. You don't need to hurt anyone." Mayana was unmoved by Yasmin's pleas. Her parents then echoed what Yasmin had said, but it was to no avail. They had lost control of her and she was determined to end the attacks. That evening, they were again in the living room watching the news. The reporter was saying, "Department of Defense officials are at a complete loss to explain what is happening. The nuclear arsenal has become activated on its own and it may be launched within the hour. All efforts to deactivate it have failed. It is unknown how this happened or who is responsible for it. There is no indication of the target if these weapons are launched. President Wickers is recommending everyone to take cover in their basement. He is communicating with leaders around the world to warn them of this impending nuclear missile launch." Everyone looked at Mayana as if to say, "You are responsible for this, aren't you?" She just beamed at them with a look of anger and determination on her face. Suddenly, and for no apparent reason, Mayana gave an abrupt gasp for air and she fell to the floor unconscious. Everyone rushed to her to see what was the matter. Shifu, Tata, and Calypso gathered around her and Yasmin kneeled down and she held her head up in her lap to support it. They checked to make sure she was breathing. Chapter 21. One step out of the jungle. Mayana remained unconscious for a few minutes and she then awoke in absolute confusion. She saw her friends around her, but the background had changed. She was no longer in her house, rather she was outside. "How did I get here?" she asked. Everyone was confused by her question and Yasmin responded, We walked here, Mayana." "What?" she exclaimed. "We walked here. But we were in the living room. We were all in the living room in our house in San Ignacio." Tata said gently, "I think you were dreaming, Mayana. We're here in the field outside of San Ignacio. We haven't been to your house yet." As time passed, Mayana became more coherent and she could see that they were indeed in the field outside of San Ignacio. She said, "We haven't yet gone to our house in San Ignacio. Do you mean that no one knows about my magic?" Yasmin said, "No, silly. We haven't had the chance to tell anyone anything yet. You must have had a dream." Mayana looked around and her head was now clear enough that she could start to put things together. She looked at Shifu, who looked back at her. As she looked at him, she remembered holding his hand in the field of grass and the shock that was sent to her body. She then understood that he had given her a dream to show what would happen if she revealed her magic to the world. He was showing her how to avoid the same fatal events. Yes, that was it, she decided. Shifu was helping her to create a different outcome. He had told her that the events of her dreams are a future that may be and that she can create different results. Right then, she made the decision that when she got to San Ignacio, she would not show her powers to the world as she had done in her dream, rather she would keep them a secret. Only Yasmin and she would know. She would ask Shifu not to display his powers, and she would ask Tata to wear shoes that face forward, and he would just appear as a short person. Calypso would not be allowed to talk in front of people, and she would just be a normal dog. Yes, she decided that this is how she would do it to avoid the outcome of her dream. But at the same time, she was beside herself with confusion and anxiety to consider that the future shown in her dream could actually come true. Was she actually capable of doing such horrible things? She recalled her father's words. Humans evolved for survival and we're only one step out of the jungle. Murder, rape, genocide, pedophilia, greed, theft, abuse, school shootings, and tribalism are all so barbaric and yet so common that it's very evident that humans evolved in the jungle for survival. Imagine how different the world would be if humans had been created to find such behaviors to be so repugnant that no one would ever commit them. Just look at the atrocities that are committed during wartime by otherwise kind, caring, law-abiding citizens. Put people into jungle conditions and the jungle will come out even in the most ethical people among us. Mayana considered those words and she was torn between believing that she was capable of doing such horrible things and believing that she was above doing them. But then she remembered throwing the rock at Sylvio and how her emotions took over. She thought of Shifu's words. The true nature of the man is decided in the battle between his conscious mind and the desires of his subconscious. The evil of the subconscious is too strong to resist, and the only way to win is to deny it battle. She had not denied the battle with Sylvio or in her dream, rather she had succumbed to the desires of her subconscious in both cases. She had to consider that it was in her to become what Shifu had shown her in the dream. Now she had to figure out what she was to do with the visions that she had seen. She considered that Shifu showed her this possible future in order to prevent it from happening. Perhaps she would now make different choices as she faced people's apprehension over her special powers. She gave a tug on Shifu's robe and she said, "Thanks for the dream, Shifu. I know that that is only a possible future and I've already decided how I'm going to avoid it." Shifu gave a nod of his head without looking at her to acknowledge her words. Mayana was then ready to stand up and to continue the journey home. She got out in front of the others in her excitement to greet Mr. and Mrs. Munoz. As she was nearing their house, she turned around to see if the others were close behind. To her shock, she saw only Yasmin when she turned around. She shouted, "What happened to the others?" Yasmin then turned around and she too noticed that the others were no longer behind them. "I don't know," she responded. "They were there just a moment ago." Mayana asked, "Do you think they ran back to the trail? Maybe they became afraid when they saw people." "I don't know," Yasmin responded again, "but we have to find them. They brought us all the way home. We can't just abandon them after all that they've done for us." "Yes, I agree," responded Mayana. "Let's go back and find them. San Ignacio will have to wait a little longer." They headed back toward the trail and to their amazement, after walking only about 25 feet, they saw Shifu, Tata and Calypso right there in the field of grass. "What happened?" asked Mayana. "We couldn't see you. We thought you had gone back to the trail." Tata responded, "We've been here the whole time. We never left the field. But we couldn't see you," said Mayana. "Anyway, let's go." And she again started walking towards San Ignacio. But after taking only a few steps away from them, their three friends all disappeared again. "What's going on?" shouted Mayana, and she walked back toward where they were standing only to see them reappear. "Why do you keep disappearing and reappearing?" Tata approached Mayana and he held her hand. He said in gentle words, "Mayana, Shifu gave me and Calypso a dream too. I hate to have to tell you this, but we won't be accompanying you to San Ignacio. Shifu is going to take us back to the land of Tata Duende and Yasmin, and you will stay here. You see, the dream that you were given is not just a possibility, but it is what will almost certainly happen. No matter what you think you can do to prevent it, it will end up as a disaster." Shifu has had a lifetime to learn how to use his powers for the good of humanity, and you've had all of 7 days. There are few people who can be trusted with that kind of power, and it needs to be kept a secret from the world. You're free to tell people about your experiences, but you may have trouble convincing them that it's true. You'll be allowed to keep the rug, the belt, and the wand, but they will have no powers in San Ignacio. Mayana then understood that her last dream was not intended to teach her how to avoid repeating the same mistakes, rather it was intended to explain why she would not be allowed to maintain such powers after her return to San Ignacio. The world was not ready to be exposed to such powers, and Mayana was not ready to possess them. Her father was right. As civilized as we humans like to think we are, we're only one step out of the jungle, and our animal instincts can be released far too easily given the right circumstances. She actually felt a sense of relief knowing that she would return to being her old self and not having the overwhelming burden of special powers. Mayana and Yasmin knew that this was goodbye and that they may never again see Shifu, Tata, or Calypso. "Will we ever see you again?" Shifu asked Mayana. He replied, "All roads eventually lead to the great path, many cross along the way." Mayana and Yasmin gave everyone a big hug and a kiss, and they said goodbye. "We'll never forget you," said Mayana with tears in her eyes. "You're all so special, and we couldn't have gotten home without you. We'll miss you so much." Chapter 22. Journey's End. Mayana and Yasmin then began to walk backwards towards the Muñoz's house. They both wanted to see their friends until they could see them no more. After about 10 steps, Tata, Calypso, and Shifu all disappeared, everyone with hands raised to say goodbye. Mayana and Yasmin then turned around and they went over to greet Mr. and Mrs. Muñoz. When the Muñozes saw them, they were absolutely elated. They cried, "Mayana and Yasmin, you're safe. They've been looking for you for 7 days. Everyone thought you had wandered off somewhere or that you had been kidnapped. Oh my lord, how happy your parents are going to be to see you." They both hugged the two girls and they walked with them down the street. As they proceeded toward their home, they got a lot of attention as the whole town had heard of their disappearance. Everybody asked, "Where were you?" Mayana now had a real dilemma to consider. Nobody was going to believe them without evidence, and people would probably call them crazy. She whispered to Yasmin, "Let's keep quiet about things until we get home." "Good idea," responded Yasmin. With lots of commotion because of their return, they were able to avoid questions about where they had been. They soon got home and Mr. and Mrs. Muñoz called out to Mayana's parents to come out to the yard, which they did. On seeing the girls, they gave a great look of absolute disbelief as they ran out to greet them. Mayana and Yasmin got the biggest hugs that they had ever gotten in their lives. "We thought you were kidnapped or dead," said their mother. "They had search parties looking for you for the last 7 days," said her father. "Your disappearance was even in the Belize news." Their father quickly called the police to tell them that his children had been found and to call off the search. They all went into the house and father said, "The police and the news programs are going to want to know what happened and where you were for 7 days. Tell us everything." The girls looked at each other not knowing quite what to say. Being the older one, Mayana was expected to begin. She said, "Well, I kind of think you're not going to believe us. What happened to us was, well, let's say that it would make a good science fiction story on TV. You know, Papa, like the ones you always watch where people cross over to a parallel universe or to an alternate reality or something like that. That's what happened to us." Their parents looked at them with a confused look and also one of disbelief. Her father said, Maybe you'd better start from the beginning and tell us the whole story. What was the first thing that happened to you? Were you taken away by someone? Did you run off and get lost?" Mayana then proceeded to tell the whole story, beginning with throwing a rock at Sylvio's head and hiding out in the backyard and then entering the hole in the saber tree. After she finished her story, they looked at Yasmin and their mother asked, "She's making this up, right? She's covering because you both ran off without permission, right?" Yasmin said, "No, Mama. It's the truth. Everything she said is true. We can't explain how it happened or why, but it did happen." The two of them were extremely convincing due to their conviction and detail in retelling the events of the past week, and yet it was a lot to ask their parents to believe. Their father asked, "So if I go out to the saber tree right now and crawl into that same hole, I'll be able to cross over to the land of Tata Duende?" "Yes," said Mayana and Yasmin together. Their father usually wouldn't even attempt to do such a thing after hearing such a cockamamie story, but the girls were extremely persuasive. As they walked out toward the tree, their father wondered out loud how it was possible for two people to have the same delusion. One person having a delusion is understandable, but he had never heard of two people having the same one. "You'll see, Papa, you'll see," said Mayana. When they got to the saber tree, their father took out a flashlight and he shined it in through the hole. He then poked his head in to get a better look. "All I see is the inside of the tree," said father. Mayana became a bit desperate, thinking that her parents weren't going to believe her. She grabbed a long stick from the ground and she said, "Here, Papa. Take this stick and poke the back wall of the tree. You'll see that it will pass right through." She handed the stick to her father, who poked the wall of the tree. It did not pass through. He made many attempts all around the inside of the tree, but nothing. Mayana and Yasmin looked at each other as if to say, "What the hell?" They felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment that they could not prove their story to be true. "Shifu, where are you? Don't let us down now," whispered Mayana, only loud enough for Yasmin to hear. "Let's go back to the house," said father, and they all walked back home. They all sat in the living room and father said, "Okay, look. I'm not really sure what happened to you two. You've never lied to me before, and yet you're telling us a story that's impossible to believe. For now, let's just do this. When reporters and others come around asking where you've been, we're going to tell them that you got on the bus and you went to Chetumal to visit relatives. We'll say that the reports about your disappearance didn't make it into the Mexican news and nobody heard about it over there. If you start telling the story you told me and mother, we're going to be called the crazy family. It will be hard to take people teasing you about running off to Chetumal without telling anybody, but that will die down after a while and people will eventually forget about it. If you tell your story, we will forever be known as the crazy family." Father continued, "I'm going to do some research to see if I can find out if there are other similar reports to yours, and I'll talk to a few scientist friends that I have, to see if they know anything about such things or if there are reports of two people having the same hallucination. One way or another, we'll get to the bottom of this and figure it all out. Whatever happened to you two, I'm going to guess that you're both exhausted and hungry. 7 days with nothing but Johnny cakes and water. Let's get some food in your bellies and call it a night. Oh, and I'm going to guess that you both need a bath." Father plugged his nose and waved his hand left to right as if to say that he could smell them, but that was just his humor coming out. It told them that he wasn't mad. They both gave him a smile. The girls got a bite to eat, they took a shower and they jumped into bed. Mother and father stayed up a while longer talking about the situation. Mother said, "I'm so relieved just to have them home that I don't hardly care what kind of story they told us. I thought for sure they were dead. All I really care about is that they're home safe and we need to make sure that whatever they did, that they don't do it again." Father agreed and he said, "I'll keep talking with them to see if we can find out if they just came up with a story to cover up running away. When people make things up, they usually forget the details and that's when they start to contradict themselves." They then turned on the evening news and they tried to relax as best they could. While Mayana was in bed, she lay awake for a good while trying to figure things out. She had no evidence of what happened and she could tell that her mother and father didn't believe her and Yasmin. When talking about crazy stories that people tell about having visions of a supernatural realm, her father would usually say that he didn't believe that they were lying and that they very likely believe the stories that they tell, but that the human brain is so far beyond our comprehension that it can cause people to have such visions that very likely happen inside their head, not outside of it. Could that be what happened to Mayana? But then how could Yasmin have had the same visions? Father always commented that one way to know that the visions aren't true was because they only happened to one person at a time and never to two or more people. Well, this one happened to two people. Isn't that evidence that it really happened? Mayana also wondered about Shifu and how he could have abandoned them now to leave them, with everyone concluding that they were lying to cover up running off without permission, or that Yasmin and she somehow shared a hallucination. She got angry with him just thinking about it. She had no way to communicate with him, but she silently said a prayer hoping that he could somehow hear her. Mother and father were in their own bedroom and they too were confused. At the same time they were angry and relieved. It was a conglomeration of emotions that everyone felt at the same time and no one quite knew what to feel or how to sort them out. But the thing that everyone felt above and beyond anything else was a sense of relief that Mayana and Yasmin were safe and at home. The rest seemed insignificant compared to that. Eventually, sleep found everyone in the house. While father and mother slept quite soundly, a visitor came to them during the night. He was silent and invisible, and he had a way of entering people's thoughts and dreams. Father and mother soon found themselves in a state of imagination that took them away from the realm of reality and away from what they were both familiar and comfortable with. While they didn't know it at the time, they both shared the same dream. It only lasted a few minutes, and they saw the experiences of Mayana and Yasmin over the last 7 days. It started at the beginning near Sylvio's home and it ended in the grassy field just outside of San Ignacio. It was a fast-forward summary of the entire 7 days. In the morning when they awoke, they looked at each other in a way that said that they both had had the same dream, and they knew that Mayana's and Yasmin's experiences were true. They went to find the girls who were already awake, and they gave them another of the biggest hugs they had ever given them. "We know it's all true," said father excitedly. "We know it's all true." "What happened?" asked Mayana. Father said, "Shifu came to us in a dream, just like he did with you. He showed us everything, and we now understand that it's true." Mayana said, "I prayed to him last night and I asked him to come. I didn't really expect him to, but I'm so glad that he did. I was afraid you'd think that we were lying to cover up running off or that we had a delusion. I didn't know how I was ever going to convince you that it really did happen." Father said, "Well, we do believe you, but there are still lots of unanswered questions that we'll have to sort out. Things happened that I never believed could be true." Mayana said, "Are you going to change your beliefs on everything now, Papa? Are you going to now believe in the supernatural, gods, devils, angels, ghosts, the Bible and all those things you've always called hocus pocus?" Father responded, "Well, if you did cross over to an alternate reality, that doesn't change things here in this reality, I don't think. It may just mean that you traveled to a realm where the laws of nature are different. But maybe we can all explore things together and see what we can discover." Mayana said, "I think that's a good idea, Papa. Let's all explore things together and see what we can discover." The end.